Okay, I guess we're live. I think so. hmm Looks like we're alive. We're alive. Welcome to my home. My name is Count Dracul. Hey, what's up, Mamba? Yeah, we're alive. We're gonna play some MLB The Show, man. Pretty cool game. You can create your own team. Dude, the amount of access that you have on this MLB The Show 21, it's unbelievable, man. You can customize pretty much everything. You can play any which way you want. Uh, what's up? Hey, how you doing? Happy Friday, Tyler. Uh, Dual Sense. You know, the one difference that you are gonna notice, obviously, between PS5 and Series X, it's going to be the Dual Sense controller. And a Dual Sense controller, it's one of those things where when you try it, uh, you're really gonna have a hard time going back to any other controller. Like, I guarantee you that. Hey, Mamba, you want to jump into voice chat while we're playing? I think I can do this. Let me see. Don't forget, tomorrow I'm doing a Resident Evil first 30 minutes video. I'm going to upload that tomorrow. Mr. 4K, join. Voice chat, join. I mean, listen, Nemo, I think it's pretty cool that MLB The Show, it's included. That Outriders, it's included. That's you saving money. Uh, hey, anytime you can save money, look, no one can deny that. Uh, when it comes to money, that's what it's all about at the end of the day. All right, when all the bullshit it's settled down, everybody start blowing each other out, sucking each other out, shooting their own loads all over each other. At the end of the fucking day, it comes down to the money. So the money is important. Okay, otherwise, let's just cut the bullshit. Money is very important. So if you can save money, fucking A, yeah, Game Pass, that's no brainer. Even the institutionalized mentally individuals in Bellevue, New York, will know the difference. Yeah, I can save the money, so sure. Why not? Why not go with the Game Pass? Duh. That's my George Carlin. Brutally honest. I just got to be brutally honest. I don't have time for stroking and stroking and stroking. Dude, don't stroke me. I just like to get it over with. I want to shoot my load and that's it. End of the story. Moving on. I don't have time for foreplay bullshit. So, yes, having this game on the Game Pass, having this game on the Game Pass, absolutely, it's no brainer. That's what we want. Not paying for the Outriders, yes, that's what I want. So there's a benefit. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. There is a huge benefit in Game Pass, and I hope the PlayStation can bring something like that. Seriously. Hey, welcome, Mamba. Welcome.
Hey, man.
You know what? We were just talking about this. I'm sure you heard. Um, yes, I love my PlayStation 5. I'm not gonna, deny that. But I would be lying, Mamba, if I said that, hey, there's definitely a huge benefit with the Game Pass Ultimate. You saving money. There's no
Exactly.
question. Yeah, I mean, that's no brainer. No one can really deny that. You saving money. But it's not just about the service, it's also about the experience. And the DualSense controller has a much better experience. First party exclusive games that are coming out to PlayStation have a better experience. PlayStation VR, uh, PlayStation VR 2 that's going to be coming out is going to have a much better experience with Gran Turismo 7 and all these other games. So there is that trade off, and we got to be honest about it. Like I was talking about it yesterday. Uh, Both consoles are great, but they both have positives and negatives, and if I don't address those, well, what does that make me, right? that
Exactly.
would, yeah, that would make me, like people say, like, screw this guy. This guy is not being honest. He's just whatever. He's a yes man. He's just kissing asses and yeah, yeah, Xbox is great. Yeah, yeah, PlayStation's great. Yeah, 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 PC is great. Yeah, yeah, everything's great. Yeah, it's not good. Yeah, yeah. So you agree and disagree with everybody. You can't do that. That makes you look fake, makes you look like, I don't know, stupid. Uh, so I have to be honest and I have to be unbiased. That doesn't mean that I don't like Xbox, but there's certain things that bothered me. It bothers me that I have to pay, $220 for that stupid Seagate, expansion 1 terabyte SSD. Yes, I know it's the NVMe, but man, I don't want to spend over $230. You know what I mean? Uh,
Yep.
that's a lot of money for
I
some
see
people.
Cameron just
What's up,
joined the
guys?
voice chat.
I'm
What's
back.
up, Cammy? How you doing, bro? Hey, I love
I'm doing
that.
good.
I love that.
You said my name. You said my name right too. That's actually my family name. That's
Kemi,
what my family calls me. Yeah, that's my
Kemi
that
D.
was my name. No, no, just Kemi. But that's the name that my parents know me as when I was a
Uh,
kid.
me and my brother. I mean, my brother. You and my brother are the same age, bro. Like the same
Okay.
exact. Yeah, yeah. 1978, right? You guys are
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, same age. And but we'll be pretty much the same. I'm like 79. So like you 43, I'm 42. So we're
Yeah, it's the
like,
same thing. It's the same
yeah,
thing, man.
we're close. Like we're both
We,
close. Yeah.
we both got
Mamba,
gray
Mamba
hair in
is
our
the
balls at this
oldest.
point.
Mamba was
Yeah,
born
man.
in 1945, man. The end of the World War II. So he was born in 1945. So he's got to be some kind of Dracula. Dracula.
So this
1940.
is the MLB show you got here?
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna go ahead
Okay.
and start playing the franchise. I'm playing with the Miami, what you call it, Marlins, Miami Marlins, the franchise.
Okay.
The one thing that's so cool about this game is accessibility on the MLB The Show. It's crazy. Like you can customize your team any which way you want. You can sell uh, certain merchandise that you have and create new ones, buy new ones. I mean, there's so much to do. This is if you're a baseball fan, like I'm just gonna flat out say it like this: if you're a baseball fan, like this is it. This is like your FIFA. This is like your heaven, Madden or whatever. Like
Yeah, I've
NBA.
been
This is like what NBA 2K is for the NBA. This is what the MLB for the baseball fan is, and that's the bottom line. So
oh
anyway, let's go. I'm
I
probably
don't
gonna,
remember.
yeah,
I
go
don't
ahead.
remember when was a. I can't remember when was the last time I seen a baseball game. I mean I've seen football games, basketball games, hockey games, but I can't remember when was the last time I seen a really good baseball game. To be honest with you.
And
it's
look
been
how
on
many
for a
options you
while.
have, bro. Look at this. You can change the jerseys to today's, to the road. I mean, it's crazy. The amount of options you have, like that you can choose how you want to. Like the accessibility is just
You know that there's a feature where you can like edit the dimensions of the
yes,
ballpark now? That's
yes,
the new
dude. You
one.
can create your own park. Like, but
It's
here's
unbelievable.
something. But here's something I was just telling everybody. Yes, you're gonna play this on your Series X on Monday for free. I mean, included with the Game Pass. But here's the difference: the dual sense, like the
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
experience. This is what I was trying to tell people. Even FIFA yesterday. Yes, the graphics are the same. It really is not going to see much of a difference. But that controller, that dual sense, man, it really makes
Well,
a
the
difference. Uh,
the
Too
problem is
bad.
that you've been the problem is that you've been spoiled. You know, it's like
I
these
am.
guys
I
will
am.
never. Yeah, these guys who have never used the DualSense, it may not be big to them. So that's
Bro,
why
I just backed up. Yeah, go
yeah,
ahead.
like if you haven't used the DualSense, I would say don't even get a PlayStation 5 because once you use that, you're never gonna want to go back, right? And that's
Yeah.
gonna actually ruin you. It's like the first time you have sex, you can't go back. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? So
Cameron, I
so now
just
you know
backed
what
up.
you're missing.
I just backed up and I ordered a couple of more of these. I had some gift cards and whatnot. I ordered a couple of more of these controllers, man.
Oh, that's good, man.
I have total of 4, just in case I destroy one by accident or something. You know, I play some
Yeah,
crazy
one of
game.
them is for
Yeah,
one
yeah,
of them
yeah.
is
For
specifically for
Demon
Demon
Souls.
Souls.
For 2 of them. No, 2 of them for Demon Souls. And even
Oh my
WRC.
god.
Listen, even WRC9, the World Rally Championship, and even that Ride 4, man. Let me tell you, the Ride 4. Oh yeah, man. That thing's gonna wear and tear. Trust me. So
Even
yeah, it's good
Dirt
to stack
5.
up. It's good to stack up on them because they're such a good fucking controllers, man.
Hey, if you see them on a deal like on the holidays, you may as well get some too. Like sometimes they
Yeah,
might go 10, 15 bucks off.
yeah. I think I saw them on the StockX, dude. StockX, they had them for like some guy was selling it for $58, bro. That's a fucking steal.
Yeah,
That's
like
a
I've
pr-
seen them on Amazon sometimes for
yeah,
$10,
I'm
like
gonna
brand
get.
new on Amazon,
I
$10 off.
saw the
yeah.
3D PS5 headset is available on PS Direct. It has been for a while, so I'm definitely gonna snag that. You know, and
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that's available at Best Buy. I think it's
yeah,
129 here. What is it? 99 bucks in America, right?
yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
So
good. It's
It's
good.
available here. It's available at a bunch of stores where I am at.
That
Yeah,
that charging station, that's the shit that's hard to get. Almost impossible.
yeah. I find it hilarious that you can get a extra controller and the 3D audio headset and even the you know, but you can't get a DualSense charging station.
Yeah.
yeah. Actually,
I mean Amazon.
you can get there's one called Nexigo or something. It's about
Yeah, I was gonna
29.
say Amazon.
Yeah.
Like Amazon sells some good ones that are they're not the OEM one.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
like other companies, like you said there, but they work good from what people say. But I was gonna pull the trigger, but the same couple days later, I got the notification from Walmart that
Yeah.
they had the one that I had ordered. They had it.
Again, everybody,
So
it's finally
I mean, your
here.
best bet
Welcome
is the
to our
Sony, you know,
special
because it's
opening
really
day
Yeah,
edition
yeah.
of Baseball
specifically
on the
designed.
Show.
The third
Joined by
party, you
Dan
don't know, they
Fleece
might
and
miss
today as we get
they
things
might
going this
screw up
season,
your
it's pitching
what
that
you call
has
it,
to be key if
charging
this team's
input.
gonna have
overcharge it,
success.
overcharge
Yeah.
your controller.
Just like any
And they
team,
can screw up
pitching is
your
going to be
inputs
a
too,
key
you know.
factor for this
You don't
ball
know
club
Yeah.
as
how
the
well
year
it's
plays out.
designed,
I'm sure the
you know.
staff will have its ups and
Oh, look,
downs,
it's raining.
but
Yeah.
if they can pitch like they
Look at
can,
this. It's like
I
watching
think this team's
MLB
going to be pretty successful.
The game's count
channel or some shit,
starting
man.
now.
It's crazy.
It's opening
It's raining.
day.
It's
It's raining.
up here.
It's the show.
Up here
And
in
it's
real life.
coming
Really?
up
Oh, that's crazy, but what are the odds?
Well, dude, guess what the temperature? Guess the temperature.
Was it 70?
Hell
40?
no, it's 40.
What the? Hey, man, we're almost in May. Are you
And then
kidding
it's
me?
gonna get. And then guess what? It's so crazy up here. It's gonna get back up to 70 and sunny on Tuesday.
Bro, something's going on with the world,
Hey,
man.
man, global
Hey,
warming, global
bro,
warming.
there's UFOs, pyramid UFOs showing up in Brooklyn. Dude,
Pablo Lopez
a lot of
gets
crazy
the
shit
call to
happening
pitch here on
every day,
opening
bro.
day in front of the
Seattle
hometown
once.
crowd.
Yeah.
Dan,
And what's with
please,
these
that's
mass
the word on
shootings,
it.
bro? There was another
Hey,
mass
taking a
shooting
look
in a
at the
fucking
numbers, you see
FedEx.
that ERA
Illinois,
a
yeah,
little
I
Yeah,
saw
what
that.
the
Yeah,
fuck's
yeah.
going on,
Very
man?
sad.
But
It
I
was
think
in
his team and
Indianapolis.
organization.
Yeah,
Yeah, what the
Indianapolis.
fuck's going on with people, man? The people, listen, guys,
We'll see if he can get off to a better
you need
start
to
in
get
this
laid
one.
or something. I don't know, something, man. Come
We
to
are ready
Jesus
for
or
some
some shit, man.
daytime
What the fuck's
baseball.
going
Hey
on?
man, you know the people are going through a ton of depression, and I'm telling people, man, I got my PlayStation 5, and I'm going to my little
Fuck, man.
illegal gym on the side. I'm okay, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
you guys got to find yourself a fucking hobby. That's
Find a
important.
hobby.
People-
Listen, come here. Listen.
Netflix ain't cutting it.
Okay, I'm gonna help you guys. Come here with me. Here, chill out with me, bro. You know, I'm not gonna block you. Just come chill out with me, bro. I promise. I'm not gonna block you. Just chill out with me here.
Ready to
There you
deal.
go.
Here comes the first pitch.
Say what you want to
Nemo
say.
was,
And the first
Yeah,
pitch
go
of the
ahead.
ball
Nemo in the
is
comment,
taken for a called
Nemo in the
strike
comment,
one,
he's
and a
talking
new
about
season of baseball
the
is
DualSense
underway.
controller, and he says it must
Really
be
starting
amazing.
to pour now,
But
and the
he
forecast is
thinks
not
it's just a
showing any
vibration, but
signs of
it's
a
more than a
break.
vibration. It's actually
No, my
it's
God.
actually like the PlayStation 4 was just a vibration. You just get a vibration, but with the PlayStation 5, what happens is,
And
you can
this
have
catches
a
the zone
sensation
as
go
well.
from the
It's
left side of the
0-2
controller
now.
to the right side of
The
the
offense
controller,
Yes.
of the game
depending
plan
where your
today is
character is
certainly to see the
walking.
ball up.
You know, if you're
This guy
walking
is
in
known on
water,
the mound for
the controller
sinker
will
changeup
react to your hand
combination.
differently.
He's
Like you're
gonna
gonna
try and
feel
establish
a
down
different
in the
sensation
zone
in your
to get
hand, and the
swing and a miss
triggers.
or
Like if you're
ground
playing a
balls
gun game
consistently.
or
You
you're
have
playing
to find
sports
something
games, when
above the
your
belt to
character
get
gets
loose
tired,
on.
Dickerson
that
comes in a few
R2 button,
steps as
because
he
usually the
hauls it
R2 is
in
the
for
trigger button in
first
gun
out.
games. That
Time now
R2
for
button
a look
becomes
at the
harder to
Rays
press
starting
to
nine.
simulate your character
Mark,
is
what do you
tired,
have on
making
this
the game
lineup
more
as they go
challenging.
for their
In
first
basketball
win?
games, you know
Well,
that
Matt, this goes for both
those
lineups.
triggers
They know
become
they're
harder to
dealing
press
with a
because your
tough
character
test
is
in a pitcher's
tired,
park,
he's losing
but they
energy.
can't let that bother
And
them too
just
bad.
when
or
I'm
they'll
playing
walk out
Spider-Man
of
like
here
that,
a 3-4
the way the
game
controller
set, 0
reacts,
for
like if
12,
I'm
0 for
around
15.
like
They
an
have to find a way
explosion that's about to
stay
happen,
within
the
themselves,
controller vibrates
line
in the
drive
direction of where the
approach.
bomb is, so
One
I know to
will carry out
avoid
of
that
here if they get
area.
it.
You know, it's
To the plate now.
That's
it's
gotta
hard
be
to
crazy
explain.
on the
One
three-
ball.
on
Same thing with the
strike
pitcher.
zone.
Like here with the pitcher, when he's pitching that
Yeah.
ball, man, like I can feel it. Like I'm feeling his movement in the body, dude. It's like you
Yeah.
are actually. It's like almost I'm holding this guy Lopez right now, and I can feel everything that he's doing.
Yeah. Like imagine if somebody had a baseball, like the baseball is very hard.
The
If somebody
1-0.
throws it into your hands and you catch it with your hand
Misses,
when the ball's
ball
going
two.
fast, there's a
Lifetime
certain
versus
vibration
the
that
pitcher.
your hand
He's
is going
0
to
for
feel.
5. Time to
That's
take
what
a
the
look at the
controller is
umpires
going
in
to
this
mimic.
one. Behind the plate
That's what's
is
incredible
Mike
about this.
Fillmore.
Hey, you know,
Yeah.
And once
D-roll,
you've
Mike Fillmore,
experienced
he'll
that,
give a little bit
and
off the
every
edges,
game
but he gets
utilizes
the
that
respect not only
vibration,
from the pitchers,
that sensation
but from the
differently.
players
And
because
when you
his zone
feel
is
that, you can't go
consistent.
back.
Yeah,
And I'll
as
give you
long
an
as he's
here's the thing:
consistent, Dan,
Star
I'm
Wars
okay
Fallen
with Mike
Order. Right now,
Fillmore's
it's
zone.
free on
If a
Game
pitcher's
Pass, and I
pounding
have the
that
Game
zone,
Pass.
he wants to give a little
But
bit
on
off
the
outer edge,
PlayStation,
I'm
I have
okay
to
with that.
either buy the game or
Bases are
I have to
empty, one
subscribe
man out.
$30 for the year for the EA to have it. And I'm thinking in my head, well, you know, it's you got to spend money on the PlayStation, but it's free on the Xbox. But my mind is telling me if you go with the Xbox, you're going to completely be
lays off
losing
here,
out
ball
on the
four.
joystick,
They'll become
on,
the
Yes.
on the
first
aspect
base
of the
runner here with
controller.
one away.
You know, that's what's bugging me now about games that come on both platforms. I'm always telling myself, like what you were saying, like I'm losing
next
out on
to
that
bat
controller,
will
man.
be
And once
Austin
once you
Meadows.
felt it, you don't want to go back.
But here's a good example, like Ride 4. Ride 4 is available on PS5 and Series X. But guess what? That dual sense control, the weight of the motorcycle of that Kawasaki Ninja, man, every bike feels different. You're not going to have that experience with Series X. You just get some vibration here and there. But here you feel the weight. You know, you feel that weight. You feel that, that cubic, cc's running. I mean, it's just a better experience, man.
Now I'm getting really excited.
Oh, you're gonna listen. This is something you have to experience. It's hard to really explain it. It's something that you gotta try.
First pitch
It's like
coming,
going to
here
a
it
theme
is.
park, right?
Here's a
Or one of
sinker
these
to
like
start him out, but he
Avatar
wouldn't
theme
bite. It's
parks in
ball
Animal
one.
Kingdom. Like I can write stories about it. Like you gotta experience this shit, right, to understand.
Yeah, I know.
It's like jumping out of an airplane. Like, have you ever done skydiving? I can write
Nah.
books and books about skydiving. Is it scary at first? Yes. You get a little bit of a panic attack because you're free falling. But then you start relaxing. And then the worst part is, once he taps you on the shoulder and he pulls the parachute, the most fucking uncomfortable fucking feeling. But the adrenaline rush is what gets you fucking going. But it's hard to explain. It's something you gotta experience.
I know, but at least I generally know that it's a great controller.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least I know that, you know. That
By the way, if you have asthma, you cannot go skydiving. They will not accept you. Like unless you sign the consent that hey, I agree. If something happens, we're not responsible. But I've done it a couple of times, and
He's
it's
having a
uncomfortable
really
at
hard time
first.
finding his rhythm and finding the strike zone.
yeah,
It's
hold
gonna
on.
allow this
Let me think.
offense to
When I done
keyhole
it
him
in
big
2006.
situations. He's got to figure it out pretty quick.
It's uncomfortable. Yeah, it's scary. I'm not gonna fucking lie. Anyway, I'm not gonna lie, man. It was scary. I'm not gonna fucking lie. But anyway, go ahead. You were saying something, Mamba.
No, I was just saying that,
Yeah.
the controller is
Here's
so
a
many
swing and a
people
miss
saying
on the
that
cut
it's good,
fastball, 2-1.
like, generally
Good thing he
very
didn't
good.
make contact with that
And
pitch. Only thing he could
that
do is
itself
probably hit that on the
makes me
ground. It
very
could be a double
excited
play ball.
for this console.
When you feel it in your hand, it's like when you go and you buy a shitty product, and when you hold it in your hand,
It's 2 balls and
that
2
product
strikes
feels
now.
light and
Yeah.
and crap. And then when you go buy a quality product, and when you hold it in your hand, you're like, holy
2-2
shit, they
pitches
put in.
fouled away.
Like I'm buying. Okay, I'll give you an example. You know when you go you're using the Yeti microphone right now, right? Okay, so
Actually,
when
no,
you
this
go
is not actually. You know what? It's not Yeti.
Yeah.
This is actually the 3D Pulse. Can you believe it?
Okay. No, so I was gonna say, so you know when you because you have the Yeti, so you're gonna know what I mean.
Yeah.
So you know what? If you go buy yourself a cheap little, $30, $50 microphone and you hold it in your hand, it basically has no weight. You can feel the cheap plastic when you grab that Yeti in your hand. First of all, the first thing you say when you hold a blue Yeti in your hand is, "This can be used as a deadly weapon. It's so heavy. The material is like iron. Like if I threw this at you and it hit your head, it would knock you out." And it's a microphone. It's not designed to be a weapon. It's designed for you to talk and for you to speak on. But the quality
you
that
can
they
kill
put into it just by
somebody.
holding it, by holding it in your hand, shit. This is not a $50 microphone. There's a reason why this microphone is $150, whatever, right? Same thing with the PlayStation. The first time I held that PlayStation 5 controller in my hand, the weight of the controller, I said, shit, man, this is quality. I didn't even turn it on yet. I said, this is quality. Just holding it in my hand, And then when your hand grabs it for the first time and you hold it, you're gonna say, shit, man, this feels natural. This feels
Design
this
too.
Feels, this is the way it
as well.
should feel.
And look at the design. Looks like something from a Batman, like a Bruce Wayne design, like almost like one of those Batterings or whatever. I mean, there's a certain style. This is what I was saying. I just wish that Xbox would be more creative. Create something that stands out. But I guess they're just focused on the service. At the moment. And again, here we go. People going to say, "Oh, why are you criticizing the Xbox now?" Wow.
People are going to say, why don't you play the Xbox when you were playing it yesterday for like 10 hours?
Hey, you know what's funny yesterday, man? Here's the sickness. This is why people are sick. And I'm not shocked with all the shit going on outside. There's a certain sickness going on of tribalism. Like yesterday, for example, all I did was honestly, I made a short little video for 2 minutes. I upload that short little video telling people, hey, man, I got a problem here, bro. I just discovered this problem. What's going on with the resolution? I turned it off. I turned on my console. I can't change the resolution. Do you guys know? Can you help me? Instead of them helping me, they started bashing me and hitting the fucking dislikes. Like, what the fuck, man? I'm just asking, hey, do you know what I should fucking do here? I just want an example of these fanboys. Like, hey, man, it's not like I'm purposely making. I mean, they think I'm purposely doing this. That's in their mind. They think, oh, he's purposely doing this. Why the fuck would I spend? Why the fuck? Like one guy says, he bought an Xbox just to talk shit about Phil Spencer. Do you really think that fucking Phil Spencer gives a flying fuck about what I have to
kissed his ass
fucking
if you did
say?
that. If you did that, you kissed his ass.
Yeah. But it shows you like stupidity, man.
People are fucking delusional.
Really, I mean, and it's a sickness, bro. It worries me, man. I'm worried, bro. There's a lot of sickness out there, bro. It's getting worse, bro. It's getting worse, bro. Every day.
This lockdown and coronavirus is making people go crazy. People are losing their mind and they're getting upset for over anything.
Think about this, Cameron.
I don't take this stuff seriously.
Think about this, Cameron. What to expect tomorrow when you wake up? What should we expect tomorrow and the next day, right? It's that kind of crazy. Is that kind of crazy?
Nothing is promised, but
expect everything and anything. Yeah.
I'm amazed how I see people getting angry for video games. Like it's just a fucking game.
Dude, you saw that video, right? I was just asking, right? I was just asking a legitimate question. Hey, guys, I have a problem. No, you don't have a problem. You need to Google it. Google. Like, I have a Google in my ass every single time I want to Google some shit. Listen, here's the thing. If I'm going to Google something, check this out. Why the fuck would I put a video up? If I'm going to Google, then I'll fucking Google it. I'll go to Reddit. But the reason I put the video, it's so that way you Xbox fanboys can help me and tell me what the problem is. But instead, I got a bunch of fucking backlash from these douchebags, and then they wonder why they're blocked. Go ahead. Sorry, I need to cut you off. Yeah,
that problem, problem that you had is actually a legitimate, because when I checked, like when you wrote that comment, I was actually driving home, and when I Googled it, it's actually a problem that lots of people have, not just one or two. A bunch of people had it. And from what I read, it's random, and some consoles have it, some consoles don't. One guy had the exact same TV that you had, so it's not like people are using fucked up TVs and it's happening. One guy had the CX and he's like, yo, he's like, it didn't happen in the beginning, but now it's happening. And one guy is like, I tried to reset it, it still didn't work. And one guy was talking about, okay, you have to do a factory reset and all of these different things. So it's something that is happening. And so it's not like people are like people. It seems like people in the reviews want you to, hey, don't fucking talk about that because you're the only one having this problem. Don't talk about it. We don't want you to make this become a mainstream problem that people think.
Well, that's what I'm supposed to do, right? To be unbiased, to analyze and report, give feedback. That's what you're supposed to do. To do analysis, give feedback, right? That's what you're supposed to do. But they don't like my feedback because it's a negative feedback. It doesn't fit their tribalism, right? I don't know how else to call it. You know what's funny? Every single one of those guys yesterday that I blocked, I click on their profile. You know what I see? Xbox and PC. My Xbox better than the PC. My Xbox is the best Xbox. Right? And I was like, wow, clear and cut case, fanboys. Right? I mean, what else can I say?
Just inside.
I just find
This is a fun guy.
I mean, they're so obvious. Like, obviously they're fanboys, and they're coming from a fanboy camp. Like, dude, at least try to hide it next time. You know, don't be so goddamn obvious. You know.
See, this guy Nemo, I agree with what he wrote in the last post. He said he wrote, I just like to play games, and who cares what games you play, and people are just being a bunch of babies. I agree with him. At the end of the day, if you like playing a game, play it. If you don't like playing a game, don't play it. But there's so many people, and okay, for example, and I don't understand certain people because I see them when you block them.
Yeah.
They still keep coming back to your channel. To me, if somebody blocked me and didn't want me on a channel, why would I be coming back to you? Am I that much of a loser that I'm going to keep coming back watching the videos?
Of course they're losers, though.
Yeah, it's
because
like these guys are like,
here's what they need, man. This is what I keep telling
like
these.
Women.
No, they're worse than women. Here's what I tell them. You have a mirror, right? You have a mirror in the house. I hope you have a mirror somewhere. Or if you don't have a mirror, use your cell phone to look at yourself in the camera. You need to look at yourself and you need to say, hey, who the problem is? You're the problem. You need to look at yourself in the mirror and say, I'm the problem. I'm the douchebag. Because I don't criticize myself. Because I think I'm sitting on a high horse and I'm riding my high horse and I know everything. I drink everyone's brains. I'm like godlike, whatever. That's the thing. They have this godlike mentality. Like really scary shit, man. I don't exaggerate. I'm not exaggerating. They really have like some crazy mentality, man. Yeah, go ahead.
Some of these guys before I blocked them, Brandon just joined the chat in the conversation there.
Oh, welcome back, Brandon.
A runner on first with 2 away.
I think he's moving today. He sent me some pictures of him moving. But some of these guys, before I blocked them, when I click their picture and you look at these guys,
on the ground out to
I said to myself, geez, it's no wonder this guy is angry. Like, he's a loser. This guy wants a friend. You know,
they're so angry, man. Every single one of them angry, bro.
Some of them, but most of them, they're. You know what? I find a lot of these guys are angry because it's almost like they think you don't want to be their friend. You know, it's like they're looking for a friend. They never had a friend, and when you don't acknowledge them, they'll insult you. They write all of these things, and what's the worst part is that they can't even spell properly whenever they're trying to write. Even the swear word, they can't even spell it properly, and it doesn't even make sense. But it's like I find.
And again, Cameron, and whose fault that is? That's why I said mirror. You need a mirror to look at yourself in the mirror. You have to look at yourself and say, hey, it's me, bro. I did this. I did this. No one else did it for me. I did it. But they don't want to do that because it doesn't fit their whatever agenda, whatever it's in their mind, you know, whatever indoctrination that they have indoctrinated in their mind. They can't see past that. But I honestly think that there's no help for some of them. I mean, I swear on my father's grave, I don't think there's any help for some of these guys. That's it. That there's no cure for them, bro. And you see it every day on the news. There's no cure. You just hope to God that you can catch them before they do something crazy, you know, or report them before they do. You know. Go ahead.
Brandon wants to know how does the controller feel in this game when you play this game?
Oh, it feels great, man. Was that a home run? Oh, fuck. No, it wasn't. Go ahead. Brandon, it feels really good. Like I can feel the pitch, I can feel the movement of the player when he's getting ready to position himself and throw the ball, curve the ball. Like you feel even the curveness of the ball, you feel it. The power, how much of that power do you want to use to throw the ball? Same thing when you're on the bat or when you're batting, you can feel like that dense hit on that bat from the ball. Like it's almost like a subwoofer reflector. I mean, I don't know how to explain it, man.
Yeah.
It's something you have to experience, guys. And I know I'm doing a shitty job explaining this. Like here, right now, I'm feeling already the power from left to right as I'm adjusting. And like right now, I feel the movement, and now, boom.
As he rips it on the ground to second.
Right now, as I'm running, I'm feeling it right now. I'm throwing the ball. Hopefully, it won't get to the base. I already did. Did he?
Not an easy thing to do right there, Debra, with that stacked infield on the right side to hit it through where the shift is.
Everything's interactive. What I'm trying to say, you become part of the game. It's almost like a 3D subwoofer reflector. Whatever's on the screen, it's reflecting. Okay, here, because I don't want to miss this. I want to explain this. What I mean miss this, I don't want to miss the gameplay here. It's kind of like whatever you're seeing on the screen, it's reflecting onto this controller. And you getting that feedback. If somebody's running faster, you feel it running faster. If Lady Dimitrescu, it's sucking on your arm, drinking that blood, you're going to feel it. And you're going to feel that shit on Resident Evil tomorrow. Like you feel her footsteps, boom, 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 because she's a little bit heavier. She's busty, she's tall, like everything. The wind blowing, all that stuff. The door opening, shutting down, closing. It's a reflector, and then you add 3D audio, Tempest 3D audio on top of that, and you got yourself a full-blown experience. And that's something you will not experience on Series X.
I knew you were going to play the demo.
I couldn't resist it, Brian.
I couldn't resist.
I thought I could. Fuck, I can't, man.
And then you get to play the other demo on the 24th. There's another demo.
Yes, at 1 o'clock in the morning. And then there's actually tomorrow I get to play it at 5 o'clock and 1 o'clock. You know?
Yeah.
So I'm going to do a couple of videos, and then there'll be another one on Monday, I think. Be another one on Monday or Thursday. But I think the one at 5 p.m. and 1 a.m. is going to give me a pretty good idea, like, of the demo. And we're almost around the corner, man. We're really close to the release of the game. The only thing that bothers me is the fact that I just don't like that Sony did this. It's not like they didn't know that Resident Evil Village coming out on May 7th. Like, it's not like they didn't know. I just don't like that they are putting Returnal next to Resident Evil Village. It's like, it's right there. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to finish the game in 7 days, maybe together, all of us. Maybe we'll finish it. I think we'll probably should finish that game pretty fast, I guess. But I don't like that they're putting their first party exclusive right next to Resident Evil, man. It's like, what do you think people are going to play first, you know?
I'll definitely have PS5 by the time Returnal comes out.
Yeah. You know, I don't. What do you guys think? You think they should have released it like April 1st or March 28th? I
agree.
Yeah, I mean, I think so too. I mean, it's like, come on, man. They're putting it right next to the, like, bro, Friday and then next Friday after that, back to back. And I don't know how long the game is and how long it's going to take me to finish it, depending on the bosses, how difficult the bosses are. We might have to take a break, obviously, and then get back to that game later on. But I don't know. It's too late now. It doesn't really matter. But I'm just saying, next time, Sony, like, don't put these games next to each other. Like, it's really stupid. There was a big window of opportunity in March. You could have released this game in March, like, easily, you know. And here I am. Now I'm criticizing Sony, you see? That's called transparency. That's called being unbiased. Why? Because I think they should have released that game in March. I think the game is ready. I don't know. I haven't heard any.
Why do you think?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why do you think they're giving? Like, why do you think they're giving Sony the privilege of having the game be able to play the demos much sooner than Xbox or any other platform.
Because the game runs the best. It runs the best on the PS5. They really worked on it with PS5 in mind. The Series X is just a port, like a port for the Stadia and PC and all that. So why? Because of the DualSense controller.
Yeah.
And also
exactly, yeah.
the PlayStation VR 2 probably will be taking advantage of that village. I'm pretty sure.
This one's down to third. Cleanly.
I have a feeling.
Games,
yeah.
And after
video games with Cadent, that's his name. He just donated $5, and he wants to know. He wants to know if this game is out yet.
It's not out yet, but you can buy a deluxe edition that cost about $85, and you get to play it 4 days early. You get extra goodies, you get extra credits and some other stuff that you can use to build your team.
Apparently, $1.
First pitch of the AB on its way.
When you buy the game,
Fastball
$1
just misses. That's ball one.
will be donated to Jackie Robinson Foundation.
Yes.
PlayStation. That was organized by PlayStation.
Yeah. That's pretty cool that they're doing that. Yeah, that's right. Well, actually, this is Jackie Robinson's edition, which is a deluxe edition. Jackie Robinson edition. And you buy it, and you get to play it early, 4 days early. Now, a lot of people ask me why you getting it, why you got this version when you got it on Series X. Well, because I want to compare both versions. And not only that, I want to experience this on the DualSense. And let me tell you, DualSense controller right now, I'm definitely loving what I'm feeling.
2 balls and a strike.
And again, it's hard to explain this because the words can misinterpret many different things, misinterpret a lot of different things. All I can tell you is this. Whatever is happening right now on the screen, it's reflecting on this controller. And it's not just a vibration motor. It feels like there's a depth to it. There's a 3D depth to it. Okay, like a crossover frequency on a subwoofer. Like you feel that. You know? Like in Saving Private Ryan. The reason why Saving Private Ryan audio was so great because of these active subwoofers and the low frequency. So you can feel the detonation and the bullets flying by and you felt like you were really there. The only thing that was missing was the smell. With a Dolby Digital when it came out in 1998. So it's kind of like that. And you know what I'm talking about, Cameron. You got home theaters, and you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Of course, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to do my best, Cameron. And I know you try to do the best to explain this. Maybe you can, I don't know, in your experience, give some more detail, like on what you felt in Spider-Man.
Yeah, like I would imagine, like in this baseball game, if anybody has ever played baseball and you're batting. Think of that feeling your hand gets when you're holding the baseball bat and then you smack the ball, because the ball is hard, and when that bat you swing it and it makes contact with the ball.
Exactly.
That sensation, that crack that the bat and the ball make, it goes up that wood and it goes into your hand, and your hand gets a vibration. It gets a feeling, right?
Yes.
That's the type of feeling that the controller is trying to replicate. It's not just vibrating, because if you hit the ball, it's not vibrating. You get a specific sensation of the crack that the ball makes as it hits the bat while you're swinging. So that's the type of sensation it's getting. Even if you're a player and you're wearing that leather baseball glove, when somebody throws the ball at you, that ball is coming with a certain amount of force. When that ball hits your gloves and you close your hand and grab it, it gives your hand a vibration right before you close your hands. That's the type of sensation. That's the type of sensation the PlayStation 5
even right now with a foul ball, I felt it hitting that wall in a hard surface, and the other guy walking, I feel his steps and picking it up. And even right now, I can feel the sensation and the heartbeat and getting ready to adjust the curve ball. And here we go, curve ball. 3 strikes, you're out. And I felt it when he grabbed it, dude. I felt him squeezing it, bro. I felt him when he caught the ball. I felt, the glove squeezing it. Not just him picking it up, but also squeezing it. Like I felt that pressure. But maybe you can explain. To them, like the Spider-Man. Like Spider-Man is a great example.
Yeah. like also every game, like the game Astro is probably the game that utilizes
Yes, I'm sorry.
the
Yes,
controller
First
the
pitch on
most.
its way.
But it's going to be up to
And he gets ahead here
the
with the
developer
fastball,
to
strike one.
individually, utilize it depending on the game. When I'm playing Spider-Man, if there's an explosion that happens next to me, if somebody's shooting a rocket, my controller is going to vibrate in the direction that the missile or the rocket is coming from before it hits me. So I always know, oh shit, I'm about to get hit from the left side, because I can feel the controller vibrating on the left side only, not on the right side, on the left side. So I can feel it coming in that direction. When Spider-Man is engaging people in combat, and depending on what you're doing, that controller is reacting. Sometimes the vibration is more of a wavy, longer vibration, whereas sometimes it's more of a steady vibration that's constant. So it's trying to mimic different scenarios in the game. When Spider-Man is, and also the controller. People aren't talking about it. Is that in games like Spider-Man, the controller makes noises depending on what you're doing. So like every time you shoot a web with Spider-Man, the controller makes the noise of the web, and that just when you're playing the game and you hear the noise of the web, first you're like, what the hell's going on? And then when you realize the controller is making that noise, it's incredible. When I was playing like The Last of Us and I would shoot the gun, the ricochet of the gun's bullets and the sound would come through the controller. When I'm playing Tomb Raider, every time you shoot the bow and arrow, you could hear that bow and arrow sound come through the controller, and it creates a certain depth that is it's hard to explain it. And when you've experienced it, you're like, holy crap, I didn't realize, because when I'm telling you this, you're probably thinking, it's just a little noise. But when you play the game for the first time, and even if you've played back an old game, and once you've played it and it has this in it, you'll be like, holy crap, that little detail that they added just made this whole dynamic completely different. And,
and also the speakers, right? The speakers inside bring that audio as well.
Exactly.
The experience of the haptic feedback and dual sense motors, but at the same time, you're also getting the 3D audio that comes out of it. And also the microphone. You can blow the air into it, and you can also move the controller like a sensor. All of these technologies are missing on Xbox Series.
1-1 now the count.
That's what I want to try to tell people. $64 on the Xbox Series X doesn't have a recharge. Let me tell you what's missing, and then you make a conclusion. Here's what's missing in the Xbox Series X. For $64 plus tax, $68, close to $70. No rechargeable batteries. You got the USB-C. What's the point? No rechargeable batteries. You have to buy rechargeable batteries. So right there, that's an inconvenient way to have something for $64, $68. What else is missing? No sensors, motion sensors. Even my remote control right here from LG has a motion sensor, but okay, and this remote is cheaper than the Xbox controller. What else is missing? No microphone, no speakers to hear the audio from Cortana when she's talking, so you can hear her from a controller, right? Who wants that? Right?
Touchpad.
Yeah, no touchpad, right? And of course, dual sense technology, which is really advanced, the haptic feedback triggers, which are really advanced, and it's about the same price. And let's not forget the design of the controller with the blue lights, red lights changing, design of the controller. Let's not forget that too. Same price. So you tell me which controller is better. The one from the Xbox Series X that's supposed to be the next generation with a share button that nobody gives a shit, or this right here for the same price. So you tell me logically, looking at the specs, you tell me. Go ahead.
One of the biggest complaints I see a lot of Xbox people make about the PlayStation 5 controller is they say, I don't want my controller to have a rechargeable lithium battery. So I want to go to the store. I want to go to the store and buy batteries. And this is what they say. They say if you have that lithium-ion battery, it's going to make the controller not last. But the reality is that anybody who's had a PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, you know that's bullshit. I have a PlayStation 3 joystick that I bought in 2001, original joystick. I took it out like when I got my PlayStation 5. No, not when I got my PlayStation 5. Before the PlayStation 5, I was playing PS Now on my PC and I needed a controller. So I found that controller, and that controller was 19 years old. Okay, it was dead. I plugged it into the USB mini C port, charged it up, and the controller worked flawlessly. It kept its charged. It didn't die. It worked. The charge worked 100%. So people who are saying, "Oh, having a controller that has a lithium is not gonna," that's bullshit. How many of you guys right now have a PlayStation 4 controller and you know the controller works fine? You charge it up, it works fine, right?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, if you're playing your game and all of a sudden your controller dies, now you have to go to the dollar store and pick up some AA batteries, or to the Walmart and pick up some AA batteries. Whereas with the PlayStation, you just plug that sucker on top of the. You don't even plug it in. You just take it and you make it sit on top of the wireless charger that you can get, and it charges it in less than an hour. Isn't that more convenient? Actually, every night before I go to bed, I take the controller and I put it on top of that wireless charger, and every morning the controller has a fully charged. And I never have the charger, but that's just a habit that I've gotten to use. So I don't understand this. Oh, I want to go to the store and pick up my battery nonsense that they keep talking about.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I can still use my PlayStation 3 from 2007, and it still charges. It still works after all these years. How many years? 15 years. 16 years. I don't know. It still works. You know what it is, man? This is the problem with fanboys. And again, I want to make this very clear. I despise any fanboys. I don't care which camp you're coming from. I don't care. Televisions, electronics, cars, you fill in the blank. If you're a fanboy, to me, you're already toxic. It means you have some mental issues, mental problems. Okay? That's a sickness. It's like any kind of sickness. It's a problem. It's an issue. Because you can't have any logical reasoning, because you gotta have that positive feedback of your tribe. Like, your brand has to have a positive feedback no matter what. No matter what. There's nothing wrong. It's perfect. It's like it's a cup of Jesus Christ. Like you drink it. It's like a holy cup or some shit, you know. It's like the Holy Grail. Like, you can't say nothing fucking bad about it. You can't have any criticism. That's my. And same thing goes for Sony fanboys. You know, when they start fanboying about their thing, or PC fanboys, or Stadia fanboys, all of the above. But it just happens that the Xbox fanboys are really toxic. I saw that yesterday. I've seen it when I got this console, how toxic they are, man. Unbelievable.
You're probably going to get this question a lot during the stream. But Anthony Gardado is asking, how can he get this game early access? How did you get this game early? How did you get an early access of this game?
Well, simple. You go and purchase the $85 edition, deluxe edition, and you get the early access. It's no different than what Forza did with Forza Horizon Ultimate Edition. You play it early. Yeah. So you just pay a little extra and you play early.
Still no balls.
That's
and
it.
2 strikes.
You know, there's two different editions. There's the $85 edition. There's a $100 edition. $85 edition will get you going with a 3-day early access. It's really, you can start playing it right now. Like, I mean, you can do it right now. So there it is. Very simple answer.
Welcome back to the chat, Vincent Paradiso.
Hey, Vincent, how you doing? Pass it back! Oh! Good catch.
The batter, the right fielder, Austin Meadows.
Man, the HDR on this thing, it's like almost watching the MLB TV, bro. It's like watching Fox Sports or something. It looks so good.
4K, that's the difference. It's in 4K.
4K and HDR, man. And this OLED, man. Guys,
And he'll
Jesus.
power in a fastball that time at 90.
And in real life, you're probably watching 1080p in the real life baseball game.
Basically, what you guys are watching right now, it's on the live stream. It's like you're not seeing anything. Let's just.
Yeah, it's just a 1080p.
Yeah,
super
it's garbage.
compressed, and it's even more compressed because it's a live stream.
Yeah, right now you're watching Commodore 64, whatever or something.
But basically, I'm reading.
You're gonna have a friggin' ball. It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
But basically, the general consensus in the chat is that this game looks it looks awesome from what everybody's saying.
It's really, even the crowd looks lively, and they're like always talking to each other and moving around, scratching their balls or checking whatever phones, and there's a lot of stuff happening here. It's very lively. Not that you're going to be keeping an eye on the crowd, but it's pretty cool that they have that.
Looking to punch him out again, the pitch.
Someone had wrote earlier, it'd be nice if they had like those, like when they put the cardboard crowds just as a joke in certain areas.
Yeah, it'd be awesome. Like they did it, like because of the COVID-19. Yeah. Yeah, I mean the detail on the uniforms, and the uniforms already getting wet and dirty. Even his armpits are getting dirty, I guess because he's sweating or some shit. I don't know. Like I see all that detail right now. I see all that detail right now, man.
I'm looking outside. There's
And
two
now
rabbits.
pitch on the way.
Where?
There's rabbits outside of my house.
Oh! I thought like rabbits here in the game.
That'd be fun.
That'd be great actually if they did that.
Yeah, the rabbits always like this time of year.
Oh yeah.
In front of the changeup, and he can't
In
keep
Rhode
it fair.
Island?
2 strikes on him now.
And it's 40 degrees, man. You got 40 at night and then 70 during the day.
40 right now.
40 right now. That's, dude. It's almost summer, dude. We're almost in May, and it's 40 degrees in Rhode Island.
It's insane up here because 70 degrees.
Now the 0-2
it's gonna turn
pitch.
70 degrees Tuesday. What the hell is it?
Pulled hard, but it's foul down the first
Aliens,
base
man.
side.
Maybe this is it, bro. This is our last year, man. That's it. Better buy that PlayStation 5 right now. This is it, bro. Independence Day.
Save us.
Aliens are coming down. Independence Day.
Yeah, but they'll save us anyway.
Yeah. Bill Pullman. He's definitely one of my favorite presidents. Honestly, like he just was like perfect for a president of the United States. Bill Pullman in the Independence Day. Like I really felt like he really convinced me that he was a president.
And they'll try to bounce a
And I was like,
curveball
even
on
I was
0-2,
the
but he
speech he
holds
gave.
back.
I was
It's
like,
1
fuck
and
yeah! I
2
was
now.
so like
When a
patriotic.
pitcher
But
puts you in
fuck
the
yeah, bro.
proverbial
Let's
rocking
go.
chair like he's doing right
Yeah.
now, you have to take a deep breath. You can't
He was
start
good
trying to
in that
guess
movie.
along with him. Trust
You guys
your
know what I'm talking about,
fundamentals and
right?
Stay on that fastball.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bill Pullman. Is it Bill Pullman? Yeah.
Yeah, Bill Pullman. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here comes the 1-2.
Hey, Mamba, what's
Here's
gonna
taken
be
for ball 2.
the first game you want to play when you get your PS5 at the end of the month?
That's a good
Bases
question,
are empty
but
here with 2
probably
men
the,
out.
Resident
Fight,
Evil?
man.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, Miles
I
Morales,
don't know.
without a doubt, man. Miles Morales, you got to try that.
Because I think that it's gonna come much sooner than when the Village Resident Evil
The
comes out.
2-2.
hopefully. But because
Ground ball left
I
side.
don't live.
He's got it.
I live like 3 hours from New Jersey.
And
Oh, he went to the
will
base.
be too late,
Ah.
so good effort that
Oh, he
time,
did.
but
Good.
it's an infield single.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody on
Um,
right there, Dan. 2 outs. It's not every day you see a guy pick him up and put him down like him getting down to first base right there. Bought himself a base hit.
Well, I'd say
Yeah. And I see the prices went up, and I can't believe the digital, they're asking 798. Like, I mean, come on, this is ridiculous. I can't.
I don't think it's gonna go down. I think it's just gonna go up and up and up and up.
And this is my
Because more
fault.
people-
It's my fault. I broke the ice, and
Here's the problem.
I broke the camel's back. It was my right camera. It's my fault.
I think so.
Right?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's my fault. See, people don't realize I have a lot,
Here's
dude. For some
Randy
fucking
Arozarena
reason,
as the
a lot of
changeup
people
to him
tell me,
drops
dude, you
in
got
there
some
for the
weird
first
ass
strike.
influence,
Flew out
man.
and has
People
only
can't
had
explain.
bats so far.
I said, I don't know. I said, I mean, I can't observe myself because I'm myself, but you guys can observe me and you can make your own judgment. But a lot of people say, man, you got some weird ass kind of like a George Patton, like some influence bullshit, like some kind of weird ass influence. I don't know.
I wonder if in June I'm gonna look back at
Ready with the 0-1.
getting the console
On the
stock
ground to
after
the
this
left
mistake.
side.
I
Fielded
guess I got
cleanly.
lucky.
Throw over to Aguilar.
Oh.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be 1,000 or more, but depending how bad the situation gets.
Yeah.
No
Because more
score.
people are buying it from the stock X.
They're getting desperate, man. That's a lot of desperate people. And these sellers, they know that. They're like, oh shit, this is a good time for me to make some money. It's getting desperate over here. Ooh, I felt his adrenaline right now with this guy. Oh, dude. Home run, home run, home run, home run! No, shit.
And it's a quick out, number 1.
But man, I felt his adrenaline, like he was getting hyped to hit on when he was on the bat. To bat on the batter, dude. Like that's the thing about the dual sense. Like you feel that shit.
We take a look at our upcoming schedule.
I've been watching all sorts of baseball lately.
Yeah, Vincent, I think so. They are watching it. Well, baseball season is on right now. MLB.
Started on April 1st.
Yeah, my friend pays like shitload of money on MLB, dude. He's got an MLB pass and he just watches this shit nonstop, man. He's like a hardcore baseball fan. Oh, there you go.
Red Sox won.
Oh, they did?
They got swept.
How many innings? Oh, well, with the last game, how many innings was it? Who did they play against?
Here comes the 0-1.
No, but let me tell you.
He pulled up
Go ahead.
time, but it's a cold strike
to start
two.
the season, they got swept, and then they won 9 in a row, and then they lost
Oh, shit.
last night. Yeah.
Oh, I need to start watching it, man, on Fox. They have it on Fox.
They have
he
9
rips
wins
this one
and
the
4
other way,
losses,
but
and they're
caught
one of
down
the
there
best
at
Cool.
third.
records in the
And
league.
that will
But
become
it's
out
still
number
very
2.
early because, 162
Yeah.
games.
I have to check my listings, right? It's on a Fox, right? They have it on Fox 2, Fox Sports.
John Birdie,
One.
he's 0
In
for
order to-
1
in
after
order to watch
grounding
the-
out
the
in his
Red
only
Sox,
trip to the
all
plate so
games,
far.
you're gonna have to
Yeah,
pay
I
for
understand.
the
Oh, I hate
This
that
guy's
crap.
got burning
God.
wheels down the first baseline. I don't think he
It's
even
like
It's getting worse.
$160
with that.
a
It's getting worse, right? Just ripping this. Let me tell you. Can I say something really? Well, of course. I guess I can. The subscription, the subscription services, it's coming as close to what you pay for the cable back in the days, or maybe cheaper.
Yeah, it is. It
I
is.
think it was
Remember when
cheaper. It was cheaper back then, right?
But remember, in the years like 2013, you could pay for Netflix, and it
Man,
would
this
be
pitcher
like
is
what,
on
$10
right
a
now.
month to get a
Pound
shit
Yeah.
ton of
zone,
movies, more than you
attacking
do
these
now.
It's getting
hitters.
worse,
He's
man.
making
It's
it look
getting
easy.
worse,
greedy.
Cameron.
You know,
I mean, this whole thing with the subscriptions. When you add up
In
all
some
the
cases,
subscriptions,
cable
yeah.
is. In some cases now, I'm seeing cable have better deals than having all of these subscriptions. Because when you want to
get a package deal. Yeah.
When you want to get this and this,
Guess what?
cable
I
is
still-
turning
I
out.
still have my satellite. Big satellite on my roof.
Yeah, maybe cable will come back, bro. When people get tired of the subscription, fuck this, let's go back to package
Yeah, like
deal.
right now, cable has an opportunity to lower their prices and become more
Yeah,
affordable.
with a package deal. They can do like internet and cable, right? Package deal and just sell it like that.
But if people,
he'll go after the first pitch to
Hold on, Augustus. I gotta answer this to Augustus. Augustus is a cool guy, man. He was also the one next to what's his name, Uncle Anxiety, who ensured me, hey, dude, don't worry about the StockX. They're authentic. They have 800 people working in the warehouses. They authenticate and they check to make sure it's a brand new console. Okay, so Augustus is a cool guy. Let me tell you, I think he's he's in Canada. I think his girlfriend's from Canada, but he's in Michigan.
Yeah, he said he's from Milton. He said he's from Milton, Ontario, if I remember.
Oh, Milton, Ontario. Well, there you go. I'm sorry. I don't know why I said Michigan. So anyway, which version should you buy? Augustus, I would say, here's what I'm going to say. DualSense controller definitely adds to the experience. And I already know that the Xbox Series X version is going to be missing that. Okay. Now, is that a big deal to you? I don't know. Here's the thing. Yes, you're not paying $63. You're saving money. The graphics, I'm pretty sure HDR and graphics will be the same. There's no question about that. Will be pretty much identical, and I'll do the video on that. But here's the difference. The controller, the experience, the DualSense, the batting. I mean, it just feels has that nice experience feel to it. I don't know, is that important to you, Augustus? That's something that you're going to have to determine, Again, yes, there's a big benefit that this is coming part of Game Pass Ultimate, and you don't have to pay. I mean, no one should deny that. Hey, dude, I'm saving money. I don't have to pay, so I don't care. But if you have a PlayStation 5 and you're like, hey, dude, this DualSense controller, even with FIFA yesterday, I noticed the difference on the Series X, not having that feel of the ball left to right as I'm moving it on the pitch that I get with the DualSense. Guys, this DualSense controller, it's very addictive. You really don't want to go back to anything else. I don't know how else to put it. Cameron, can you maybe just fill in and like tell people, because you had Xbox, you had, right? You know the difference in the controllers as well. Maybe if you want to put in your own, and you too, Mamba, as well, if you want. You know.
Like I think also, like other than like everybody, like, I don't think at this point in time
to try to control the running game.
Yeah, that's a good way of trying to control the running game. The problem with it, though,
the
it has
Xbox
a tendency
even
to throw
people
your
who have
command
Xbox
off
will
because
tell
you're worrying about that runner
okay, I
on
like
base.
my Xbox and I like the Game Pass, but if we're talking about controllers, PlayStation 5 controller is definitely
runners off for second.
A real next-gen experience all around. So I think at the end of the day, it's gonna come down to you. Like, if you play games, you probably already know what type of games you really like, what type of games you like. You know what type of games you're like. Okay, I'll try those, but they're not my they're not my favorite games. But you probably have games that you probably say to yourself, these are the games I have to play. I want to play these games, and I have to play them. And that's, to me, that's where you're really going to decide whether you want an Xbox or a PlayStation. I have a guy who texted me today on my channel about the newest video, and it's basically, he told me, he's like, Cam, I have a Series X, but I'm not really feeling it. Do you think I should get a PlayStation 5? And I know I can't answer that for him. I don't really know. He's like, I'm thinking about trading in my Series X and putting the difference in getting a PlayStation 5. And I'm basically telling him, it's going to be hard to get a PlayStation 5, but it's really going to depend on what you want. Like, okay, do you like the fact that with Xbox, you spend a subscription and you have all of these games? And those games that you're getting with the Xbox, are they games that you're really going to want to play? Like, there's no point, even if the subscription is cheap and affordable, there's no point in paying for it if you're not going to really play those games. Like me, I have 3 years of Game Pass. I know I keep saying that to everybody, 3 years, but there's always different people in chat. But when I think about it, like, I have 3 years of Game Pass, but the games that are on there, I'm not really jumping over hoops to want to play them. I'll play them, yeah, but they're there. But right now, there's so many games. There's like 15 games, maybe more, on the PlayStation 5 that I want to play. And a lot of these games are not necessarily PlayStation 5 games because I've never had a PlayStation 4. So I'm playing a lot of PlayStation 4. And now that Ed showed me this Days Gone game, that's one of the lists. That's one of the games that I threw into the pot that I have to play. So for me, I would have to play all of these games that I want to play before I even consider the free games that I have on Series X. But that may not be you. You might be a person who's highly invested into the Halo world, into the Gears world. You want to play, all of these Xbox games. Or for me, it's not the case. So I think at the end of the day, you have to look and say to yourself, well, a lot of the games that I want to play are on Game Pass. Then if I were you, then I would get the Xbox. But if you're saying, you know what, I love all of the exclusives, I'm a type of person that makes sure I play every single Sony exclusive because that's what I love, then you know what, get the PlayStation 5. The controller is just a nail in the coffin. That's how it is. The controller, the 3D pulse sound, all of these things is just a nail in the coffin. But like I said, it's going to depend mostly on which type of game
we're
you
just
really
here
like to play.
We're just here to give you our assessment, our observation. We're here to observe and give you the analysis. And you make a decision. Would you like a fully loaded Lexus or just a basic entry-level Lexus? I cannot make the decision for you. That's something you got to make a decision.
Yeah.
How important is that fully loaded Lexus for you versus entry-level Lexus? I don't know. That's
high in the air down the
that's
right
up to you
line.
to decide.
Duvall gets there for the catch,
right? That's the decision you have to make. Again, games like Returnal, these expensive new IP exclusives that will be coming. They're not being even announced yet. They're keeping it secret. They will be coming in the next 8 to 9, 10 years. How important is that for you? I don't know. again, that's something that you guys will have to make a decision. Do I want to experience these new exclusive games? Do I want to experience these new exclusive games with a DualSense haptic feedback and the PlayStation VR 2 with all this experience? That's decisions you're gonna have to make. That's decisions that I cannot make for you. We're just here. Remember, guys, I'm just here to give you my analysis and my opinions. If you're happy with the Xbox, bro, God bless you. God bless you. Enjoy it. Have a blessed day. Enjoy it, brother. Enjoy it, sister. I mean, it's all good, bro. It's all good. You know, but don't expect me to jump on some kind of fanboy train and just start, you know, waving that flag and yeah, woo, you know. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna be a cheerleader. You know, I'm not a cheerleader. So, you know, so you have to make your own decision. Same thing with the televisions. Hey, dude, if you are happy with your QLED, listen, I have Samsung. I think it's time that I connect it to the PlayStation 5 and Series X because it's brighter TV with HDR. I think I need to start doing that. Here's the thing. Hey, man, if you are happy with your Samsung Q8FN and you got a pretty good deal on it, if you are happy, dude, God bless you. Enjoy it.
I think a lot of people don't. I think a lot of people now, what it is they don't want to have buyer's remorse, and they feel like if they go with one direction, they're gonna have some kind of buyer's remorse, like they're like the grass may be greener on the other side, you know, and they're looking for, you know, they're looking for other YouTubers to confirm, you know, what they're believing, but it's just not the case. Like like I said, every YouTuber who has an Xbox, has a PlayStation, will probably tell you they like them both. They're both great. They both do great things, right? But maybe they have one that they prefer to play because it has the type of game. It's like you asking me, Cam, do you like blondes or do you like brunettes, right? And you're trying, and you might like blondes, and you want me to say I like blondes, but I might tell you, no, I like brunettes. There's just something about brunettes that I like more. You know, like everything is that's the thing with these consoles. You know, if you can afford to get both, then that's the way I would go. Like if you're like me personally, I would prefer to have both one Xbox, one PlayStation versus building a high-end PC. Now I know all of a sudden, now there's going to be a bunch of PC guys jumping in. They're like, hey, why the fuck are you talking about PC now? Right? Don't talk about PC. PC kills both of them. But the way I see it is I would rather have an Xbox and a PlayStation than have a PC because I get to have both worlds. I get to have more games at my finger, and I don't have to spend all of that money. You know, like that's if you can afford to get both, then go that way. But I know a lot of people can't.
Hold on, somebody just asked me. Somebody just asked me to talk about the MLB The Show. Well, we already did. Yeah. We talked about it, but you came in late. We talked about a haptic feedback and how much the DualSense and haptic feedback brings to this game. Graphically, it looks amazing. It's a next gen. It's 4K. It's HDR. It looks no different than what I would normally see on the Fox Sports or Fox Sports 1 being played out on MLB, the TV being played out on the TV. Actually looks better because this is a native 4K HDR. With the MLB TV, they give you a lousy 1080i interlace or 720p upscale to 1080p. So what can I say? It's a fully accessible game. There's so many things you can do. Manage your team, manage coaching. You can trade stuff, merchandise, sell merchandise, buy new merchandise. Dude, this game is like a wet dream for baseball fans. If you love baseball, this is like no-brainer. Again, I'm not reviewing the game. I'm just simply letting you know that there's so many features in this game, from building your own dream team, customizing it in which way you want, trading in the players, coaching every aspect of your team. You can even create your own stadium, if you will. But the DualSense is the kicker. The DualSense is the big kicker here. The way you control that ball, you feel everything that's happening on the screen, you're feeling it on the controller. And that's what adds to the experience. But then again, how important is that to you? I don't know. I mean, so we are talking about it, you know. So I don't want people think that we're not talking about it. We are talking about this game, obviously. Unless you have a specific question that you would like to ask me, you can ask me. You know, like what specifically would you like to know about the MLB The Show?
Into the windup, here comes the
Feel free to
I
ask.
think a lot of people are going to come into the chat and ask about this game because they haven't.
Sometimes you just can't overthink it.
Yeah.
If a guy can't
did I lose you?
a certain quadrant, why would you throw him
Hold on.
anything else? Case
I think I lost you, Cameron.
This guy's cold zone is away, and this pitcher keeps
hold on.
attacking that exact spot.
Did you?
Can you hear
can't.
me?
Yeah, I got you. You came back. I got you. I was worried for a minute, like, oh no, I lost you.
Oh.
Is Mamba
No,
still
no,
here? Yeah, he's still here.
Yeah, I was saying you're probably going to get a lot of people coming into the chat asking about this game because a lot of people probably didn't know that this game was even on the radar for coming out. Because
I didn't even know until yesterday.
Yeah.
So Brendan broke the news. I had no idea. Brendan broke the news. I find out from you guys a lot of shit. Like the demo, I found out from you. I had no idea.
Good job of holding up on the low ball there, and it's 1-2.
And that's the beauty about the community. We all find out from each other. You know, we all work together. It's not just me. It's just everybody contributes, and we all find out about all these different things that are happening in the gaming world. And I think that's what's so cool about that. I mean, listen, the graphics are. I'm just say this: the graphics are truly amazing. Are they photorealistic? Well, kind of mimicking to being there, but it's not 100% photorealistic. I don't want people to think, oh, this is like, state-of-the-art photorealistic. No, we're still not there yet, but it's definitely, like, if I was to walk into this, let's say, into my own room and somebody else's room, and I was watching this, I would probably say, hey, who's playing tonight? Like, I wouldn't have any idea. That actually, if I didn't know anything about video games, I couldn't tell a difference. If I was some old geezer, which I am old geezer, but let's say I never played any video games, I don't know shit about video games, and I just walk in and I see somebody, holding a controller instead of thinking it's a remote controller. Yeah, go ahead.
Speaking about that, sometimes I take some of the clips of my videos that I record and I put like a 1 minute clip on my Facebook. And do you know how many people think it's a movie? They're like, what the fuck? When is that movie coming out? And like, it's not a movie. It's a game.
Yeah.
Like when I was putting certain clips from The Last of Us, people are like, yeah, what movie is this? Or even the Spider-Man. They're like, is there a new Spider-Man movie? I'm like, no, it's not a movie. It's a game. I recorded a clip of the game that I'm playing and I put it up there. But these games, for the person who's not into gaming, they look so real, especially like the main exclusives or the main Xbox games that have the next gen real graphics. Like when people see it, they can't even tell the difference.
Now, I don't know if people want to know the technical thing. Okay, what they have actually adjust here from the previous year is when you're throwing the ball, it's much better accurate. Like the movement of the position where you want to throw the curved ball, it's not super sensitive like it was previous game. Now it's really accurately portrayed, and it's calibrated perfectly for you to move that ball and pitch it perfectly. Like you can pitch it perfectly now. So I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, the accuracy of where the ball is going to land and how you throw it, everything, it's more
maybe
it's more
that's
accurate.
What people want me to talk about. I don't know, maybe that's what they... Look, you guys tell me. What do you want to know? I mean, see right here on the left, I can choose how do I want to... What type of pitching would I like to choose? A cutter, a snicker, or a changeup? And it gives you how many miles per hour you're going to throw that ball. Or you can just throw a curveball like this, which I'm going to try to do again and see what happens. It's a good idea, a bad idea? Well, there you go. I hit him in the balls.
No, I heard Mamba say something
else. All that often, but this might be a good time
Which
for a
one?
3-2 change. If he can locate it, it's nearly impossible to hit.
Well, I mean, was he still saying the same thing? Because I don't know what's going on.
Well, that's why. No, he didn't. But that's what I said. You're probably going to get a lot of people who are going to come in and ask about the game because they haven't seen this game and they don't even know. There's one like Vincent Paradiso. He's a member, but I guess he's never played baseball and he asked something like, is it hard to learn about baseball for somebody who's never played it or seen it on TV? By watching the gameplay or something like that, I guess there's a lot of people who are interested in these type of sports games, I guess, right?
It's a simple math, you know. It's just you have to make sure you run to the base, and you make sure you hit that fucking ball, and make sure that it goes as far as it can be, and let's just hope that they can catch it as quick as possible. So
Yeah,
that
and
way you can
three
go.
strikes you're out kind of
Yeah,
thing,
and you have to run around the base. You know, that's it. You know, it's a very simple game, but for some people, you know, they're having, you know, this English term they use for innings and bottom of
Yeah.
the third, bottom of the fourth. It's kind of like we're in a third down, fourth down, you know, depending where you are in the base and who's
Yeah.
battering and who's pitching. Um, the best thing to do, honestly, since people are telling me to do the same thing, go Google this, Google is your friend. Listen, you want to learn about baseball. I want to learn about rugby, dude. I go to Google. I thought, okay, how did rugby started, the origin of rugby, go to Wikipedia, go to Google. I mean, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick about this, but honestly, if you want to learn about something, just go to Google, bro. They'll tell you everything you need to know about a baseball, when it first originated, how it started, and all that. What is it different from cricket? The game, what you call it? There's another sport that's similar that that New Zealand has that's similar to baseball, but it's not baseball. It's something else. Crickets or what the hell called? I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
in my country they play cricket. Yeah, cricket
Yeah,
is bigger
yeah.
than baseball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but there's
England
some
too, they play
yeah,
cricket.
there's some similarities, but all of this stuff you can
Yeah.
learn. Like what do we mean by the bottom of the two, bottom of the three, ninth inning, 10th inning, 11th inning, who's out and who's in, how many strikes, all of that stuff you can learn. You just go to Google, man, and just search it, Wikipedia, and they'll explain everything to you, you know. So, but I don't know, is this for some people it might be boring. I don't know. I cannot answer that question. For some people, Formula One it's boring. For some people, tennis is boring. So for some people, golf it's boring. So again, you know, which sport do you like? That's up to you. That's your preference, you know.
Baseball is actually very fun to play. Like I used to
I
watch
played it too in
baseball,
high
but
school a little bit. Yeah.
yeah, like I stopped watching
Hold on, guys,
baseball,
hold
but
on, I'll
I
be right back.
Into the box,
Yeah.
Willie Adames.
but I thought like when I actually played
And
baseball,
first base
baseball is
Jones
actually
taking
amazing
one
to play.
away for ball one.
Either even if you're the
0 for
batter or
1
you're
in this
catching
one.
it,
Yeah.
baseball is actually amazing. It's actually more fun to watch to play baseball than it is to watch it. So that's what I've always found when it comes to baseball. Like I'm Canadian, so we're over here the national sport is hockey.
Of course.
So I grew up playing hockey as a kid and ball hockey in Montreal. So hockey is life.
Now it's 2-0.
But I also played baseball growing up. But I always said to myself, like as a kid, like playing baseball was amazing. But when I started to come to Toronto, I started to watch Toronto Blue Jays. And I was like, it's more kind of boring. They just sit there and, like you said, they're scratching their nuts all the time. They're adjusting that jock strap all the time, and it's kind of slow. The guys are spitting tobacco on the ground. Actually, the baseball movies are actually pretty cool. Remember the old movies with Tom Selleck, baseball, and Charlie Sheen? Like those are pretty cool too.
Yeah. Baseball, it's also fair. I think Robert De Niro said one time, because he's a big Yankees fan, and he said what he likes about the baseball versus, let's say, football is the fact that the baseball, it's fair. They got fair rules, and you really can't cheat. And football, you can get away with a couple of things if the referee didn't see it, right?
You heard that there was a big cheating operation with the Houston.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, it was very big. Very.
So I
big.
guess you can cheat in baseball as well.
Yes, you can.
All right, so De Niro was wrong. De Niro, you were wrong. De Niro, you were wrong about that.
Sign stealing. That's what
I
they
see.
do. They steal signs from the teams that they give to their team.
Okay, so that way, that's how they get the point. I got you.
So you mean like how the guy? So you mean like the catcher is giving the pitcher a sign where to throw the ball, and if the other team learns it, you think that's cheating?
That's pretty much sign stealing. Is where you steal, the sign that the player gives to their team.
Yeah, you're giving the shortcuts. You basically you're like, yeah. It'd be kind of like this. You tell the referee, let's say like this, for example, you give, let's say soccer, football, you give a referee a sign. Hey, don't call the offside. Just play. Don't raise that flag. Just don't throw the flag. Just turn the blind eye. and the referee never calls the offside. But everybody can see with the fucking offside, right? He was way ahead out of everybody. So it's kind of like that, you know. I don't know. Maybe it's not a good analogy.
Even the umpires didn't know that there was a big operation, and they didn't find out until what? 2 years
How about
later?
deflating the ball? How about the Patriots and deflating the ball, bro? Remember that shit show? And he got away with that, man. Brady got away with that shit, man, big time. And there's a lot of he destroyed his phone. Do you know how important his? Listen, I know Brady's full of shit on this one, dude. All the information that he has on that phone, the contact list and everything. Come on, bro. You know, it's and all of a sudden that his phone was destroyed, and was it something like that? He broke it, or what was the deal? I know that he kind of lied about that, about his phone. Like, oh, I didn't get any messages from anybody because the phone was destroyed, and then they looked at the phone and supposedly they couldn't find anything. Bullshit. You can always find. There's a way to access that, even through provider. They can check out their cloud service to see what messages came through. But the whole thing, that whole investigation was a BS, man. What's his name? Roger Goodell. Just the whole thing was pretty much rigged. They were trying to protect Patriots. They were trying to protect Brady, right? It was clear and cut. It was a clear and cut deal.
People think that Goodell was against the Patriots. He really wasn't. He really
But the money was big for him not to, do what he needed to do. The money was too good, right? The big bag of money. Listen, money talks, bullshit walks. At the end of the day, it's your best friend that's going to sell you out. Why? The bag of cash. That's it. Duffel bag of cash. That's why.
From the stretch,
right?
Here's the pitch.
Pretty much. That's there's going to be your best friend who's going to actually ride you out. It's going to take that money. Survival of the fittest.
Block this asshole in
Who?
the chat saying play the game. He said play the game. Damn.
Here's the 0-1 pitch.
I am playing the game.
Lined hard toward right center.
I'm playing the fucking game, dude.
Should be extra bases. And now it'll rattle up against.
Nah, don't even acknowledge him. It's not even worth our oxygen there.
I blocked him, don't worry.
Yeah, we're in the fifth now.
Yeah. With a run scoring on the play.
I'll block that one.
I usually just block them, dude. I just sometimes I'll reply to them just to tell them what I need to tell them. Like, come back next time again, but make sure you bring a lot of fake accounts so you can make me money. Like yesterday, I made 3,000 videos on that. 3,000 views on that video. Simple. And I didn't have to do. Look, all I had to do is just tell them, hey, I have a problem with my Xbox, and this is what's happening, and that's it. I'll make another video. I'll have another problem with the Xbox. I'll have a problem with the Xbox every day. Or like a 1 minute video, like every day I have a problem. I have a problem. The smoke's coming. The smoke's coming out of my Series X, bro.
What about that one you hear rockets cooking?
Yeah, the Bill Gates standing. Dwayne Rock the Johnson and Bill Gates stay next to the barbecue rack.
That one was hysterical.
Remember the one I did with 2001 Space Odyssey? All this with the monolith Series X coming down. Remember that?
Next to hit is Randy Rosarena,
what was it?
trying to keep things going now with a runner at first.
Oh yeah, and there were
they hit it or something.
Yes, and then there was another one where I was using it as a heater. Like if you're cold, it's a winter, and this is a good way to heat up yourself, and use the Series X heater. It was actually really nice. Actually, it looked like a heater.
It looks like a mini fridge, like that holds I don't know.
It looks like a bin, trash bin with ashtray on top. Honestly, even right now, it's like
some tiny trash bin,
And also like a subwoofer. You know what? It also looks like a subwoofer, reflector subwoofer for Samsung. Soundbar. Dude, if I put this Xbox Series X next to the soundbar, you probably think it's a package deal. It's like a subwoofer, bro. You plug the shit in. Really, bro. I'm not kidding, bro. You would probably mistake it for a the subwoofer. The 20-inch subwoofer? Can you hold on?
PlayStation 5.
Can you put even the circular stand that's down below it looks like a subwoofer opening for a subwoofer speaker, you know? And the tweeter, and then the
It is true though.
and this air that's coming out from the top, it's actually the air that goes out of the for the subwoofer to blow that air, so you can feel that vibration.
But just imagine they find a way to do some workaround for the PlayStation 5 and make it an actual router.
Xbox Series X subwoofer.
They find a workaround. They find a workaround for the PlayStation 5.
Hey Cameron, Cameron, let me ask you this: when you finally when you unpacked this Series X, when you put it next to your home theater stand, did you almost mistake it for subwoofer when you put it?
There's a big difference.
What do you what do you think about it now that you have it standing next to the PlayStation 5? Because originally I always personally thought that the Xbox looked sexier than the PlayStation. Before I had either one of them. When I would watch videos, I would look at the Xbox and I would say I like the minimalistic look. I would say, you know what, that would fit my attire much better because everything in my house is black. All of my electronics are black. And I would tell myself, okay, I could see the Xbox going right here in this corner and it would match. But the PlayStation, it didn't look right. I was like, fuck, it looks fucked up. Maybe if I get a black one, it would look okay. But then when I, now that I have them both, I've gotten used to the PlayStation and I quite like it. But as
honestly,
far as you have them both. You have them next to each other. What do you think?
And I think I said this the first time I unboxed it. I was really surprised how big it is, actually. I didn't think it was going to be this big. I thought it was going to be smaller. I was really surprised how wide and big it is. Obviously, it's not bigger than PlayStation 5. It's not wider than PlayStation 5, but it's definitely bigger. It's not as small as some people are claiming it to be. I was like, wait a minute, this is still taking a lot of space. This is not a small little thing, and it's also very heavy too. Not as heavy as PlayStation, but it's definitely, you feel the heftiness to it. So yeah, I'm still impressed by how big it is, and that fan, how big that fan is inside, on top of that green circular, opening. It looks like one of my Thermaltake fans, bro, on the iBuyPower, bro. It's actually bigger than one of my Thermaltake iBuyPower fans. It's impressive. So the cooling probably is pretty good on this thing. But you look at the fan when you open the PlayStation 5, how big that thing is. That son of a bitch, right? Yeah. And how circular the opening is. You got better cooling. I'm sorry, Xbox fans, but you got a better cooling on the PS5 because it's bigger, has more opening for the heat sink for all the hot air to blow out and circular that cold temperature. In my opinion.
One thing, this is maybe a little off topic because we're talking about specs, and I like to learn about odd things that people don't think about. But one guy one guy he was doing a test and he's talking about long term, right? He's like, if you look at the Series X on the PlayStation, how they design the vent, they both have different ways that they utilize venting the air out. The PlayStation is mostly through the back area, and it also has the fins that come around the top, but it vents. If you put your hand, the heat is coming out of the back. The Xbox is coming out from the top. And the guy goes, and he's like one of these guys who is he's into the way stuff is designed, right? So he's not necessarily a gamer, and he was talking about the problem I see with the Xbox long term is the fact that it vents upwards. So meaning the upwards of the console is completely open. So what's going to happen over time is dust, debris.
Yeah.
As it naturally falls in your room, or if your room is dusty, more than likely the Xbox is more susceptible to dirt and debris and dust falling on the top naturally and going into the Xbox. So the Xbox over time, probably will require more maintenance as far as cleaning it than the PlayStation, whereas it's venting in the back. So, you know, if dust falls on the PlayStation, well, it's not going to go into those openings. You know, and I thought that was pretty interesting because not a lot of people spoke about that when they were talking about the way that the console's vented.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, something that people need to think about as well. Versus, that's why the PlayStation 5 is so big, because they really thought about the cooling. You know, there's a reason why it's so big. You know, they could have made it smaller, I'm pretty sure, but they really wanted to make sure that it doesn't overheat. They really wanted to make sure that it stays cool. And I think that was their main focus. And I think Mark Cerny talked about that as well a little bit, didn't he?
First pitch of the AB on its way.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the cooling is the most important thing for anything, not just your PC, your console, everything. I mean, because even your phone has to have a proper cooling. Otherwise, your phone's going to die. So be careful. Yeah, you can easily damage that iPhone 12, that whatever, $1,500 phone. Was ridiculous. But, yeah, go ahead.
Definitely a plus to both consoles is that they've definitely improved the way that they cool the machine down, and with minimal sound. You know, like, you know, one might have, you know, half a decibel louder, but in the reality, when you're sitting down playing the game, you don't hear shit. Xbox is quiet, PlayStation is quiet. Nobody's gonna go and stick their ear next to the machine and listen for sound. You know, so people who say, you know, this one is louder, I can put my ear in that's a nonsense.
Wait a minute, Xbox, no, fanboys will. Fanboys will.
Like,
sick fanboys.
Like both of them, in my opinion, both of them are great for sound. Both of them vent the air properly, you know. So at the end of the day, you know, people. I never had a PlayStation 4, but everybody who I've watched who had it said the thing sounds like a jet engine, you know. So you know, I can imagine how that must. I remember actually when you were playing The Last of Us, that PlayStation was getting a workout. We were joking about how we could hear the PlayStation in the live chat. You know, all of the noise the PlayStation was making, the PlayStation 4. So,
that's just your classic ribby knock right there, Dan. He's able to turn
the
pitch he wanted right there and drive it into the outfield.
Good job getting the barrel of the ball right there, able to get that one through. It picks up an RBI.
Well, I mean, PlayStation 4 definitely Pro had issues with the
probably the loudest, right, out of the consoles, right? The PlayStation 4 Pro.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no question. But, you know, you can take it apart, you can clean it, take that top part, and you can, you know, I showed how to do it. It's not a big deal to really clean it. You use the, like air duster, blower or something, and you can clean that. It shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, it still works. I still have it, dude. I haven't had any issues since 2016.
I think that it's very impressive that it managed to run The Last of Us 2 and Ghost of Tsushima.
A 1-2 count to the Rays catcher.
Yeah. I mean, listen, PlayStation 4 Pro kicked ass. Kicked Xbox One S. The Xbox One S, not Series S, but One S, and also kicked the Xbox One X ass. And they discontinued the Xbox One X. Not only did they make the Xbox One, check this out. Not only did they make Xbox One X drop the freaking price to $300, but they also discontinued the fucking thing. So that's a fact. That's a fact. How badly he mopped the floor. How badly Sony mopped the floor with their PS4 Pro.
Was full of bullshit, you know. I thought he said he was gonna, you know, give them different ways to play, but then he proceeds to discontinue the Xbox One X. What does that show us? That shows him that he's a bullshit artist, which we already knew, but we know it even more now.
Yeah, I mean, even I bought into his bullshit with the Scorpio, and I was like, oh, this is gonna be the next big thing, man. Everybody was so dead set on the PlayStation 4 Pro doesn't have a 4K Blu-ray player. It doesn't have a 4K Blu-ray player. And here's the thing, even not having the 4K Blu-ray player still kicked ass. Like, dude, if you care about the 4K Blu-ray player, just go and buy a 4K Blu-ray player. Like, I'm buying a console because of the video games. I'm not buying that console because of the 4K Blu-ray player. If I want the 4K Blu-ray player, guess what? I have the Holy Grail Godzilla or 4K Blu-ray player called Oppo UDP-203. There's nothing better than that. And I have it. It sits right there. It's built like a tank. It's bulletproof. Bulletproof. I'm worried that I don't drop this on somebody because this shit is like a fucking free weight. 250-pound free weight. Go ahead.
Get some wheels in motion, maybe get aggressive.
Yeah, long time ago, 2017.
Yeah, that sucks because they made a great players. And now,
oh yeah.
What do you have? Oh, you
swing, but this will be
really?
strike 2 call.
Yeah. Actually, I got a bunch of 4K Blu-rays right now. Let me see.
I don't know.
Check this out, bro. Look how many 4K Blu-rays I have, bro. PS5.
Sonic one is okay.
PS5, Series X, Scorpio, Oppo, the old Samsung. So I got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 5 4K Blu-ray players. It's crazy.
Looking to put him away.
Even
Here's
my,
the 0-2.
Even my Xbox. I think the One
down the
S
left
plays
field
4K
line.
movies.
Left fielder is on the move.
Yes.
And they
yes,
can't
your
run
1S.
down.
That's the one I gave to my brother, the white one.
Yeah, that shit's insane.
Yeah.
1S from
Listen, 1S was great at the time. It was the first console that, that to utilize HDR and upscale to 4K, you know, and do all these things. Yeah. That's how I started my channel, man. That's pretty much, it started with Phil Spencer. And relationship didn't end too well, though. You know, I don't get it, man. All this bullshit hate coming towards me. No one has done more videos on that Xbox One S more than me. Look at 500,000. Each video has 500,000, bro. Each video has like 500,000 fucking views, bro.
These assholes, these trolls, they have, they cheat.
Next to stand in
go
is
to the quantum guy.
Listen, nobody was doing what I was doing when I was doing it. Everybody was on a freaking Elgato, on their whatever they call it, whatever other OBS and other shit. Nobody was doing what I was doing. Ever since I started doing it, everybody started jumping on the bandwagon. Hey, and that's fine. If I can influence people to do what I do, so be it. I haven't heard nothing from Vincent Teo when I was doing what I was doing. I haven't heard nothing from Art Things when I was doing what I was doing. I haven't heard from anybody when I was doing what I was doing. It's finally I was able to do something that no one else wanted to do, is to talk about these televisions, to talk about the consoles, to talk about, hey, that this is the next big thing. And I was right. The 4K revolution is the next big thing. And it changed the gaming. It definitely did. More 4K. Everybody was focused on 4K. All the developers were focused on HDR and how well HDR helps with video games. Not just the movies, but the video games.
They're starting to produce baseball, Red Sox games in 4K, but you can't even watch them
hard to the left side.
But here's the thing,
that'll get down
for
a
2-out single. In the game. But
just when you're looking for one of those shutdown innings, you get 2 quick outs, D-roll, then you have a 2-out base hit to extend the inning.
You know what's funny, Mamba? I have AT&T TV, and guess what? It's a 4K machine. It has HDR. It supports HDR, it supports 4K. But guess what? But guess what? But guess what? But guess what? The broadcaster, MLB, and the Fox Sports 1 and 2, they don't, hold on, they don't give that support of 4K and HDR. You know what they do? 720p.
Here's why.
720p, brother.
Here's the problem. They don't want to spend money on high resolution because that costs money. They don't want to spend money on a 4K.
Oh, this is a home run. Home run. Is it? Yes, home run. Woo! Bro, let me tell you, I felt it. When he hit it, bro, it was like a shockwave that went through my body holding this controller. And this is something I can't wait for you guys to feel with a DualSense. See, this is what I was talking about. This is the kind of shit you're gonna feel with a dual sense. When he
I
hit
can't
it, bro,
wait to
I
see
felt it, bro.
big,
You're gonna
big
feel it.
imagine I make like I hope that does it cost money to make like a legend?
He's not used to
Probably
guys
does.
barreling him up
Yeah,
and hitting him in
yeah.
the seats.
But
Standing
here's
in
the
now,
thing, I
John
go to
Birdie.
NBA 2K and you can play a regular
Fouled
game
off.
with all-stars
He's working on a
and
1-for-2 game so
all-time
far.
NBA teams, which is pretty cool.
The
My-
windup and
Thank
the
you, Mr.
0-1.
Din.
United
is.
fan is back.
United fan, welcome back.
2
United
runs, 5
fan.
hits, and 1 error.
Here we go.
Hey, Mama, if you didn't know, a United fan was telling us last night after you left that he was able to secure a PS5 digital from StockX for $501 plus tax. So I think he said $551 after taxes, and it's he's in Ireland, if I remember.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. That's absolutely very happy for you, United fan. Very happy that you got that deal too. That's insane.
By the way,
Yeah,
United
great deal.
fan, you missed it yesterday, bro. It was 8-2 after you left. Manchester
Wait,
United.
what the hell? You won a game 8-2?
Yeah, 8-2, bro. Well,
I think you won. You won 10-1 or 10-0 or 11-1.
Oh, that
right?
was
You won
with Barcelona. With Barcelona, dude. He was on fucking fire. What's his name?
Oh yeah.
Lionel Messi was on fire, and I did it on a professional, bro. That's
I
the thing.
remember
I
one
moved up
time
to a professional
You were playing
difficulty.
that one night we were playing FIFA on Stadia and Messi sucked, but Phil Harrison was interfering with the stream and he was making the Stadia
Anthony
lag.
Bass will come on
Yeah.
to take over on the mound now.
Yeah,
He'll hit in
Vincent,
the
it
third
feels
spot
great,
in the
man.
lineup.
It
The
was
control.
hilarious.
Double switch.
Brandon was
Garrett
making
Cooper
jokes about
is the new center
Phil
fielder
Harrison.
after coming on
It was
as
so
a
funny.
pinch hitter during
Oh,
the last half
WWE
inning.
will take a full advantage
So
of
now to the plate, Ryan
the dual
Yarbrough
sense. There's no
hitting in
question
his
about
own
that, bro.
turn with his guys
UFC
up by
5
2
should
in
come
inning
out.
number
Oh,
6.
yeah.
That usually comes out like every 2 years.
Wait, Formula One 2021 coming out this summer. That will take a full advantage of this.
Oh
First
yeah,
pitch of
that's
the
Yeah,
inning
yeah,
on
yeah.
its
gonna
way.
be. And then you
And
got
he throws the fastball by
WRC
him
10
here,
in
0-1.
September.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a juggernaut. And Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart looks like a great game. That's the
And now
exclusive.
pitch on the way.
It's $70. Who gives a shit? It's still worth it.
Yeah.
Oh, I give a shit. It's costs more money. I'm still not in favor of it, but you know, it's still gonna be an awesome game.
I gotta tell you, man, I'm also happy that the Xbox, with the EA Play, that they included NHL 21, dude. I love NHL. I play NHL off and on. So I'm really kind of happy about they did that shit. You know,
That
it's
was a
kind of
good
cool.
one. That
Yeah.
was a good pickup. That was
Yeah,
very good.
NHL 21 is really good, man. And I still have my what you call it
Wasn't even the
franchise. I created my own team or something.
And
I
I
didn't
know
I?
that
Yeah.
GameStop is like universal bullshit artists, but even they said it's pretty good.
Oh, NHL 21, it's really good, man. I don't know, Cameron, if you ever played it, but NHL 21, dude, if you love hockey,
No, I
it's
haven't played it. But I played when I
really
was.
good,
I played
really
the
good.
old ones and I loved them.
I played a good amount of NHL games. Yeah, I played like a good
Didn't
amount.
quite
You know,
catch the zone there.
I
ball
played
one.
the 18. I played the
This
19.
is where you
I
have to
played
be
the 20.
really
I played
aggressive. 1 and
many
2
before,
count
you know.
on an American
Yeah.
League pitcher that rarely bats.
Well, now we got a bunch
Go
of.
right after him.
I just realized I collected a bunch of sports games, man. Yeah, listen, if you guys can jump in and play this as well. Like if you want to feel
Holy
it,
shit, that's right.
Hey,
right.
Cameron,
I can do that now.
Cameron.
I forgot.
Well, I mean, I don't. Can you do it? Well, you can't feel it.
I know, I can't feel it, but it's.
Well, let's see
I
if
can
Mamba
still
can-
get a feel
let's-
for the game.
Yeah, you
want
wanna
to
try it?
For the game.
You want to
Yeah,
try it?
I can try it.
All right, here,
Sure.
let me do this for you, bro. Here.
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna do
want
this
to
one.
just experiment. I know that the
Dude,
it's not
I
gonna be
almost,
like a
Cameron,
dual
I almost
sense,
forgot about this.
Yeah.
but- Yeah, the
Hold
new
on.
update. Yeah, this is pretty cool.
Martin
Guys, what
is
he's going to be doing now is we normally have done PlayStation Share with PlayStation 5 to PlayStation 5 where Ed can share his game with another PlayStation 5 owner. But with the new update, he can now share it with PlayStation 4 owners. So Mamba is going to try to play the game from his PlayStation 4.
Yeah, this is gonna be fun.
Here, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna let him
All right.
play it.
Cause I updated my PlayStation 4, so it's all set up and dandy ready.
Here, and it's gonna be right here. Start to share play. And I'm gonna select Mamba first, and then Kemi will be Kemi D will later on. Here we go. You select visitor plays as you, so now he's gonna take over my controller, which is great. Gives me a little break. Here we go.
Do I have to press share? Yeah, now it's allowing me.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, yeah.
Let me press PlayStation button. I'm gonna join party. I mean play session. So let's go.
It's all you, bro.
Connecting.
I'm not playing this, but I'm just chilling out now. Chilling out with Cameron.
Oh shit!
You can do this. You can do this.
Yeah,
on
this is gonna be insane here.
See, this is what's missing out on Series X. This is what bothers me about the Xbox Live. Here we go. Now he's playing it.
I've noticed that the quality, the latency is very good, but the quality is a little bit off. But yeah, you know what? It's better than nothing. I'll get PlayStation 5 in a week anyway. Right.
Wait a minute. You cannot find your game after you redeem the code.
Oh shit!
Mamba, is you playing?
Yeah. This is Mamba.
Oh yeah, Mamba's playing. This is amazing. PlayStation 4 is playing the PlayStation 5 game.
Number 6 with a leadoff triple.
Okay.
How cool is that? Even if you don't have a PlayStation. Now, yes, you're gonna missing out on DualSense, but still, you get to
still
see
gets
it.
a feel of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get a feel of what's going on
use
here,
a knock here
Yeah.
over 3 in the game so far.
Skied
in the air to straightaway left.
Don't fuck this one up.
So this is what I was telling. This is what me and Cameron were talking about yesterday. Like, why isn't this something like this available on the Xbox Live? Why not include this? Why not make it more interactive, more social experience? Why limit? Right, Cameron? I mean, don't you think that's a fair assessment? Like, why?
100%. Who wouldn't like to be able to do this with their buddy?
Yeah, I don't get that. Like, why they don't want to do this, man?
Mamba's playing the game right now, United fan. It's not Mr. 4K playing. It's Mamba playing it right now.
I'm feeling everything. Everything he's doing, I'm feeling it right now, bro.
It's not the quality. I'm just terrible with this. I'm very.
Well, your first time playing it, so you got to get used to the
Yeah,
mechanics.
yeah.
I've played MLB The Show in the past. I'm losing my touch a little bit. I haven't played in a long time.
Nah, you're good, bro. You're good.
I'm just experimenting here.
Adames takes his lead at third with 1 away.
I'm usually not that bad at pitching.
Liner toward right center.
Jesus.
Are you batting or are you throwing?
That was a good effort.
Out in right center.
Are you batting or pitching?
Their lead even further as the
pitching,
run
yeah,
from third is in to score. And he is in at third base with an
And I feel
RBI
everything,
triple.
every movement that he's doing, I feel on my controller.
Daily conditioning in during the game.
Even
That's
though
his
the
second triple.
Yeah.
PS4,
Obviously, he's seeing the
Yeah.
ball great, and he's
You can play teams here. Like you can go get a coffee and come back, you know, and
Yeah, dude, I can
go
eat
take
my-
a rest. Like if you're,
I can.
this is good.
I'm gonna
This
do
is
this
good
with a Returnal, man. I'll just watch you guys play Returnal. Hey,
No,
dude,
might-
it works for me perfectly. Dude, you know how, dude, it makes me so happy that I can just let you guys play it, take turns, and I'll just kick back, relax. I love it. Listen, Cameron, I love it.
You know, imagine when you get to Gran Turismo and you're playing those like fucking marathon races, and you have you and your buddies, and all of you are good. You're like, okay, we got to get this. So you can go take like a break. You know, you can go take a nap while your buddy plays for a couple hours.
Exactly.
You come back, you take over. You know what I mean?
Exactly, man. It's just,
Here it comes.
honestly,
1-1.
I think every device should have this. Every console should have this. I mean, every electronic device should have something like this. And what about Stadia? Where is this? Stadia.
And they keep making those false promises.
Come on.
The new Final Fantasy is going on Stadia too, right? I think I saw that, right?
Yeah.
You heard that Shadow is probably gonna
Not Final Fantasy, Resident Evil. I mean, sorry, Resident Evil.
Shadow PC is gonna make a decision on April 30th whether they're gonna, because they're looking into investors. They're all over the place. They might shut down.
But they're gonna shut down. It's everything. I hate to be one of those prophet guys, because listen, no one asked me, would you like to be a prophet? It's not like I went to some alien creature and said, hey, I want to be a prophet. It's just, this is a common sense, man. I'm nothing special. I'm not some Moses that crosses the Red Sea. I'm simply saying this is a common sense. I can see what's going on. I can see a trajectory. This is which way this is going to go. Like, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see which way it's going to go. Right, Cameron? Certain things you can tell. Hey, if we do this move here, if we do this strategy here, This is what's gonna happen. It's gonna go this way. It's a big risk. You know. Same thing with the maximum settings, bro. I try to help maximum settings.
Fuck, whatever happened to maximum settings?
Dude, I genuinely,
they're gone.
Bro, genuinely, I try to help them. Really, and you guys know I tried it. I genuinely try to help the guy Paul. I really did, but he got butthurt. He got butthurt. Here's what he got butthurt, Cameron. And I know he's from Toronto. He got butthurt because he felt like I was telling him how to run a business. I reserve the right, just so you know. Like, just so you know, I reserve the right. And I said, dude, I get it. I understand it's your business. You reserve the right. You can do whatever you want to do with it. I'm not here to tell you how to run your business. I was just trying to help you for free boost your freaking business. And he took it the wrong way, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, because, you know.
And honestly, I was just trying to help them. I wasn't trying to. And I told him, dude, you're not going to survive. And I said, I know how business works, man. You're not going to survive with this. I've seen this movie before. You know, ignorance. Yeah.
He's on point today, throwing a lot of exploding.
I don't know if Mr. Urban still goes there. I don't know.
I don't think I think that he just does the Stadia.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think that and even then, you know, he told us.
Cameron, didn't I say this yesterday? And I think you agree with me. I said I'm probably the most misunderstood YouTuber on the planet. All I try to do is help people, man. All I try to do is help people. Now, this is the way I talk. This is who I am. Doesn't mean I'm an asshole. But I'm just trying to help people, man. You know, but people take it the wrong way. They look at it like, no, he wants to fuck me. He wants me to fail. And no. If I want you to fail, I know how to do that. Believe me. I know how to do it. I know which buttons to press. I know which strings to pull. If I want somebody to fail, everybody can do it. It's not that difficult. But I genuinely try to help people, man. But hey, I'm the most misunderstood person on the planet, you know. Go watch the guy with the mask. He needs to pleasure his girlfriend twice or whatever. Or somebody he paid on the street, you know, to pleasure, to screw her twice to make her happy or whatever. Go watch that clown who's hiding behind a mask and hiding his identity, right? Go watch these other clowns. But I genuinely try to help people, man. You know, give them my advice. Give them my analysis on certain things and products. I try to do that, man.
Hold on, I need to warm up. I'm gonna warm this guy up. Warm up. Yeah.
And here's the thing, man.
I didn't know you could do that.
Here's what people don't hear from me. What people don't hear is, because maybe I should do a video on that, but I don't want to brag about it. How many emails, how many contacts I get, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people telling me how much I helped them. Getting a new TV, getting this console, getting that, getting these settings, how many people I have helped, getting this cable, trying to make a decision on this or that. If I show you the list of people that actually thank me, you would be surprised and shocked, Cameron.
Right side.
United fan donated $2. He said, "You guys tell the truth."
Thank you, United fan. I appreciate it, man.
That was a close play right there.
So the next to bat
well, not all of us, to be honest, Vincent. I know my people. I know my kind. You know, we can be very tricky. Believe me, I know that. But for the most part, the way I was raised by, you know, a really good father who taught me to try to be, to try to treat people the way you would want your own son to be treated, like to treat people with respect, to treat people with, you know, dignity, but it has to be a two-way street, basically. It has to be a two-way street, meaning that if you want the respect, you gotta earn it, you know. It's a two-way street, it's not a one-way street. Means that you cannot mistake me for some kind of weakness, looking at me, okay, this guy is easy, he's nice to everybody, let me just run him over. It doesn't work that way. I can be, you know, the nicest guy, or I can be the worst asshole on the planet. So that's the way, that's the advice, basically. I treat people the way they treat me. You know, if you treat me nicely, I'll treat you nicely. It's really, even, Steven, it's very equal. It's and it's fair. That it's fair, you know. But you got haters out there. You got jealous people out there. They don't see it that way. They see it differently.
Now is Corey Dickerson. He'll start things out here in the bottom of inning number 7.
The left fielder, Corey.
Early swing there as he pulls it foul to the right side.
This is why the manager pencils these guys in.
Oh, this is pretty cool, man.
Big spot. Time for him to get back in this game with a couple.
Yeah.
I should have let that go.
Guys, he doesn't even have a PlayStation 5. He's on a PlayStation 4 Pro. Believe that?
Yeah, this demonstrates something to the Xbox tribalism.
Still no balls
Oh
and 2
God,
strikes.
please.
Xbox tribe.
Actually, while you're doing that, let me read you some awesome comments from my wonderful Xbox fans. Here we go.
Oh boy,
What was
this
it?
is gonna be good, guys.
Here we go. Xbox Series X, do not rise, son of Rome. Hold on, here we go. Let's see the latest. Oh Lord, 40 dislikes already. Already 40 dislikes.
Nothing in 2 count.
Let me see.
And the pitch.
Let me see.
And there's a base hit on the
Base
line.
hit, good.
With that, the Marlins get a good
Oh,
start.
here's probably somebody I blocked already. His name is Genova first, or I don't know what that is. And his other fake accounts, 01 Dev whatever. It's an 8-year game that no one cares about. Why would they waste money? This is what Genova says. It's an 8-year game that no one cares about. Why would they waste money? How do you know that no one cares? Who are you to make that decision? Who cares? How do you know what I care about? What are you? Who appoints you to be the god, the jury, the executioner? Who are you, Genova? Which Jedi did you talk to get appointed to be that guy? But that's according to this Genova first. It's an 8-year game.
Next from Miami.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Whenever you see people put these numbers in their names, like
hold on,
name
let me
have, like, extra
hold on. This is 1 hour ago. Let me see this Genoa. Let me go click on his profile. Let's see. Let's see. What he has. Who is he subscribed to? Okay, who is he subscribed? Let me see. Oh, I see. Xbox. Ah, he's subscribed to the Xbox right away. He's subscribed to Sidney Goodman. Okay. Let's see what else he got. Ooh, oh my God, he's actually subscribed to me. Holy shit. Holy mother of God. He's actually, he's subscribed to me, bro.
There to begin the at-bat. It's
That's a pathetic
Nah, we're not gonna listen, man. I'm gonna try to cure people, man. I'm not gonna block anyone anymore. I think blocking them makes them feel, makes them go crazy, dude. Maybe I shouldn't be doing that, man. I think I need to start curing people. No more blocking. Let them stay, guys. That's it. No more blocking. I'm gonna cure people. I'm gonna change the world. That's it, man. I'm gonna change the world, bro. Just let them stay. I think they need to blow up some steam. Let them blow up some steam. They're angry and whatever. I'm gonna help them out.
Yeah,
you know.
the pandemic, the cold, the lockdown.
Mr. 4K Doctor Therapy.
Below the knees, 1 ball, no strikes.
Oh my God.
Yeah, man. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Actually, I don't realize that sometimes, man. You know, me blocking them maybe can make things worse. You know, in their heads.
I told you, some people they go crazy when a lot of these guys who.
Yeah, man.
I think
I feel bad now, dude. I feel bad, though. I feel responsible, man. I feel responsible for their well-being, dude. Seriously.
What's worse is when they keep imagine how fucked up you have to be to go create all these fake accounts to come back to somebody who already blocked you. Right?
Yeah.
And it's like to me it's like these people, they're looking for a friend, and because you don't want to be their friend, they've now become like your stalker, you know? Every video you post, they're gonna be like your #1 fan watching the video. They're the first one to hit that dislike. They got you gonna hit the dislike before they watch the video. You know, that's the generation of people today. Me, if I don't like somebody, I don't follow you.
Cameron, here's what I'm gonna do to change them, to help them. I think I can change the world. Here's what I'm gonna do. We're not gonna block anybody anymore. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna hit the heart. I'm gonna give a heart and like to every word they say, and I'll say thank you. Stay blessed. Thank you. Stay blessed, my friend. Thank you. Stay blessed, my friend. And hit the heart on every single one of them. thank you, stay blessed, my friend.
Here's the cleanup hitter.
And then even if they say, screw you, you motherfucker, blah, blah, don't you talk to me, I'll say, stay
I'm
blessed,
gonna pin
my
those
friend.
comments. Pin those
Pin
comments.
it, and stay blessed, my friend. And thank you.
Where he wanted and just pulled
I think that will make them angrier, too, don't you think? You mocking me now?
Who knows? No, bro, stay blessed. I want you to be blessed.
From the bullpen now, as he'll get the call here on opening day.
How dare you mock me? I'll say you're right. I suck, dude. You're right, man. I suck. That's it. Thank you. Stay blessed. No, this is what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna hit a heart, like, and say, thank you. Stay blessed, dude. I totally suck. You're absolutely right. I know what I'm doing. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's it. Just admit it, and that's it. Let's see how that goes. Maybe I can change. Oh, Bob. Maybe. Hopefully they're not watching this, man. Shit. I shouldn't be advertising this plan.
There, 2 strikes now.
It's becoming more and more common in today's game to see relievers like this that can.
I need to make another video tomorrow. I have a problem with Xbox.
He blew it right by him there.
I have a big capital letters. I have a big problem.
And on 3 pitches, he's your first out of the inning.
And then let's wait for the comments, wait for the dislikes, wait for the comments to start pouring in, and then I'll say, stay blessed, thank you. You're right. I'm gonna do that, man. I'm gonna try it, see if that's gonna work. But you think that will make them more angrier? You think like you mocking me? You mocking me?
At first they're probably gonna be like. At first they're probably gonna be very, very shocked. They're like, "What's going on here? What the fuck?" The response I wanted. They probably won't know what to do. It's like you ever watched the movie with Eminem, 8 Mile?
Yeah. I love that movie, man. Kim Basinger was in that movie too.
Yeah. Do you remember at the ending when Eminem was doing the last rap, and then he was going up against the main guy, and then all of a sudden when Eminem he started singing first, but what he did was he started to insult himself. He started to make fun of himself. He told everybody like all of the bad shit about himself. So then that way, when the other guy went after him, he didn't have anything to say now, right?
Yeah.
So I think if you do that, it's like the same thing. Now that you've done that, stay blessed, and you agree with them, they really have nothing else what to say. They're gonna be like, what the fuck?
Yeah. But that will drive them away. They're gonna I don't want to lose the. I mean, I don't. It's a good idea. Like, this guy's boring. Where's the drama, man? I miss the drama. I need the drama. I need to be fed. Like salty crocodiles that they want to be fed, man. They're predators. They want to be fed. They're not there just like to be boring. So when they come out of that water, like, whoosh, they want to be fed. You got to feed them chickens and fish, whatever, a boar's head or something, a pig. Or a goat, they want to eat, and they're hungry. So, I don't know, we'll see. I'll think about this.
2-2 now.
Tough to take a pitch like that right
God,
there, especially in a
if you
1-2
told
count.
me that in 2021 we'll be dealing with this kind of nonsense, I'd probably tell you, man, hey, dude, that's some kind of a crazy-ass movie you saw or something. I don't know, man. That would never happen in real life. Sure, people can be assholes, but not to this level. But boy, was I wrong. Oh, brother, was I wrong, right?
Yep.
Was I? No one could have predicted this nightmare. It's kind of sad. It's kind of sad in the same way. It's kind of sad. By the way, guys, I'm not playing this. This is not me. I'm sorry, Cameron. Just so everybody understand, I'm at my monitor looking at my PC. Mamba on the PlayStation 4, he doesn't have this game. He's playing it early. On PlayStation 4, he's playing PlayStation 5.
Yeah, he's playing your game.
My game from PlayStation 5 with PlayStation 5 graphics on PlayStation 4. So eat your heart out, Stadia.
That's like how you that's like how you do that's like to give people an example, that's like how you do the remote share on a PC, like when you call one of those tech people and then they take over your computer from their end. That's pretty much what Mamba's doing with his PlayStation 4. So definitely a cool feature.
I think Sony is watching us too. Why all of a sudden now Sony is talking about this feature? They never mentioned it for 5 months. Until Martin broke the news, and then I actually broke it with him during the live stream. And all of a sudden now, they're talking about it on the update. And even Review Tech USA starts talking about it. But I was the first one with... All of us were the first ones, not just me, but Martin, all of us contributed and broke this news, right?
Yep.
Hey, Sony, how about give us a little credit? How about a free game? How about that? Come on, Sony. You can give that Returnal to us for free. I mean, just come on, Jim. What's his name? Jim Ryan. Come on, man. Come on now. It's all good. But I'm just saying it's funny, right? If we haven't mentioned it, right?
Yep.
So they have to be watching. They probably had to see my videos, man. I know, dude. There's no way you can miss my videos. Out of 6,000 plus videos, I know I'm out there, bro. I'm pretty sure people have seen it, man. There's no question. It's impossible.
Some of these guys might have a YouTube account, and they might be in the chat as normal people you don't even know, you know.
They might be
Tom and
they might be part of Sony boards of directors or in North America or something. You don't know who's who, man. Everybody can create a fake account, you know. I mean, Arnold Schwarzenegger can come in here, create a fake account, right? And you're not going to know it's him, right? Jim Ryan could be in here right now with some fake account. You don't know. I mean, but you don't know. That's the thing, right? Oh, easily. I'm pretty sure Neil Druckmann was watching my live stream. There's no question about it. And then something weird happened to my Twitter after he says, hey, man, I appreciate 180 screenshots that you took. And those were pretty good screenshots, man. There's no way that he did not watch that. He watched
probably
those.
thought you were like he probably thought that you were like a fucking stalker. This guy's sending me 100 fucking pictures of my game. What the fuck? Doesn't he think I know? I made the game. I know these pictures. Why is he sending me the picture?
Yeah, he thought I was some kind of crazy Looney Tune. And that's why he put my account on private. Or Twitter put my account on private. And nobody was able to access my Twitter for a while, remember? It was private.
Yeah.
Even I couldn't access my own Twitter, bro. It was crazy. Yeah. You know, and another thing, a lot of people ask me about this community forum photo that I left with Lady Dimitrescu. When people look at it from
afar,
like
sucking something? What is she like sucking something?
Something big and thick, but it's not. It's actually the arm, but it looks like it's something big and thick when you look at it from afar. But it's the arm, actually. It's the arm. But that's the, you know, the old illusion, misdirection.
Yeah. He probably offended lots of people. Who knows?
I know. And made some people happy too at the same time.
Can I play?
Yeah, go ahead.
Alright. The game's over, so is it alright if I...
Yeah, do whatever you want.
Do whatever you want, man. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Brutal Enigma? How you doing? Yeah, do whatever, man.
Thank you.
I can always continue, you know, with the whenever I feel like it with the
What's
franchise.
up, Brutal Enigma?
Brutal Enigma. Brutal Enigma.
Oh, you're playing a season here, I see.
Yeah. If you want to play a season, be my guest.
I'll play against another one against Tampa.
Go ahead.
All
right. Let me see how good the quality is, man. Actually, it's pretty darn good. I was just looking at the quality. It's pretty darn good, man. Looks like the Xfinity. It's happy that my check didn't bounce, so it's all good.
Hey, do you have like I know you don't use I know you don't use it, but have you ever created a Twitch account?
Wait, hold on.
Yes, I did, but I barely used it. It's something.
I was gonna say, would you ever consider trying just to randomly see how the Series X streams on Twitch, live stream on Twitch?
I thought about that. I honestly did thought about that, you know, to see how well it works. And I do have it, Edo Gaming TV or something like that.
Here we go. Right.
Yeah.
I was wondering how do I like play the game here, but it's all good.
So it's a good. I mean, I might try it. You never know. It's not a bad idea. I might try it.
Just to test out the feature. I don't think anybody has done a live stream with the Series X.
Yeah. I might try that.
Miami again. Yeah.
But you know what?
Get the regular park, Marlins Park.
There you go. That's a nice park, but I've been there a couple of times. The Seagate, man, that thing, man, it's so expensive. It comes to like $230, and even with the discounts and everything, I still have to pay $130. Man, you know, that's like in the ballpark price of the T7 Samsung.
With a closed roof.
So hold on. So yesterday when we were talking about getting the external drive so you can do the
I changed my
video
mind,
capture.
I was gonna do it, but man, I just couldn't, bro. Yeah.
So you have to like even to do the video capturing, you have to get the Xbox branded one, right?
Not necessarily. You could use any. I think you can record on any of them, but the problem is with the mechanical drive, it's going to be a long process to upload. You
No,
know.
but I'm saying like you can't plug like a T7 into the Series X
No,
and do the capturing and shit like that. No, okay.
You have no choice. The only choice when it comes to
that would have been good if they let you do that at least.
No. Yeah. Only Seagate you can use on that one. That's the only way. If you want to play those games, you know.
Yeah.
But I think you could try Samsung T7 as a only for video games. Like if you want to record them, you can use it for that, you know. But I don't think. But if you want to play video games,
make no sense. But then it would make no sense to go buy the T7. It's still a good amount of money just to record the games. And you can't,
use a mechanical
load the games
drive.
to play the.
Yeah, just use a mechanical one, right? I mean, it makes no sense to do that. But honestly, I don't need to, because I already have a Elgato capture card in my PC, a 4K 60 capture card, and all I can do is just plug in my Xbox Series X in there and record 4K as much as I want, and I can easily upload it from my PC, you know. So for me, I don't know if it's worth it. The only reason I was thinking about getting that external storage is to expand my video games, you know, so I can have more video games on the external and on the eternal. But as far as the video capture, like I said, I can easily connect it to my PC and just record that 4K as much as I want. And I can upload it, you know, it shouldn't be a problem. But I don't know, man, it's so damn expensive, Cameron. The pricing on that thing, it's so ridiculous. 200 and
that's a nice take.
Comes to $230. You know, it's just
that's crazy.
I mean, what made them think? You know why it's available? I asked the guy at the Best Buy, how many people are buying this? There's maybe a few here and there, but they got plenty of them in stock. Like a shitload of them they have, he said.
Dad, I wanted to ask you a question. Yeah. Now that you spoke about the Elgato card, so you have the Elgato what, the 4K card? Is that the one you have?
I have a Elgato 4K 60 that's built inside my motherboard, PCI Express motherboard. I have it installed. I have the first generation, not the second generation. You know how much it cost me? $400.
Fuck.
$400.
That's 400 American too. That's 400 American. That's like fuck. That's probably almost 500 Canadian. Probably 500 Canadian.
PlayStation 5, bro, digital edition.
Yeah. No, because what I wanted to know, what I was just for some like for my own purposes, is when you get a video card. So like for example, let's say you get yourself like the Elgato, what is it? The HD60S, that card. I think that card captures in 1080p 60 FPS. Yes. So does that mean when you plug a Series X or a PlayStation 5 into that card, I'm not talking about the video that it records, but the video that you're going to be able to play the game now is also going to be decreased to 1080p. Is that how it is too?
Yes.
Because you're okay.
Because it has to go to the Elgato software. Yeah. And Elgato will only output 1080p because that's the maximum resolution that it can output. So even on your monitor or your television that you're looking at, from that output from that HD60S, you're gonna see the 1080p. Now there's another card called HD60S Plus. It's the Plus. That one has the pass-through.
The 4K. Yeah.
So that way you can see the 4K, but you're still going to record 1080p, but you'll have the pass-through. I don't know if that's that important not to you, but you know.
Yeah. No, well, what you just said there is 100% right with the S model. I mean with the Plus model. But the only difference with that one is that it requires me to have a better video card to use that Elgato, right?
Yes.
So like so when you think about it, like the PlayStation it is a great hardware for that purpose, because even if I wanted to get that Plus, that HD60 S Plus, it would mean that I have to also upgrade my video card to be able to use that card, you know. My cousin was telling me to get a splitter, but fuck, I'm telling him that a splitter to me it sounds like fucked up. It's gonna ruin my experience with PS5, you know.
But
But
see, this is my problem with the Xbox. Why are you playing Monopoly? Why are you forcing me to buy external hard drive? Why can't I record inside the internal?
Yeah.
Listen, I should be able to do whatever the hell I want to do with that hard drive that's inside. Let me record as much as I want. Why are you limiting me? Why are you making me buy an external hard drive? Like, why do I have to buy an external hard drive? Why can't I just select eternal and record as much as I want? Why? I should be able to do that. And they can fix that with an update easily. Why am I being limited? And why only Twitch? Why not YouTube? You know. See, this is what bothers me. What is the point of all that power, of all that juice, if you're limiting people? You know.
Yeah.
You're making them buy a capture card just to live stream on YouTube. You're making them buy an external hard drive just so they can record a little extra more. Come on. And, well, these are the things that the Xbox fanboys should be complaining. Why do you want to spend an extra money? Why? That's not convenient. That's inconvenient. I have to pay money. You know.
Here's yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this is what we're trying to talk about. We have a constructive criticism, a feedback. Yes, it's a negative feedback, but it's a legitimate negative feedback. Hopefully that Microsoft will look at this and say, hey, maybe these guys are right. Why we
Yeah,
limited?
because they could fix that with an update. They could fix that with an update so that way you are allowed to record your footage from the internal drive.
Like, why?
Just like how you do on a PlayStation.
Yeah. Look, to me, it doesn't matter, Cameron. I have capture cards. I have all those gadgets. But not everybody's going to have the same luxury that I do. Okay? Not everyone will have the same luxury. Other people will have to buy a capture card. They have to do this and do that. Well, remember, we're not talking about me. I don't care. To me, I'm fine, dude. I got everything that I need to do what I need to do to record, right? But what about the people who don't have the same luxury, right? So they're not thinking about them, right? Forget about me for a moment. Like, just forget about me. Think about other people who don't have that luxury. What they're going to do, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I don't understand. If you care about the gamers, Phil Spencer, if you care about the Xbox gamers, why are you limiting them? I thought you were supposed to be all about cross-platform, no tribalism. You know, feel free, do what you want. But it doesn't look like it. Just like on the Windows, it doesn't look like it. It has to go through Windows ecosystem shit. Sign in on the Windows, sign in to use this, sign in to do that. Kind of like Apple, sign in.
I hate that.
Yeah, I don't like that crap. You know, Android is not like that. Android, you can do whatever the hell you want to do. So he's contradicting himself when he says, oh, he's all about, you know, we want people to be able to play how they want to play. We don't want to put any limits. We don't want to force people. Yeah, that's the word he likes to use. I don't like to force people. You are actually forcing people on many different occasions here. You're forcing them to buy an external hard drive just to record a fucking game. You are forcing them to buy a rechargeable battery pack. Why? You forcing them on a lot of different things. You forcing them to stream on Twitch, and you're also forcing them to buy a $200, $300, $400 capture card so they can live stream on YouTube. You are forcing them to do a lot of different things. Just like you are forcing them to spend $230 on that ridiculous Seagate 1 terabyte solid state drive. You are forcing them. But again, nobody wants to talk about the fanboys, Xbox fanboys. They don't want, and no, what's the word that Portorak says? The guy has a YouTube channel called the Portorak. I know he's a Sony fanboy, but he makes some good points. He calls them not Xbox fanboys. He calls them Xbox influencers. These Xbox influencers, right? They don't want to talk about this because it doesn't fit their criteria. It doesn't fit their agenda. It doesn't fit their movement of the hooray Xbox, you know. So they're called the Xbox influencers, and he talks about them all the time. But I know he's a Sony fanboy, so I'm not saying that you know, he sometimes makes shit up too. That's not true because he's a Sony fanboy. I'm not giving the guy a credit, but I'm giving him some little tiny acknowledgement on what he said about the Xbox fanboys or Xbox influencers. I despise fanboys from both sides of the aisle. I don't care which flag you're holding. If you're a fanboy, I mean, you're sick to me. You got some kind of sickness, like you know, obsessive compulsive disorder or whatever the fuck. You got sickness, dude. Dementia, something, Alzheimer's, whatever the fuck it is. You got something going on with you. So I despise fanboys, but it's true about the Xbox fanboys. They don't want to acknowledge, and actually, this could help them. This actually, what I'm criticizing, can help you have a better convenient way to play on your Xbox console. I'm actually helping your Xbox, but that's not good for you. You know, no, we're good. We're fine. We don't care. We don't care what they release, even if they give us I don't know, a pixelated 360 resolution. We're still gonna support the Xbox. We don't care. You know, we don't care if we have to use our phones to play as a controller. So they want to cut down on the controller, so now you gotta use your phone. You have to waste your phone's fucking batteries to play on the console. Like, we're okay with that. You see what I'm saying, Cameron? Like, that's the sickness phenomenon that has crippled especially the Xbox and PlayStation and PC as well. Especially the PC as well. You know, $3,000 for a GPU. I'm kiss my ass, man. Dude, I live in the fucking woods. Before I'll eat my own shit, really, before I fucking pay $3,000, $4,000 for a fucking GPU.
Brandon is saying. Brandon is saying that Xbox fanboys are attacking his channel lately. And,
I know
he had
they,
to remove Xbox.
Don't worry, they did the same thing with Cameron yesterday. But they, when I exposed them, all of a sudden they start giving likes to his videos, you know, because I exposed them. Because I forgot to check the notification. I looked at notification, and I saw the Spider-Man Part 6. I was like, oh, cool. Let me leave a comment. Let me hit a like. And then I see some asshole hit a dislike. And I was like, fuck this. And then I guess the same hater was probably in the live stream watching. Maybe JT. Probably JT. Possible. Lately he's been coming in with different Slavic names. Like Mihailovic or whatever. Some Slavic shit name. Whatever.
They just want to be your friend. That's what it is. They want to be your friend. They want you to be their friend.
I can't. I just simply cannot be their friend because he's just constantly talking about my father, dude. I told him, dude, don't talk about my father, man. That's off limits, dude. That's a personal shit. I told him, hey, dude, you making it personal, bro. Like, fuck the video games. You don't talk about my father. Dude, I'll rip your fucking head off and shit down your fucking throat in half a second. You mention my fucking father. Like, that's personal shit.
I don't know why people are taking video games so seriously. Man. It's just a game. At the end of the day, it's just a PlayStation, just an Xbox. Who the fuck cares? After I'm done playing, I don't see you anymore. But why do you know, like?
Yeah. Why make it personal, dude? Why are you making personal, bro?
These people think that these YouTubers are gonna really take to heart what they're saying. Like, at the end of the day, listen, people are just making videos and posting it on Instagram or YouTube or whatever, just for fun, you know. But you, as a person who's getting offended or taking this so personal, like, at the end of the day, when people are done playing, they're not. Most people are not thinking about the game. They're going about their day. They're doing their own thing, you know. But it's like these people, they're so obsessed with this gaming. It's like all they have.
It's sickness.
Could you imagine if Sony and Xbox said we're no longer making games? These people might be the first type of people that'll jump off a fucking building. You know, like, if this is all you have, that's actually depressing. You know, like when I'm done playing the Spider-Man game, I don't give a fuck about the game. Like, I'm doing other stuff. You know, I'm watching YouTube videos about these guys who buy cars from the junkyard and they fix it up. Like, gaming is not. That's why I keep telling people, like, you know, I have this little YouTube channel where people. Like, even when people use the term gamer or they use the term YouTuber and they address me, I feel very weird because I'm not a gamer, I'm not a YouTuber, I'm just a guy who, you know, like, my primary thing is working out. I like to be fit. I'm just gaming a lot because my city is on a lockdown. I like making YouTube videos because I like video editing, but I don't take it serious like how a lot of these people who are coming in the chat are a lot of people who make comments and they're like, oh my God, why are you saying this? Don't you know that game had this? Like, it's like that game had sentimental value to me and all. Like, Jesus Christ, bro! If I didn't know it meant that much to you. To me, it's just a game. I don't, you know, and it's crazy how people are taking this so you know, so deeply. It's like you fucking insulting their mother or you're fucking you know, attacking their child. You know, it's it's a game. You think Sony gives a shit about you? You're defending Sony. You think Sony gives a shit about you? You think Xbox gives a shit about you?
Everything I say is being taken out of context. In September, I was upset. I was angry, and I said, if this continues, I swear to God, I hope it doesn't continue like this. But if this continues, I swear to God, I swear to my father, I'll probably just never buy it. I'll never buy these consoles. But I didn't say 100%, here we go, that's it. I'm making an announcement, I'm making a video, I swear on this, and that, I'm not buying it. It's not like I made a pledge. I didn't make a pledge where I said, I'm not going to do it. I was just so angry, I said, if this continues, man, probably, I swear, you know, I'm not going to go. But they take their shit out of context. They take everything out of context I say, and they make these bullshit videos, and they talk about me, calling me this, calling me racist, calling me this, calling me that, you know, interpreting the words, twisting the words, and seasoning it, and cooking it, and baking it, and packaging it out there. And what have you achieved? Absolutely nothing. Nothing. People, do you know why? Because people know the difference between someone who's a hater and is making up bullshit versus somebody who is really genuine and is being honest here. People watch me. They watch me on a live stream. They know who I am. They know my stance. Okay? They don't need to watch your bullshit video making about me, talking, calling me this, calling me that. You know, they don't need to do that. They know what time it is. They know what's up. They know you are jealous. They know that you don't have anything, and that's it. Oh, why can't I be like him? Why can't I have what he has? They give him a free TV. Who? Why? Why is LG giving him a free? That's a good question. Why? Why? Why can't they give it to you? Why is that? I got this TV last year when it was fresh and hot, brand new, brand spanking new. They gave it to me for free. As a gift, you know, like nonchalantly as a gift. Straight from South Korea, bro. From a headquarters, a birthplace of LG. And bothers some people. It bothers them. Well, why is that? Why is it they gave it to me and they didn't give it to you? Do you have a mirror? Maybe you need to look at yourself in the mirror and say to yourself, how am I treating people? How am I conducting myself every fucking day? When I'm driving in the traffic, when I'm talking to people, how am I conducting myself? Maybe you need to look at yourself in the mirror and say, maybe it's me that's causing this. Maybe I'm at fault because I'm being an asshole, because I'm treating people like prick, because I'm selfish, only think about myself, calling people when I need them for something, looking for interest only that benefits me, only self-serving me. So when you finally find a mirror and you can examine yourself and find out what's wrong, and you find out that it's you, then maybe you can have some redemption. A road to redemption, my friend. But that's up to you. Go find yourself a mirror. Go ahead, Cameron. Listen, I'll be right back. I'm just going to grab something to drink. I'll be right back. Go ahead, Cameron.
Yeah. How are you liking the game, Mamba?
I love this. This is very good. Not too much latency either.
Yeah, it's pretty good for sharing it. I mean, it's pretty good for sharing. That's what I was telling him when we did it with the Demon Souls. You can get a good idea of whether or not you want to buy the game or not just by letting your friend demo the game. And guys, your friend doesn't even have to have the game. If you have the game, you can share it with anybody in your party chat for free. You can even share just your screen if you want. But in this case, Mr. 4K is sharing the controller with Mamba, so that's how Mamba is playing it right now. And they live in different parts of America. And you can see it's playing flawlessly. Mamba's been playing the game for the longest time.
In the hole now, 0-2. Still no.
All right, I'm probably going to pick up a nice shawarma later, a couple shawarmas later, so that'd be nice.
You start seeing an incorporation of some more off-speed stuff.
There's actually there's a setting I was going to tell Ed when he comes back that I figured out that you actually save a lot of space on your PlayStation 5. I'll tell you guys that you can disable it. By default, the setting is turned on, and over time it'll take up a bunch of space. Yeah, Vincent, it is pretty cool. And actually, Vincent, I agree with you what you said there. A lot of these fanboys, PlayStation and Xbox fanboys, both of them, and people who comment on your channels are usually, you know, like bullies. But when you look at their profiles, they're like these twigs, these simps. If you met them in real life, they'd probably walk away from you and hide. But on the internet, they like to talk like tough guys. That's what I notice with a lot of people. When you watch people who do comments and they're very, very negative towards any YouTuber, not only gamers, they're usually these cowards when you actually look at their profile. In most cases, they don't even put a picture because they're so fucking scared to show themselves. But that's the world we live in today.
Another one sent foul.
All right, later, Brandon.
Yeah, take care, Brandon.
Brandon's moving to Florida. He's all packed up and ready to go.
Toward the gap in left center.
No more winters where he's going.
Hop over the wall, so he'll be at second here with 2 away.
Hold on.
I'm
going to bring this guy.
Hey, there's a hard hit ball that was going to be down for extra bases. The ball
I haven't played baseball since the 90s.
I'm back. I'm back.
That's good.
Yeah.
Hey Ed, I was going to tell you about I was waiting till you come back, but I'll tell you about a feature that you can disable that'll actually save your PlayStation 5 hard drive space, so you'll have more hard drive space.
Well, you got to tell me about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So you'll notice that whenever you're playing a game, like any game, when you go into your gallery, you're going to notice that the PlayStation 5 takes a lot of video clips of like whenever you win like a trophy, if you do some kind of achievement.
Yeah,
it takes these 15-second. Yeah, and those 15-second clips, each one is like 50-60 megabytes. So what you can do is you can actually disable that. So when you go into your settings, you go onto the what is it?
Trophy?
The broadcast. The broadcast and captures, and then you're gonna see the trophies. And now by default, it's basically set to record anything that you get in the platinum, silver, or gold. But you can also change it to none to turn it off. So then that way, it's gonna save a lot of space because after you play so many games, you might have like 10 or 12 gigs of bullshit clips that you don't want, so that's a little thing that I learned, so you can disable it.
Cameron, I'll let this one be for you. I'm not gonna even make that video. I want you to make that video for you to do it on your channel, and then I'll share it on my community feed, like whenever, like tomorrow or the next day, whenever you have chance. I think it'd be good for your channel because I don't want to do it because I want you to do it because I want to give it to you.
No, I was just telling you just so you know for your own purposes.
No, that's awesome, man. That's great, because I noticed that. I was like, how do I turn this? Even I didn't know. Yeah, United fans.
You could even disable the pictures too. Yeah,
I'm gonna disable all of that because I want to record my own shit. My own photos.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Shit. Yeah. That shit eats, man. That thing eats. You don't realize, right? That thing eats.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like
a
piranha.
Delete them.
Yeah, like
I usually go in there.
Yeah.
And what happens too is when you record a clip, it actually takes longer for you to find your clip because you got to go through all of these little bullshit clips that the PlayStation 5 is recording for you. You know what I mean?
Yes. You know what? That'd be a great video, Cameron, for you to make, because not only is it gonna help other people, but this is something even I didn't know until you just told me, and I think. I want you to make that video because I want you to get the credit for it. I don't want to do it because you should get a credit for it because you're the one that broke that for me because I didn't know and I realized why am I losing so much?
How long is this at that?
Yeah, I was like, why am I losing so much space? What's happening here? And now I know. These freaking videos they eat up so much space. Yeah.
Same thing like what United Fan is saying. You could even clear notifications
Yeah.
because those like the notifications. I think they're like in kilobytes. They're still smaller, but it's still
Yeah.
data that's there. But those video clips, they're like 50, 60 megs each. And some games, it might record 50, 60 clips, depending on what you're doing. So that'll add up. Like one game could have like 5 or 6 gigs by the time you're done, and like these useless clips that you're never gonna look at, and these trophy clips that you don't really care about. So that's a good way that you can disable it. So the fact that you could disable it is pretty good.
Fouled off.
It is so true when you think about it. And I was wondering, why am I losing so much on my space? And I look at it, I'm like, hey, this is the reason why. Because of all the screenshots and videos and trophies and notification, all that stuff adds up, right?
Yeah. And at the end of the day, I never look at those trophy videos or trophy
I never
pictures,
care for
screenshots
that
that it takes anyway. Yeah, me neither.
Even on my PlayStation 4, it was taking too much space. For a little bit, after a while, you got like 3,000 trophies. Like, oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's a good idea.
And now he'll get into scoring position, which
And let me tell you, when I was downloading this game, it's 50 gigabytes, but it was downloaded like within 10 minutes. The 20 gigabytes were downloaded, and then the rest of the 30 gigabytes was being installed. And everything's faster, man. I gotta tell you, man, on the PlayStation 5, it's running faster, and this is not the same case with the Xbox, man. It's just not. People ask me, how do you feel about Series X when you turn it on? It's like turning on my Xbox One X. I mean, I get the same feeling, like I'm on the Xbox One X. When I turn on the PS5, when I turn on the PS5, I know I'm on the PS5, dude. Like I know.
Yeah, you've never seen a user interface like that. It's new,
Yeah.
Well, when you turn on the Series X, I guess it looks almost identical to the One X, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah. So identical. Now, yes, it's faster. You turn on a console, it shows up right away. No loading time. Yeah, it's faster. But
I wonder why they did that, though. They could have changed. They could have made it completely different than the One X.
I don't understand. They can still do it. I don't know why they won't do it, man.
Yeah, everything is updates. Everything is just updates now at this point.
Because they want everything to look universal, like like Windows.
I don't know about anybody else, but when I get the new generation of something, I don't give a shit about the previous generation. So if they make a Windows 11, I don't give a shit about Windows 10. I don't want the Windows 11 to look like Windows 10. That's how I am, like if I go buy a new Android phone, I don't want my Android phone to have similarities to the one before that I had that's fucking 2 or 3 years old. I want the phone to look like, when I pick up the phone, I want to be like, wow, what the fuck is this, I want that experience, and that's what I think, I would think most people would want. You know what I mean?
And I don't. How could they call it a next gen if you're not going to implement these features? The new user interface, the new controller. People say it is a new controller, like an updated version of the original Xbox One. They shrink it down a little bit. They put an extra button. That's not next generation. That's an update. Refinement. That's an update. Our next generation, it's next generation. It's different. Different design, different technology. Everything's different, right?
Yeah.
When you look at the original Xbox controller, right? When you 2001 original Xbox controller, that big ass controller, and you look at the Xbox 360 controller, it's night and day, right?
Yeah.
Night and day. Even the console was night and day. It was so different. Everything was different. Xbox 360 felt so different from the Xbox original of 2001. The Xbox original was bigger control. Everything was bigger. The 360 was a bit smaller, slimmer, better. The controller was perfect size to fit in your hands. It was different. And you know that's the Xbox 360 next generation console, right? You know it. You feel it. And it supported the widescreen. It was the first HD 16:9 widescreen, 720p. And you know this was the real deal. When you played the King Kong video game on Xbox 360, that was the first game I played, I knew that I was playing something next generation. Right? You felt that.
Yeah.
And that's what next gen means. And I don't know where Phil Spencer's getting this idea. Dude, this is an upgrade. Yes, it's a next gen, but it's upgrade. Really, it feels like an upgrade. And I know I'm gonna get a lot of smack and shit for this. It feels like an upgrade. And I have it. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at my Series X, and I'm looking PS5 next to it. You know what reminds me of? An upgrade. Same upgrade that we had to the Xbox Project Scorpio from the One S.
Yeah, you could tell he was ready
It's
for
an
another
upgrade.
fastball, but the pitcher
I'm
went
sorry.
to breaking ball, and the
And then they're charging $200-something for a Elite controller. Bro, I can buy 4.
What's so elite about it though? Like not joking around, but I know it's called Xbox Elite. But what is so different about that joystick versus the regular joystick from that the Xbox has?
Yeah.
I mean, the Series X joystick. What's the big difference between the Series X joystick and the Xbox Elite? Because it's like four times the price, right?
Yeah.
So
There's a
play ends in 5 minutes. The session.
Oh, did it put a cap on it? Oh.
And now here is Randy
There's always a
Rosarena.
cap.
No hits
Make a
in
new
2
one.
trips to the
Yeah. No, it's okay. I'll just have you come back again. Not a big deal.
Yeah.
But you know what? That really kills me, man. That what we're talking about, the Xbox, right? The controller, the Elite.
Why does it cost 4 times more money than the regular Series X controller? Like, what are you getting with it that makes it 4 times more the cost?
When I saw Solid Rev buying that $200 controller, I said to myself, Solid, man, even if you have money, fine, whatever. Bro, that's you wasting money, bro. You're wasting money, man.
Well, he's probably doing it for the views. He wants to show the controller off. A lot of times too. Don't forget, a lot of times too. You can, they get the hardware, they make the video, and then they send it back. They get a refund. It's just for the videos. They're not. Keep in mind, guys, YouTube, don't believe what you see.
Yeah. Now, honestly, for $200, I can have 3 of these DualSense controllers. 3 of them, easily.
You could have 3 of the regular Xbox controllers, the Series X controllers. I'm trying to understand. Like, somebody's gonna say, well, the controller feels better. Like, what does that mean? So that is it worth you spending 3 times more money because it has a better touchpad? Like, what is it doing? Does it vibrate? Okay, does it have haptic feedback? Does it? I don't think it does. I don't think it has haptic feedback. I don't, because I seen that controller on Amazon in Canada, and it's like you said, it's like $250 Canadian, and I'm thinking like, okay, well, the regular controller is like $69.99. This is $250. Well, why is it so much more money? Like, I know when I look at it, the colors look slightly different. But other than that, what makes this controller 3 times more money than the standard controller that comes with the Series X? Like,
it really makes no sense. And I don't know where they're getting this idea that someone's going to spend that kind of money. And even the original Elite, it didn't do that well. It's not like they made shitload of money on it. It says, it was a special interest. A special interest controller for those who want whatever.
Bragging rights, that's all it is. They want the bragging rights.
Yeah.
So now here is
I mean, like I would understand if the controller had, like, in the old days you could buy like that when I was a kid and they had Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis, you can go buy the Game Genie, right? And then you put it into your console, and now you can have like the turbo. So now your character, he would have like the turbo move, and he could punch really, really fast now just by you holding down the button one time. He can do like all these special moves just by pressing the button. Like, I could understand maybe if the controller had some kind of cheating function like that, like you're playing your game and now you can enable these cheating moves, then yeah, maybe. But the fact that it doesn't do any of that, I don't know. I don't get it.
Well, somebody asked me, is there anything positive that you can say about the Series X? I said, yes.
I've said lots of things about it.
I mean, two things. I'll just make it short. Two things. The best game service, because it's the Game Pass, period. And it's a best third-party, most powerful console for you to play. Yeah, no.
Something else that I would like to add too is that I really like the fact that all of the old Xbox games automatically get a boost in power for the Series X. So when you play like an old Halo game or an old Gears of War, it's going to automatically utilize the performance of the Series X, whereas the PlayStation, it doesn't. A lot of times you have to wait for Sony to have the developer create a patch to make the game work, you know, or make use of the PlayStation 5. So I love the fact that the Series X, and you tried it when you played all of those old Halo games and you were putting them in there, right? They're fucking running 4K 60 FPS, 4K 120 FPS. I fucking wish Sony did that. You know, I wish that I could fucking start my Last of Us 2 and it's automatically going to play 4K 60 FPS.
Yeah.
Without me having to wait for Naughty Dog to do it, you know?
Update, yeah. Exactly.
I think that the share play is ending like in a couple seconds, so...
Oh, here, let me fix it for you.
I paused the game, it's alright.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I'll fix it for you. Not a problemo. Here, I'll just go here, get that fixed, go to Game Base, go to Joint, go to View the Voice Chat, go to the share screen. Start to share play, select Mamba, and then Mamba, visitor play is me, and voila, bada bing, bada boom. So quick, so fast.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. You can do this on Series X, just by the way. And do I need to tell you that Mamba doesn't have a PS5 at the moment? Yes, he did order it, but he doesn't have it at the moment. And he's playing this game that he doesn't have. That's a PlayStation 5 game. He's playing it on PlayStation 4. And I think I need to emphasize on that right now, that Mamba, while I'm live streaming directly from PlayStation 5, he is also in the party chat, and he is also playing a PS5 game on PlayStation 4.
It says on my screen a feature that only the host can use was started. Wait until the host.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Here you go. Go ahead. Go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, so essentially, Mamba is streaming this game from your PlayStation 5 onto his PlayStation 4, which is incredible.
Yeah. Exactly. And people who are watching us, they can see that we just said some positives about Series X, about the Game Pass and the updates of their backward compatible games, or to make updates, versus Sony. But this is what we do. We acknowledge the feedback where it needs to be given positive feedback, we'll give the positive feedback. Where there's a negative feedback, we'll give the negative feedback. That's how this works, guys.
But somebody will come through.
You know?
Thompson has proven to be a guy that throws strikes coming out of the pen.
I've never
Every manager and
are you right?
coach, Matty V,
they don't care. You're right. I should have known better.
I've never checked to see if it has this feature, but what happens if like I have a PlayStation camera, you have a PlayStation camera, and Mamba has a PlayStation camera? Can we have all three cameras in the live stream, like so that everybody could see all of our faces too? Like, is there a feature like that, or I never really checked that?
I don't think so. I think Sony probably would mention something about that. I don't think so, cool, but that'd be really cool. That'd be a great feature for their future updates, where you can have a party chat with a bunch of cameras aligned with party chat. That'd be great.
Yeah, exactly, like a Zoom meeting.
Yeah.
Imagine
Because
work on PlayStation while playing the game.
Yeah.
because at this point in time, it's no longer your console can do this or not. I think a lot of things now are just going to be they have to just release an update and you can do it, because now these things are pretty much like computers. Just needs an update and a firmware, and it'll be able to do it.
And people ask, well, what's the benefit of this? Well, here's the big benefit. I don't have to be in my office upstairs with a table and the green screen and all the jazz cameras and all that crap. I don't have to be up there, sitting on that chair. I can sit here comfortably, in this other room downstairs, and I can enjoy kicking back here, relax.
I feel like that I'm like incredibly shitty at the hitting in this game, but otherwise the pitching that I do is really good.
Well, I'm glad we get another look at
No, you're good actually.
right there. You can't
You're good.
sinker in a better location.
It just takes time, getting used to it the first time. But once you get a feel to it, then
Austin Meadows
I haven't played.
comes on with
I
one
have
gun
played
here as he looks
MLB
at
the
a
show
called
before, but it's
strike
been
one.
a couple months, and I
Popped up.
usually
Anderson
lose.
has room in foul territory.
same thing with me. Yeah, the one thing I noticed about me as well, switching between one game to the other, it can really screw up your equilibrium. You're like, dude, I just played this, now I'm moving to this. And your muscle memory trying to remember.
That is true. That's why me personally, I like to stick to one game and beat the shit out of it before I move on, because I find if you're going back and forth, your timing, like your timing goes, your technique goes, your competitive edge goes, and especially in one game, it's always like that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get the final out here. I win 2-1.
Just a couple of matchups.
There you go.
All those hits and only 2 runs.
2 more strikes and he's out.
Tying run at the plate.
So Ed, tomorrow you're live streaming the Resident Evil for sure, right? Is that what you're doing?
5 p.m. Yes, sir.
The count doesn't mean much to this batter.
But people better tune in, because it's going to be 30 minutes. So I got to hurry. Yeah.
Are you doing any other streams?
Tampa down to their
Well, first we'll do the Resident Evil, and then we'll talk about it. We'll give you my commentary, what I felt and how I feel, then how you guys feel about it, and then
it's supposed to be, from what I've read, I'm not going to give, there's no spoilers, but it's supposed to be a 100% accurate representation of the game. So you're going to feel it in the controller.
Yeah.
You're going to actually get to really play the game.
Because the game is finished, pretty much. I mean, it's being shipped, packaged. It's sitting in a warehouse somewhere, right, to be shipped.
Yeah, because the first demo, although the graphics look good, you don't really get a sensation of how the game is. Like
Great
the
job,
gameplay,
Mamba. Great job.
Now you will. Now you're going to get a sensation of the gameplay and everything.
I'll end this session. I think you got I'll give the controller back to you. You can do it.
All right. Hey, you want to try it, Cameron?
No, actually, you guys keep going. I'm gonna get something to eat. I'll come back in about 10 minutes.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right.
So I'm going to continue. I'm going to take over. It's really simple. I just stop the share play, and I go back, and that's it. Now I'm taking control of the game. And Mamba just played it. Mamba just played it on his PlayStation 4.
It's not a multiplayer game, Extreme Gaming. I was just, doing the, it was a,
share play.
I don't think you can do a multiplayer share play.
No, till 20th. I think he's talking about a multiplayer. Right now, the multiplayer is not open till Monday, because the servers are not open. Even though you're playing early access, you cannot play the multiplayer till the servers goes full throttle on Monday. I think he was referring to a multiplayer on MLB The Show.
Yeah.
Yeah, you cannot use the servers. Till Monday, because that's the official date, the 20th, right? Or Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Yeah, so till Tuesday, bro. So the servers will not be up till Tuesday midnight. Monday midnight, so Tuesday. Yeah.
It snowed a little bit today,
Really?
Up here. It did snow, but really not much at all. If you go up to New Hampshire, oh, Jesus.
Yeah, the Village is going to be crazy, man. Can't wait for that tomorrow.
North Conway, New Hampshire got snowed out. Even Worcester in Massachusetts.
40 degrees, man. That's crazy.
Snowed out.
This late
Yeah.
in the spring.
And then it goes back up to like 70 on Tuesday. It's so weird up here.
So
So
the winters are going to be now 6 months. Or something like that.
I don't know. I think that it's just always been crazy up here, the weather. Always up here, the Northeast. It's even New York City. It's back and forth.
That's why people are moving from there, like especially people from Maine. It's like, man.
New Hampshire though is a pretty nice state, but it gets too damn cold. It gets warm there, I know, but it gets too damn cold.
Yeah, it is. But you know what? You got that Arctic blast blowing all the way from north of Canada.
Oh yeah. Canada's right there.
Yeah, you got the Iceland in between the Canada and
Yeah, it's from
United
the
Kingdom
Atlantic, very cold. North Atlantic.
So you're getting that Arctic blast, and especially people in Maine, and
Mainly Maine. It's mainly the northern part of Maine.
Yeah, because you're closer to the ice. You're closer to that.
Because the northern part of Maine is probably the most northernmost point, one of the most northernmost points in the country.
Yeah.
In the mainland United States, because that borders Canada.
Yeah, and Maine is unforgiving in January and December, right? The winter is just.
Oh my God. It's
unforgiving.
It's really bad. Yeah.
I can only imagine.
Even in November, even in October and November, it's goddamn snowy.
I can only imagine that. Honestly.
Even but go fast forward to January and it's like, how do I explain it? It's like Antarctica, like a sneak peek of Antarctica or something. I don't know, low budget, and I don't know. They're trying to make like a low budget Antarctica movie or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just don't know how to explain it. Something like that.
It's crazy, man.
Low budget Antarctica documentary.
Do people really get used to it? Some people say they get used. I don't know if you get used to it, man.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I would get used to like Florida, definitely, if I moved down there. Yeah. I mean, I would get used because the weather barely changes all year when you think about it.
Yeah.
It's a little bit cooler.
But nothing. Nothing serious, like 60 degrees, whatever. Yeah.
Hurricanes, though, are last year, y'all didn't get any hurricanes.
Nothing.
South and central.
We had one was just kind of spinning next to us. Dude, it was crazy. It was a category 5, bro, but it was just spinning right next to us, bro.
I think only the Panhandle got hit.
Yeah.
They projected numerous times that Florida was going to get bashed by a hurricane, and it didn't happen. It just only.
But it has a pretty good chance of always getting hit. It's always on the target.
Well, yeah,
it's like a highway. It's like a highway that has to go through.
When you're right there near the Bahamas, which is a big hot spot for that. I can't imagine how lucky. Florida was very lucky. They almost got spared from Hurricane Dorian. That one, you remember that? That was like 2019. That was bad. That hit Abaco Islands in Bahamas. And
that thing was spinning right next to it. That was a category 5. That thing was Cat 5, man. It was brutal. But it didn't hit. It didn't hit.
It didn't hit. It wasn't as bad.
But it screwed up the Bahamas, the Nassau, the Bahamas. The Bahamas. It was just so totally destroyed.
Nassau. I think that it was Abaco Island, and
those were
destroyed.
Yes, you're right.
Destroyed islands.
Yeah, a little bit south, a little bit more south, southeast.
I went to islands in the Bahamas that. It didn't get hit that hard by Dorian. And, I've been there before, and I heard that they didn't get hit nearly as hard as the Abaco Islands up to the northern part of the Bahamas.
I would say really Puerto Rico and Bahamas, you got to be prepared for the worst. You got to remember. Yeah, Puerto Rico, these islands, you have to remember something. If you want to move to these islands, you have to understand, even Virgin Islands, you have to understand, bro, you're in a very tough situation. If there's a big tsunami, if there's a big hurricane coming through, you're gonna be stuck there for months without power. You're gonna be stuck there for months waiting for some rescue operation.
Puerto Rico, they
Yeah,
never even recovered. They spent a year,
gone
probably a year,
without power.
without power.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. It destroyed the. They probably still got so much damage. You know, 4 years
Yeah.
later,
Oh yeah. There's no
almost four
question.
years later, after that Irma and Maria, those big ass hurricanes went
Yeah.
through and hit. Like Jesus, you know, pretty
It's crazy,
unbelievable.
man.
Even Miami, look at what Andrew did to Miami in '92.
That was 92, man. But that was a small hurricane, but still made.
No, I don't think it was. I think that it was a Category 5. I'm pretty sure.
I mean, in size it was small,
I
but it was just fast
yeah.
enough to create so much damage
It still
really fast.
destroyed a lot of
Oh
cars
yeah,
in the city because
in
it was a
billions of
direct hit.
dollars.
You
Yeah,
know, even Irma hit Miami before making its way to New Orleans, which in New Orleans, oh Jesus. I
yeah,
mean Katrina, not Irma, Katrina. Katrina was probably the worst hurricane of all time.
absolutely.
Definitely, absolutely the worst hurricane of all time. And it just happened to be New Orleans, and it broke the levee, and killed 2,000 people almost.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
did. It was
What about that
crazy, man.
tsunami? That tsunami one time, 2004 in Indonesia.
I mean, when you think about it, man. Um, Look, we're playing home run derby.
Earthquakes have to probably kill the
Welcome
most people in
to the
tsunamis.
Yeah.
Home Run Derby.
Because it's just
8
it
hitters
goes
will
right
battle
into the land.
head-to-head in
like
a single
Indonesia that killed
elimination bracket.
250,000
In each
people.
round, the contestants will be given 4 minutes to
You
hit
know
as
what?
many
When you
home
really
runs
think
as
about it, I don't know
possible.
why people choose to
If the
live on these
contestant hits
islands
2 home runs,
next to
440
volcanoes,
feet or
and they know
further,
there's
they
tsunami,
will
they
earn
know
an
there's
additional 30
um,
seconds of bonus time.
hurricanes coming
Whoever
through.
hits the most home
I know you
runs
got to
That's the
live
thing.
advances to
somewhere,
the
but some
next
people they
round
choose
until one
to
man
Even
go
is
and
Florida,
move.
crowned champion.
even
Yeah.
Florida is
Now
very,
that the
very.
rules are clear,
You're very.
it's
You're not
time
gonna get
for
hit.
the
Global
Home Run
warming is the one
Derby.
that's
Up
gonna.
first,
It's,
in this head-to-head matchup,
It's gonna definitely
representing
gonna
the
happen.
Los
Listen, man,
Angeles
it's
the
gonna.
Dodgers,
the
Florida will be
number
flooding,
underwater.
5,
the flooding will
Corey
happen.
It's not if. It's not if. It's when.
It's gonna happen. But see,
Not if.
that's the
Yeah. It's
question. When, you know,
yes.
and they're
When.
already like
When is the question?
speculating.
And
Is it
the
gonna be
clock is now
40
running.
years from now? 50 years from now?
I
Who
know.
knows?
It's really not looking good.
Gone.
Home run. There we go.
First home run.
Right.
Really, I don't know, bro. I mean, I'm worried about my own problems. Here's what I do. I don't worry about problems.
Another home run.
Well, there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, what can you
Don't
do
worry
about it?
about problems you can't control, you know?
Yeah.
It's just natural.
What's the
And
point?
it does
Like,
happen. This probably happens every 1,000 years. This
Yeah.
these-
Hat
It
trick.
does.
you know, let's say you move to
Every-
let's say you move to Colorado, right? Let's say there's some
Yeah.
major ice storm or something, and it's freezing like 40 below zero or something, and it's like a big blizzard with the ice storm. You know, there's no perfect place. Every place has its ups and downs, its positives and negatives. You know,
Even Rhode
3 minutes
Island.
to go.
Even
Yeah.
Rhode Island. We got hit by. Well, we did get hit by a Category 3, but this was 80 years ago. You know,
yeah,
it's a fact. They killed 800 people because nobody was prepared for what was going to happen, especially since we are not in the target area for hurricanes.
yeah.
Come 1938, which was obviously a long time ago, but still, it you know, people weren't prepared for something like that back then. If it happened nowadays, maybe it would be, I don't know, it might, I don't know.
You know,
I don't like
something
to,
funny happened the other day. I mean, the other night. It was on the news just briefly. It was on the local news in Miami.
Yes.
People have reported a strange, like, almost like meteor shower, lights entering the atmosphere of the Atlantic Ocean, and it lit up the entire, like, almost the entire South Florida was lit up
What they did about
by it.
Seattle, when they spotted it in Seattle, which they did,
Uh-huh.
they made the excuse that it was part of a SpaceX rocket.
Really? I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
think bullshit. I
don't buy it, man.
I think it's bullshit. Absolute bullshit.
The rocket doesn't lit up that much. It doesn't lit up the atmosphere that much. Well, here's something that people need to understand. Here's what I want to explain to people. Yes, I don't work for NASA, but I know the physics and I know the difference in size. In order for something to lit up the entire South Florida all the way to Orlando in sky, it has to be a big object. Cannot be a small object. A small object will make a little burst, but the big object will make a big light going inside the atmosphere. Means it's entering our atmosphere and it's burning it out. It has to be something big. What it is, I don't know. Is it a spaceship or a clocked up spaceship? I don't know, but it's something
not
big.
Even that high. It didn't even look that high in here. This is the exact reason why it is. Goddamn it! It's not a goddamn SpaceX rocket. This so-called rocket. It's not.
It doesn't make that kind of radius of blast entering the atmosphere.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't burn out that much. It doesn't burn out that much. You can barely see a little speck. Little speck, I'm sorry. Little speck of dot you'll see of light.
The video showed it was no bullshit.
Just 1 minute remaining.
It wasn't even that high in the air. It might have been below the altitude of an airplane.
Dude, this thing
It might have been below the altitude of an airplane.
Mamba, you gotta Google this. You gotta, because you gotta see this. This thing was seen all the way from Miami to Orlando. It lit up all the way from South Florida to Orlando. It only got maybe a little bit of a news, bro. Bro, only got a little bit of a news. And why is that? Why is that? Dude, it was like huge. This thing was lit up, almost half of Florida lit up. It was big. Whatever it was big that entered our atmosphere. And it was like a few days ago. And there was two of them that entered. And you can see the videos.
Even the locals knew. Did you see it in person?
Yeah, it lit up. I thought that the moon was out or something, or what the fuck? I was like, I thought maybe the helicopter. You know how a helicopter, when they're looking for somebody, they use the light.
I can only imagine what the citizens of these spots are thinking about.
They were scared shitless, bro. They thought maybe Putin sent a rocket or some shit.
Yeah,
they were scared shitless. Yeah, it was China did some shit.
Imagine being in that spot where you don't know what the hell.
But here's my question: why? Here's my thing. Why is it that they're like very quiet about this? So when they're being very quiet, means they don't want to talk about it. Okay, so that tells me right there, that's where the conspiracy comes in. Why aren't you talking about it? Let's just cover it for briefly 3 seconds. Let's get back to the the trial of Chauvin and all this other bullshit. Let's talk about that. Let's not focus on this, right? Because we don't want to scare people or what the fuck this is. Because even we don't know what just entered our atmosphere. Imagine that. Even if they don't know, check this out. Even if they don't know, check this out. How scary is that shit? Even they don't know what the fuck just entered our atmosphere, and it's something huge, something fucking juggernaut, size of a Long Island, bro. Bro, size of a Long Island, something just entered our fucking atmosphere, and we're fucking clueless.
They're trying to say that it's a meteor or asteroid.
BS. There has to be an impact. There has to be a tsunami. There should be a freaking tsunami entering South Carolina or Orlando or Florida. There'd be a big tsunami, though.
And then the NASA guy, even the guy from NASA, is denying, saying, "Oh, it's just
Time's up.
It's just all it did was."
He finishes with 11
He's saying that
home runs.
Okay, let me read.
Dude, it would be a catastrophic tsunami, bro, in Florida, if that was the case.
Asteroid fragment hitting the Earth's
The
atmosphere
round
with
has
38,000
officially
miles per hour.
started.
Bullshit.
Here
So
we
if
go.
It was bigger than that. It was bigger, man.
The
If
challenger,
it was, then
So
why?
big.
And it's
San
so much
Diego
bigger than 900.
Padres.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Manny
And then they try to make these
Machado.
excuses. They try to make those excuses. But it looked much, much bigger than 900.
Think about it, Mamba. Something when something enters our atmosphere, it depends on how much
Also,
it.
It was going so fast. It would have. Why isn't there like something crazy happening right now? That like there would have been a tsunami already. If that
Yeah.
was that close.
But this was
there
not.
would have been a
This was
tsunami.
not a meteor, man. This was meteors. Usually they burn. They enter. They burn out really quick, and that's it. This thing was different. Okay, it didn't have that tail. You understand? It didn't have that tail. You know how usually there's a tail when a asteroid, big asteroid, is entering the atmosphere. This thing didn't have a fucking tail. This thing just kind of woof, entered and lit up the entire freaking Florida, almost all the way from Miami to Orlando, and it was just
It had,
lighting
like-
up everything like a day,
It's
bro.
not the fact that it had a tail. It's the fact. Okay, it's the fact that it looks much bigger. It looks shit ton bigger than a 900-pound fragment. Okay.
Exactly, because something to light up the sky that much has to be in bigger size. Has to be size of a Long Island to lit up the sky that much. Means the atmosphere is burning much brighter because of the size of this thing that just entered. And it was two of them. It wasn't just one. It was back to back. Did you see? It was like information. 1, 2. 1, 2. What the fuck? And those pyramids over Brooklyn. What's up with that? These pyramids, they were hiding it from us. There's these 3 pyramids, UFOs. And the Navy didn't want to say shit about it because it was kept secret. And now they're talking about it like, we don't know what the fuck this is. We do not know what this is. And it's checking our ships, checking our very highly advanced carrier ships, and it's hovering right over us, and there's nothing we can do about it. We're like we're hopeless. We're helpless. Like there's nothing we can do about it. We can't stop it. We don't know what the fuck
I'm
it is.
looking at this video.
It's
There's
crazy.
a tail, but it looks a shit ton bigger than a 900-pound fragment.
Just 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, I agree, man. Look, I know how that thing lit up, bro. That thing, bro. I looked up.
It looks big.
I looked up on my balcony, bro. When I looked out my balcony, I thought it was a helicopter. You know how a helicopter, it's chasing somebody and they lit up right the neighborhood, right? But I didn't hear any helicopter. I was like, what the fuck is this? And I was like, I know there's no bright moon this bright. So what the hell is this? And I was like, what? Then I saw a little, dude, in Miami, they only showed it on the local news for like, I kid you not, like, not even 10 seconds. Oh, and on today's news, we talk about the trial of Chauvin. Blah, 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 blah. Let's get back to you on the trial. What did you, like, get the fuck out of here. You know, like, they only show a little fragment, right? A little fragment, a little, like a little tiny 10 seconds footage.
Like, there has to be a reason why
Fraction.
they only
A little
show it
fraction
that
of the video, 10 seconds. Why is that, why is it not being
Millions.
covered? Right?
I know I sound like an orange man right now, but millions. I want to make this clear to all
Hitting
these
first,
assholes.
the
Millions
tiebreaker from the Los
people.
Angeles Dodgers.
Saw that
number
shit.
5.
Tens of millions of people.
Bro, here's the big one.
Saw that shit. Pretty
Mamba,
much
here's the big
everyone
one.
living
In
Florida.
1996, here's the big one. Since we're talking about aliens, here's the big one. Arizona Phoenix Lights. The big one. And they still can't explain what that was. It was not able to be detected on radar. It stretched about, I don't know, like in 4 miles. Like a little, like, triangular shape. Craft that was hovering over the Phoenix. And they call it Phoenix Lights. And everyone's seen it in Phoenix. And no one can explain what that was. Nobody knows. To this day, since 1996, was it 96? No one can still tell you what the fuck that was. The Air Force has no documentation on the radar that what the fuck that was. They couldn't detect it on the radar. It was very stealthy, but people had clearly seen it.
I think it happened again in 2008.
Really?
Yeah.
Was it in the same place?
They tried to drop that one too. Let's see. Over Phoenix, yes?
Yeah. The Phoenix lights.
In 2007.
Bro, even the governor of was it governor or mayor? The mayor of Phoenix, I think, was it?
He finishes with
Was the mayor of Phoenix?
Oh,
governor, even the governor. Yeah, but even he now, he's a believer because he's seen the UFO right after that. Like with his own two fucking eyes, he's seen the UFO. Like he couldn't explain, what am I watching? He's seen it. And no one believed him. They thought he was crazy or whatever, and, you know, put him in a straight jacket. Yeah. Dude, it's amazing how much they don't want us to know. Like they want to keep us, dude. They want to keep us in this prison, this planet prison. They really don't want us to know what's out there. They really do not want us to fucking know what's out there. That should scare the shit out of everybody, right? That we are in this prison and they don't want us to know what's out there. Think about that. That should terrify the fuck out of you. So when you go to sleep tonight, think about that. Should terrify you. That they don't want us to know what's out there. They know what the fuck is out there, but they don't want us to know what's out there. That should terrify the fuck out of you. And I know some people are going to say, oh, whatever, this guy's smoking. That's, here we go again. The guy's smoking some heavy shit, and, right? Like, here we go.
Yeah, he is a believer. He is a believer. He's made even multiple things about.
Oh, the guy, the governor from Arizona. Yeah, he is. I like him, actually. I like that guy. He's pretty cool, man. I've seen interviews with him. He's cool, man. Not just him, but millions of people have seen it in Arizona as well.
Yeah, but when the governor knows what's happening, when a guy that is a federal government and actually is saying is believing that it did happen, that should be a wake-up call to all these guys.
And everyone's seen it. Police officers seen it. Firefighters have seen it. Everybody has seen it. That's a million, millions of people have seen it. How could you deny that? Call everybody crazy? 3 million people crazy?
Yeah, that's just incredibly stupid.
Yeah, man.
Millions and millions of people saw that.
Yeah. They really don't want us to know, man. They really... And now I'm skeptical about that rover. Did we even put a rover on the Mars, or is there some bullshit somewhere in a desert somewhere with a CGI green screen? Probably they went to Jordan and they filmed somewhere in Jordan, these red deserts.
I think that the moon landing definitely happened, though.
I think so too. I think we did try to hoax it because we were in competition with Russia, but I think we did land and then we came back. I do believe that. But there's nothing out there, I guess. There's just nothing there.
Yeah, it was still a big accomplishment. But I think they thought about hosting.
Yeah. And people say, I had this, listen, I'm going to play devil's advocate. Look, I want everybody to know that I'm not a flat earther. I know that Earth is round. Planets are round, moon is round, I know it's round. But, let me play devil's advocate. Okay? Let me pretend that I'm a flat Earth believer. Okay? Now, put yourself in these people's shoes. They never been out in the space. They never went out in the out of atmosphere, out in the space. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know what's out there. They just have to believe. They just have to believe what they're being told. They don't know what the fuck is out there.
By the way, a couple weeks ago, I saw mysterious, these mysterious lights going up.
I like what
No, I'm not joking.
No, I like what a United fan wrote down. But anyway, go ahead.
Oh, let me see. I went to I went to the fucking Dairy Queen, nearby Dairy Queen, okay? And all of a sudden, I see these, and it looks similar to this other video that I saw, which saw mysterious lights going over Phoenix.
Number 44.
Arizona,
Yordan
but this was in 2017.
Alvarez.
But a couple weeks ago, right?
That one
I went to
is
the
gone.
Dairy Queen, right? The nearby Dairy Queen ice cream, right? And
Yeah.
I went there, and all of a sudden, through the trees, I see these lights, a ton of these moving lights going.
Like red,
Not
green,
even
blue,
that
like a
bright.
police car, like police lights, right? You know, they
I think
morph.
it was like that. It was
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of like that.
Yeah.
It almost looked red from the distant human eye, right? It looked red. They were going up and they were going down.
Were they morphing?
But-
Did you notice any morphing lights, like morphing a little bit brighter, dimmer,
Here's
brighter,
what I
dimmer?
noticed. They were
Yeah.
doing different patterns.
Ah.
It's almost like that they were changing their patterns like every minute, you know. And they were going. They weren't even going that fast. It's almost like they were trying to like message. It was like a message of something. Okay?
That's interesting. Have you ever? Let me ask you this, Mamba.
Many people have witnessed stuff similar to that because I've seen raw videos of it.
Have you ever heard about this guy? You probably haven't, but I'll tell you anyway. Back in 1970s, early 1970s, there's this guy in Sweden called Bill Meyer, and he has photos of these UFOs where species that look like us, like humans, with just a different shape of ears and the neck, they had came to visit him, and they're from Pleiades star system. And they travel through different density of dimensions. Basically, they're able to use a shortcut through dimensions to travel here, through wormholes. And this guy, first of all, this guy has only one arm. He lost the other arm in the accident. And for this guy to create all of this with these shitty-ass cameras in 1970s, to create these spacecraft hovering over his house and tree, and I just don't think he had that kind of resources and that kind of power to be able to pull that kind of a hoax. A lot of people believe he hoaxed it, that it's a hoax, but I don't know, man. You need, when I did my research on him, I was like, dude, this is 1970. If this was today, yes, you can hoax that shit. Even with one arm, you can hoax it. But this was 1970. It's really hard to hoax that shit. You gotta have a lot of resources to hoax something like that. And I don't know if you ever heard about him. His name is Bill Meyer. That's his nickname. His real name is different. Look him up. Bill Meyer, 1970s. Switzerland. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he says that you can tell a difference between Pleiadians. Here's what he says. You can tell a difference between Pleiadians and humans. The only difference is the eyes a little bit longer. I mean, not the eyes. The ears are a little bit longer. The necks are a little bit tinier. And the face and the jaws, they look more diamond shaped. But it's still humanoid. It's still human. Like, they have same skin as we are. They have hair. They have same sex as we do. And he was blown away. He was blown away. Like pretty much identical. Pretty much identical to us. And you honestly couldn't tell the damn difference. Like, if right now a Pleiadian female would go to Victoria's Secret, you couldn't tell a damn difference. You would probably think maybe some plastic surgery on her ears or whatever. You couldn't tell a fucking difference. So they could be living here among us and you wouldn't know a damn difference, bro. And that's what he said.
True.
And that's what he said. And that's what he said.
They tried to call him a cult leader. They tried to call him that, I think.
I know. They tried to dumb them down, dude. They tried to, I wonder what Cameron thinks about this. I'm gonna pick on his brain when he comes back. But, you know, Kim Kardashian is one of them. Possibly. She has that booty. Probably. And who else? Let me see. I think the other one too. What's her name?
That's gone. Home
Jesus,
run
I'm trying to think of her
8.
name. Not Scarlett Johansson. The other one. Jesus. Look at these home runs I'm making on the home derby.
Oh, Cameron's back.
Not Scarlett Johansson. The other one. That was in Prometheus. And Charlize Theron. Charlize Theron.
Kim Kardashian.
We're talking about the aliens, bro. We're talking about Bill Maher, and and also the weird lights that entered the off of coast of Florida, that lit up almost the entire Florida from Miami to Orlando. And only briefly they just put it on the news for like 10 seconds.
That will do it.
Wendy Williams, there you go. Wendy Williams looks like an alien.
I can't stand Wendy Williams, to be honest with you.
Eliminated from the competition.
Hey, Cameron, have you ever heard about the guy called Bill Maher?
Yeah, I've heard the name. What about him? What did he do? What happened?
Well, he only had one arm, and he lived in a small town in Switzerland, like very rugged town, isolated from the cities. In Sweden.
I was thinking you're talking about the comedian Bill Maher.
No. This guy is 1970s. This guy supposedly was in contact with Pleiadians star system, and they traveled through here with different means through dimensions, like density levels. They were able to use a shortcut, travel faster than speed of light, which is dimensions. The next step is dimension, density level. And they were able to use the shortcuts to get here from their star system to our star system. And they can also go into past, they can cheat time. It's like a time machine, because they can, if you can go faster than the speed of light, if you can go through different dimensions, then you are actually cheating time. You can pretty much go back and forth. And he said that these extraterrestrials, some of them were white, some of them were dark skinned, some of them were brown skinned, but the majority, like, they were like the white skin, pale white skin, and they had a very tiny neck, kind of like what's her name, like a Charlize Theron tiny little neck, and a shaped diamond jaws and eyes. But the hair was the same hair, the sex, the same sex, the tits and all that pussy and all that jazz. So pretty much there's male and a female, and they were exactly like us, humanoids, right? And this guy didn't have an arm, didn't have only one arm, didn't have a second arm, only lost one arm in the accident. He was a mailman or something, and he lost his arm on a bike, motorcycle accident. He only has one arm, and he was taking the photos and videos with a little shitty 8mm camera back in 1970s, and he obviously didn't have all this technology, photoshopping and all this other crap that we have today to make something look and hoax it. Like he didn't. What I'm trying to say, and I'm trying to butcher this story. What I'm simply trying to say is that this guy didn't have the means necessary, to fake it, or he didn't have a resources to fake it. You gotta have a lot of money, man. Back then, it cost you a lot of money to fake this shit, to hoax this shit. It's not going to be cheap. And he didn't have those resources to do that. And if you look at some of his photos, if you look at some of his videos, man, I don't know, man. It's pretty strikingly interesting. And it's hard to dismiss. Even to this day, people are having a difficult time dismissing it as a hoax. And I don't know if you ever thought about him. And I
never.
You know what he predicted?
No,
he predicted the Desert Storm. He predicted the war in Iraq, and some other things he predicted about climate change and other stuff that they told him about. And they spoke German with him. Like, he said that the German language was easier for them. Sure, they know English a little bit, but it was easier for them, which is fucking weird. That they were able to talk German with him better. And they also said that they approached other, which this gets a bit weird. it gets a bit weird that they approach other leaders in the past, and it gets really weird. Some of his, what I'm talking about it here because it's very controversial, and it is controversial. The shit he says, it's controversial. I'm not going to say it here, but you need to go ahead and look him up. But some of the stuff he said is pretty interesting. Basically, there's this what he said. There's Pleiadians. They used to be here during the Atlantis, and there was also the closest galaxy to us, which is the Andromeda. So Pleiadians and Andromedans, there was a little bit of a conflict between them. They had a conflict, and there was also another race called Draconians, where they created the greatest flood, like the big flood that flooded the Atlantis, and the Atlantis was somewhere around the Greece. Where the islands are on the Greece, in that peninsula, where the Greece is, it's down there somewhere. Yeah. And interesting stuff, man. Very interesting shit. But I don't know if you want to look into it or not. I mean, but what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts about the whole thing, man? About the aliens and all the shit?
Well, I've never heard of the guy, but when it comes to aliens, I like aliens is one thing I do believe in. Like I've always been fascinated by space exploration and extraterrestrial life. And you got to think about it. Like, I mean, like we don't know what happens to us in the afterlife. So that's another story, whether or not we go to heaven, all of that stuff. But when you think about what we do know is that Earth is one planet that is in space, and it is pretty much an endless galaxy out there.
Yeah.
And if you think about a living organism, how it happens, where it can be a bacteria, it can be so forth. You got to think that Earth is only one planet in the entire galaxy, solar system, whatever you want to call it. There is millions and billions. They said that I think humans have only explored like 1 or 2% of the galaxy. Now, I think it would be really stupid to assume.
Yeah.
Maybe stupid is a harsh word, but I think it would be really
it's a good word.
To assume. It would be naive or stupid to assume that in something so large as the galaxy that and we live on Earth, that we are the only living beings that are alive. See, humans, we assume that living beings has to look like us, probably has to have hair, probably has to have hands, but living beings can be many different things.
Yeah.
They could be a plant that is just as capable of us, and we've, even with our best technology, there's only so far that we can go. If you were to look at how long it takes with current technology, how long it takes humans to get from like Earth to space, from Earth to the moon, or even Earth to Mars. This is like some of these planets, to get to them, it would take you like 90 years one way.
You know what? Brutal Enigma, what you said in Brutal Enigma said is so true. I remember, well, I don't remember, but because I wasn't alive when that discovery happened. But there was a time in our past when we totally discredited this belief that there's gorillas that exist. Remember?
Yeah.
Or like, oh, there's no such thing as gorillas. This is bullshit, blah, 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 blah. And then we found them in Congo. We found them. Oh, there they are, And they're out there. There's the one, what you call it, the one with the white hair on the top, and what you call it, silverback.
Silverback gorilla.
Yeah. And we didn't think that they exist, and then we found out they exist. It's the same thing with the Sasquatch. Just because you haven't found them yet, just because you haven't caught one yet, because they're so damn good to be caught, doesn't mean they're not out there. And what bothers me about a lot of scientists is they like to discredit everything, as if they know everything. Here's my question to scientists. If you know everything, then why don't you tell me what happens after I die? Tell me what happens. Well, tell me. I want you in detail to tell me what happens, where do I go, the whole experience. Tell me. Where do I go? Tell me. No. Since you know everything, all these scientists, since you got You sucked everyone's brain. You sucked the entire universe. You know, you're playing like God. You know everything. Tell me, what happens next after we die? I mean, see, that ignorance, that arrogance, not ignorance, arrogance about the humans is the one thing that maybe it's stopping these extraterrestrials to really making a contact with us. They're like, dude, this guy's still in the jungle, you know. These motherfuckers, yes, they can fly these little metallic planes with a fucking fuel. They can pollute the planet and have these nuclear shit bombs that we fucking gave them the technology to split the atom. But goddamn, we don't want these motherfuckers into the galaxy, do we? We don't want these sons of bitches going in there, floating around in rest of the galaxy, right?
Yeah.
Think about that. Why would they want to? I mean, maybe that's why they're so hesitant. They're like, man, these guys are not ready, man. These guys are not on our level. We don't even have to use the language. We communicate telepathically. We don't even need the fucking language. We don't need to raise our voices. We don't need to scream and make these sounds. Telepathically, we can do everything on each other. So they're like, do we want these motherfuckers? Do we really want them out there in a galactic star system? I don't think so. I think at one point of time they wanted us, like in 1940s, 1930s. I'm sure they wanted us, but I think they changed their minds. They're like, all right, man.
Who knows? Maybe
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
You know, maybe many years from now, when you and I are dead, humans are going to colonize in space. I know Jeff Bezos is wants to be one of the first pioneers to do that with his Blue Origins.
They're going to keep his buddy frozen and they send it out in space.
But you know, when Earth colonizes, when humans colonize in space one day, who knows? Maybe from that point they're going to develop warp speed that they can get from one area to the other almost instantly.
Yeah.
And who knows? It might be one day like a fucking Total Recall, right? Where some of these aliens are hot chicks with 3 tits. You know?
You know what else this guy Bill Maher says? He says that some things. Here's what he says, and it's really fucking weird, man. When you do research about this guy, it really goes deep. He says the reason some predictions didn't come to fruition, and the reason why some predictions that Nostradamus also said didn't come to the prediction is because of the Pleiadians have this technology to go back and forth in time, and they can influence certain things that happen. And so basically, we could be living in the past right now, and they're influencing it differently.
It's like a time cop.
And they're making all these different changes, and we're feeling these densities. Didn't you feel a change into a different density between 2012 and then 2021 now? I'm sure you felt a little change of something.
Yep.
Whatever that is, spiritually or whichever way, like you feel something is different. Even your house doesn't feel the same like it used to be, right? Even that place where you used to grow up doesn't feel the same. Something's going on. And you can feel that. And he says that they can do that. They can influence that. And I think this is maybe why the governments, they know about this and they don't want people to know about the fact that they can do that. And they're probably cooperating with them. Hey, just give us please at your mercy, fuck, whatever. I don't know. I don't know. But they're pleading with something, or maybe there's nothing they can do, and they're gonna do what they please. I don't know. Maybe I'm pretty sure that they have their own laws, like these Pleiadians, star system, and Andromedans. I'm sure they have their own galactic laws, and I'm sure they cannot break that, right? You would assume, but we don't know. I'm just guessing here. But what this guy Bill Maher talked about, really, man, it makes you. It's like a rabbit hole, bro. He drags you down into that fucking rabbit hole, and you're like going in there deeper and deeper and deeper. And he doesn't laugh that often. Well, he does sometimes when he makes a joke, but he's like very serious about it. Like, he took a bunch of polygraph tests and passed every single one of them, and he just says it nonchalantly. He knows all the names of all the extraterrestrials he visited. He pretty much remembers everything. He actually took a photo of the very first Apollo what was it? The very first satellite that was put out in the outer space, floating around the planet. Actually, he was on that spaceship, spaceship where, the human eye cannot see because of a different density. He talked about this too. Like, for example, right now there could be something above the sky, but it's a different density. You cannot see it. You can go right through it. You cannot see it. But if you have the equipment, equipment that can detect that density, you will be able to see it form up. Like, there could be a bunch of different entities running around you right now in this room, but you cannot interact with them because they're in different density level. But they could be monitoring you. They could be watching you, just sitting there. Like right now, wherever you are in that room, they could be just behind you or in front of you, watching you, and they're just looking at you. Because they can, but you don't see it because we're on a different density level and they're on that density level. Interesting shit, man. It goes really deep. It can give you anxiety and panic attacks because you're like, holy fuck. And imagine a whole lot of shit that we don't know. And this is just not even a fraction of that. So yes. Bill Maher is a very interesting guy. No one has yet to discredit him to this day because they can't. They really tried, man. Everybody from the United States, Canada, Russia, everybody came in trying to discredit this guy. They couldn't. Even Vatican came in trying to discredit. They couldn't. They couldn't find any foul play. They couldn't find any hoax. Just with the Peterson film of the Bigfoot female with the big saggy tits moving left and right. She's going out to the forest. They still can't disprove that either. There's things that just, it tells you that, hey, maybe this guy is telling the truth. You know what I mean? Maybe this guy is not full of shit. Because if he was a big hoax, if it's a big hoax, don't you want the credit? Like, hey, all right, guys, it was a hoax. For 30 years I did this shit. It's a hoax. It's me. Yeah. I'll take the fucking credit. All right, before I die, whatever, take it to the grave. Before I take it to the grave, it was me. All right. Usually people want the credit, right? So you can talk about them. But this guy was pretty interesting. I don't know if you guys have done research on him. I don't know. I mean, I've done intensive research on him. And it's very interesting. But yeah, go ahead. I know it's a lot to. I know it's a lot to take in, man. It's very deep. I know you guys are thinking about the density levels and entities and all that stuff. But hey, it's a big universe out there.
I've never done any research on him, but I definitely, am fascinated by that stuff, and I do believe that there's more out there than we even know, and I do believe there's some kind of aliens out there. I mean, maybe it's not the type of aliens in the way that we envision them.
Yeah.
They could be fucking who knows what they look like. We don't know. We just have an idea. Fuck, they could actually look like the Predator for all I know. I don't know.
Yeah.
If when you see them, they could.
They could be a cockroach. Look like a cockroach, big giant cockroach.
Yeah, they could be a cockroach. Or I don't know if you remember the movie Battle Los Angeles or Battle LA.
Yes.
Battle Los Angeles.
Yeah. I've seen it.
They could be some kind of robotic creature where they're part robotic, and they have superior technology to us. They could be something like that.
Vincent says something interesting. Our brains are not advanced enough, and it's true. We can't reach to that level to accept something like that. Like, it's just because we are indoctrinated, we're programmed, wired, right? We are wired differently, where we just can't simply accept that, right? So our brain just doesn't want to. It's just rejecting that idea, right? And I think he's right. That could be that too.
And what about the idea that they're, that they could already be living here with us? Like what if, kind of like the movie not Bad Boys. What do you call it again with the Will Smith movie?
Men in Black.
Yeah, Men in Black. Where they're already living here with us. We just don't even know.
Well, that's what the guy Bill Maher was saying. That they look so similar to us. Sure. There's some features, different features. Like when you look at Asians, when you look at people in living in Middle East and other places, people in India. There's certain different features, but they're humanoid. They're like us. They have sex, there's hair, pretty much heart, oxygen, all of that, lungs. They're exactly humanoid like we are, but they're so highly technically advanced, cheating time, going to different dimensions, going in past, going in future. And that begs the question. So where the fuck did we originate from? And he talks about that too, how we got originated. And it was really some kind of competition freak of nature, he said, where there was a war. Who gets to control this planet, basically? Who gets to have the title of this planet? There was like that kind of like a war going on. Do Pleiadians take the charge? Do Draconian takes the charge? Or do Andromedan takes the charge? But Draconians were more powerful because they're lizards. They're serpents. And that's why you have dinosaurs here. That's why you had crocodiles and lizards and shit like that. Because they are, reptile. And they come from very far galaxies out there that we can't even fucking name it yet. But they're Draconians. And they came here to harbor. And there was a war, like some kind of war going on that Atlantis, between them and the Pleiadians. That's what this guy said, and that's why you have a lot of dinosaurs. So the dinosaurs were harbored there, basically. They were like, how would I say, they were brought there. They were like livestock. They were put there because that's what they use. That's what they have on their other planet, It really goes deep, man. It really goes deep. So we're like the leftovers of something that happened in the past. We're the fuckery of the leftovers of something that missing link. And of course, it wasn't the big asteroid that hit us. They're saying that he said that there was a war going on. Like they had much more powerful weapons. They can even control the asteroids to hit certain planets. They can create different moons and move the moons. Like he talks about Draconians. Like how powerful and dominant Draconians are. And there was 2 moons, he said. He said there's 2 moons.
Some news station,
yeah.
PS21, not sure where it is. I think it's in Pennsylvania, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
The Department of Defense has confirmed a leaked video of UFOs is real.
Oh yeah, that's been out there, especially the one in Brooklyn. You'll see it, like pyramid shape upside down. Truman Show, Vincent Paradisa. Well, this is Mr. Fork. Anything and everything. Expect everything and anything.
I'm not sure where this was, but it was some. I'm not sure where this was, but it was posted by Navy.
Hey, Cameron, I bet nobody expected that the MLB, the show, is going to turn into coast to coast AM. Coast to coast AM.
I think we're just playing. This is so funny.
This is coast to coast AM.
I think a lot of people don't.
East of Rockies, west of the. Go ahead.
I think a lot of people don't realize when they tune into these live streams, especially now that that we can interact with the microphone, all of us, is that a lot of people when they go to a channel, they just sit there and they watch the person play the game.
It's boring, right?
Yeah, and when they come here, they're getting like fucking everything. They're getting a
entertainment,
a concoction of
mixed bag,
confrontational consoles, computers, history,
healthcare,
everything.
Insurance, internet.
I'm just surprised that the Department of Defense, which is a government, obviously, department, would actually disclose something like that as real. When you'd think they'd cover it up and call it fake, obviously. It's surprising.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know.
Here's what I honestly think.
I do feel like that the government is starting to come out slowly with the information.
Here's what I think, and I'll tell you what. And I know people have a difference of opinion about what's his name? The guy who broke the news about the Area 51 and the S4 in Nevada, north of Las Vegas. The Groom, the dry bed, Groom Lake, and all that. What's his name? My God, the guy with the glasses. He worked for Los Alamos. What the fuck? What was his name? The scientist that worked at Area 51. Bob Lazar. Jesus Christ, I'm getting old. Bob Lazar, maybe it's aliens that they're stopping me right now. Bob Lazar said something very interesting on Joe Rogan podcast. He said that when he was called on the briefing, like it's all isolated. Every department it's isolated. Like you don't know what this guy's working on, and you don't know what that guy's working on. It's like a compartmentalized experience. So you don't know what this guy knows. You don't know what that guy knows. Okay. So everybody's working separate. Everybody's separate. Even your partner doesn't know what you know. So everyone only knows what they need to know, and you cannot leak anything. You report to a certain person who is in charge, and then that person reports it to whoever after that. So he said when he was being briefed, they gave him like a folder, and he opened that folder, and on that folder, they gave him schematics of what this craft is, where they found this craft, and he says, this craft, so-and-so, was found here, here, and here, and he said that this craft, it's a ancient at Antarctica, and it's ancient. Yeah. And now we want you to figure this out and what this is, how old this is, and how does it work, etc., etc. So a lot of these crafts, actually, they didn't even crash. Cameron, they didn't even crash. They're from different times, and they were dig up and they were found, and they're prehistoric. And that's where a lot of trickery comes in. How do we figure this out? What this is? How does this work? How do we back engineer this? And what the hell is this? How old is this? How many years are we talking? Before dinosaurs? We're talking 3 billion, 4 billion years? How many fucking years we're talking? On that ice in Antarctica that sits there. And what happened? What happened? What kind of climate happened, change? And we all know there's a climate change that happened. Obviously, we supposedly, according to scientists, there was a big asteroid that hit in the Gulf of Mexico here, and the rest is history. But what happened before that? What took place? What other civilizations were here, and what were they doing here? Why there's so many different creatures on this planet? From reptiles to gorillas, to kangaroos, to this and that, to sea life. There's so much here. It's almost like somebody was spreading seeds, like using this planet as some kind of like refuge. Almost like a refuge. It seems like some kind of a refuge. And everybody was taking bits and pieces of it, And he said, basically, what he was given was that information. And he was also given another information, that there's this other race called, I forgot the name that he used, but they're from Zeta Reticuli star system, which is, I guess, I don't know, like Orion's belt or whatever. It's next to Orion's belt. And he said that they're from a different star system as well. And these little gray creatures are also the ones who are controlling these crafts, supposedly. So there's some interesting shit there. So why was he briefed this? And how much do we really know? Or how about this? Maybe we really don't know. Here's the scary part. Maybe we really don't know. Maybe the world governments really don't know. And that's why they don't want to speak about it. Because honestly, I don't think they know, Cameron. I don't think neither one of them have a fucking clue. They're all just guessing. They're all just guessing. Vincent
Paradiso.
Go ahead.
Vincent Paradiso said it's like their planet was dying and they planted life on Earth. So who
Yeah.
knows? Could be a way for them to survive,
Yeah.
right? They came here and we had,
Yeah.
or not we, but Earth had the resources that their species would be able to thrive on, right? So they realized
Yeah.
that, and they've
I
been
mean,
here,
look
kind
at
of
us,
like
man.
Transformers kind of shit.
Did you know that there was once, I know that this is a little off
Yeah.
topic, but there was once an albino gorilla.
Yeah. It's
It was,
true. It's
It was
true.
at the zoo.
It's true. They have them.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it was only one. I think
Yeah.
it died in 2003, but it was the only gorilla that was albino.
I mean, think about this for a moment. No, really, when you think about this shit, why are we even here? There's so many things out there that doesn't make any sense. There's so many things that want to eat us and kill us. We're in a hostile environment. It's this place, it's not really, it's something we were groomed to live here. But it's really a hostile environment for a human to live here. From snakes, from diseases, bacterias, to different animals that can kill you, different species of animals that can kill you and rip you in pieces and shred you in pieces. Yes, we have technology, and thank God we have technology that can protect us from these animals and creatures, right? What are you going to do when a 16-foot crocodile is in the water and it's swimming 35 miles an hour? Well, you going to outswim that fucking crocodile? No, you're dead, bro. Right? There's so many things here that doesn't add up on this planet. And that's the one thing that a lot of scientists are scratching head. Like, man, this doesn't add up here. Something here just makes no damn sense. You know. But anyway, what do you think, Cameron? What do you guys think?
I agree. We've only scratched
Yeah.
the surface of what we know about extraterrestrial life, even a lot of stuff that happened in the past with Egypt and they find all of these
Pyramids,
they find all of these relics. You know, we are just assuming, and a lot of times, you know, they're finding new things that are saying, "Holy shit, this existed back then," and you know, this is not what we thought, and how things were built. It's incredible. It's just, you know, we just can't imagine it. We have technology now, but things were back then with these Egyptians and the way that you know they did stuff is fascinating. But I think in the future going forward, we won't be able to see aliens in our lifetime for sure, because
hell no.
we are underdeveloped as far as technology, and these aliens might you know they might be more advanced than us. Maybe they're not. Maybe they are, and if they are, they're probably looking at us saying, well, why should we make contact? They have nothing to offer us. You know, what the fuck? Or maybe they look at us and then they say, holy fuck, these guys are always killing each other. These guys are always at war. Fuck, they might kill us. You know why? You know, so there's a lot of factors when you think about it. But I do definitely believe that humans, Earth, our species is not the only species that exists. I think it's naive to think that only our species is all that exists in this entire galaxy.
Yeah. Yeah, it is, man. I never played Milwaukee, but go ahead. Yeah, no. It's true. There's so much here that doesn't add up, man. And we're still learning about some new species, some new birds we discover, some new insects we discover. They can kill you in an instant. Small little tiny creatures that can kill you in an instant. There's nothing you can do about it. This is not a place for a human. This is a very hostile fucking place, bro. Look at these lightning.
Look at this COVID-19. Look at this COVID-19. This is a new
look
bacteria,
at the weather. Look at the weather. The tsunamis, the earthquakes, the volcanoes. This is not a paradise, mecca place, heaven for people to live. This is a very dangerous planet for humans. Honestly, harsh conditions, winter, summer, heat, very harsh conditions. You know, desert, no water. I mean, I can go on and on and on. You know, and you live in Canada. You see how harsh it is in British Columbia. You get lost in British Columbia, you dead. They eat you there. You're not going to survive. You're done, right? You dead in the water. I mean, how long? I don't think people realize how big British Columbia and Alberta is, right? And you know, I mean, you're from Canada, Cameron. You just tell people how big that fucking place is.
No, it is. It is.
Huge, man.
And the winters and the cold that you experience in BC. Like I live in Ontario, Toronto, Canada, but BC and in the West they have like legendary snowfalls, snowstorms every day sometimes. The temperatures that they have there, it's crazy. If you get stuck in the middle of nowhere and you got no support, you're dead. There's no coming out of that. So
oh, absolutely,
it is crazy.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. You know, and I think about this shit sometimes. You know, I wonder about like, not that I will ever figure this out. No one will ever figure this out. We're not meant to figure this out, I guess. But it's interesting, you know, a lot of people don't think about this, you know. They don't realize this kind of stuff because, you know, we are born into this. We accept this, and this is how it is, and you just accept it, right? And that's fine. Hey, you know, that's how a majority of people live their life. They accept this is how it is. I'm going to live my life, have fun, that's it. And that's fine. That's how you should live your life. But if you really dig deep into it, if you really go deep down that rabbit hole, you're gonna have a lot of question marks. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. What the hell's going on here, right?
The more you learn, the more questions you end up having. That's how it is with
exactly.
Roadblocks. With anything.
Yeah. All these roadblocks. Mamba, you still here? Mamba's like, where's Desperado? Desperado is like missing in action.
I don't know.
He's going to the
chat.
No, he left.
Sworn I saw Brendan. Okay.
Yeah, I think he left. I don't know.
The left-handed hitters.
I'm surprised the trolls are not coming. They're like, we don't like talking about aliens.
So whatever
you know.
he's doing against lefties,
I remember when I was in upstate New York, I went to Utica. This little place in Utica. She's upstate New York, and my friend had like a small little house. We had a little party there. It was like a house party and stuff. Some people were there that I knew from Plattsburgh and college days, and we all came in there to have a good time, to relax, and he had a nice little backyard with a fence, and there's a forest there. Obviously, it's a freaking forest. Nothing but forest and forest. A little road that takes you out to the highway, but it's all deep. You know, forest. You can't see shit in front of you. And we were just joking around, and he was doing something around the barbecue, making some hamburgers and some hot dogs and whatever, some chicken as well. And we were having some laugh, talking about some shit. And all of a sudden, man, this horrendous scream. Like, it was like, dude, like it sends like ice cold shivers into your fucking spine. Like really, like dude, you're gonna be shitting bricks. And I don't know how close that whatever that thing was, but it was so uncomfortable that I remember saying to him, dude, do you mind if I stay at your place because I really want to fucking drive? No, I said to him, I said Jason, my friend Jason. I said, hey, bro, do you mind if I stay at your place? I said, no, fine. You can sit downstairs. I said, that's cool. Dude, I felt something very, very, like, sinister about that scream. And I was like, dude, I ain't fucking driving this late at night. Fuck this shit. You know? And, dude, I'll never forget that. That was in, what was that, 98, July 98.
What exactly happened?
Dude, I still remember it like yesterday. That scream, let me tell you, Cameron, you're gonna be frozen, you're gonna have panic attacks, and you're gonna have anxiety, and you're gonna shit bricks. I guarantee anybody here, you go through that. It was so sinister, that fucking sound, holy shit. But anyway, go ahead.
You don't know what it was.
I have no fucking, but everybody was scratching their heads. All of us were like, we were trying to pretend. We were trying to pretend, like, let's play some music. I said, I remember Steven says, my friend Steve says, let's go into the woods, come on. Oh, fuck that shit. You go into the fucking woods, motherfucker. I was saying something about the fence is not big enough. We're gonna need a bigger fence. So, but I was scared, bro. I was pretending in front of the chicks that don't worry, man. It's not a big deal. I can handle this. But damn, man, I was straight up to the fucking bathroom. Took a big dump. I was scared shitless, bro. Listen, the noise, guys, was so scary. I guarantee you'll have panic attacks. For a moment, I had a panic attack, dude. Anxiety, because it's such a sinister, the kind of scream that says, you do not walk in here. You do not, like a warning sign or something. It was so fucking bad. And Utica, Utica has a lot of forest in upstate New York. I know they have prisons around in Utica and all that, but a lot of forest. There's a lot of forest there. In Utica. You guys have been to Utica?
I think it was someone. No, but I think it was someone taking a shit.
It could be a Sasquatch. I don't know. Somebody did say Sasquatch. I remember that.
It was probably like Thanos.
I don't know, man. It was. I know. I'm trying not to laugh too much about it because, man, it was really. Even just me talking about this, like, man, I don't want to laugh about this. Whatever the fuck this was definitely not friendly. It was not friendly. It was not friendly, but it was really weird.
Like a murder,
you never know.
But that's the worst case scenario.
Yeah. But it was nothing like a human voice. That's what I'm trying to tell people. It was not like a human voice. It was just very loud and deep. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe like dude, it was something large. With a large lung capacity and vocal capacity. That dude, if you heard this, I fucking guarantee you, I don't care how tough you are, how badass you are, all that shit goes out the fucking window. when I heard this shit, I was like, fuck me, bro. Like, fuck me sideways. The fuck was this?
And it was, here. That's what you're thinking.
Yeah.
This was out of here.
Yeah, in 1998, and man, hey, dude, I chickened out. I didn't want to drive. The Jason told me you can stay because I didn't want to fucking drive back to to Albany because I used to live in Albany back then. Then I moved to Lake Placid after that, and then Plattsburgh. So, and it's a long way to go from Utica to Albany, man. You still got about 5.5 hours. You got a long way to go, man. Because a lot of mountains you have to go through and shit. Especially at night, man. It's pretty fucking.
And if it was in
freaky.
Wintertime, then forget it.
This was July. This was July. Oh, if it was winter, fuck
that.
Yeah.
Okay. Middle of summer.
That'll bring home run number 3. It's now a 3-0 cushion.
Yeah. And I don't know if you guys have any kind of experience like that, but I did. I used to live in the country, like I told you, upstate New York and some other places. There was that one instance, and then also I think I said the story where I'm not going to talk about the other. I don't want to talk about that one. That one's just for me. There was another story I was going to tell you guys, but the reason I want to talk about it is just it was one of those things where I just don't feel like I should talk about it. Something that I saw, but I'm not fucking sure what the fuck I saw. To be honest with you, Cameron. And even to this day,
say something like you were abducted and you were probed.
No. But this was also something that I saw, but I can't explain what the fuck it was. Like my brain is telling me, "Hey, dude, you're hallucinating. This is some shit in your brain, whatever." But I know what I saw, dude.
Ready with the first pitch. Here it comes.
And this was like on the expedition going to this mountain called the Hurricane Mountain, upstate New York. Again, upstate New York, it's a strange fucking place. I'm not kidding. Those of you who live in upstate New York know what I'm talking about. There's this mountain called the Hurricane Mountain. And I was in high school back then. And we went to this place to climb up, to hike. Not really to climb, but to hike. It was like a hiking expedition. We were split in in 2 different groups, party of 4. It was me and this other guy and 2 other girls and other 2 guys, 2 other girls. It was like 8 of us, 4. and we were supposed to meet up at the top of this peak of this Hurricane Mount Hurricane, which is in upstate New York, Adirondack area, Adirondack National Forest Park. You can look it up, Mount Hurricane, so you can check out that this mountain really exists. The reason they call it the Mount Hurricane, because when you get to the top, it's like the eye of the hurricane. You see all the clouds around this mountain. So that's why they call it the Mount Hurricane, because of that eye that it has. And we did this in winter, during the snow. Now, as we were going up to this route, going up to this mountain, I had this urge to take a piss, bro. I was drinking a lot of shit in the school bus, like a lot of 7-Up or something, and I was like, oh, Dr. Pepper. It was Dr. Pepper. I was drinking a lot of fucking Dr. Pepper. Don't ask me why. And I just, dude, I had to take a piss. And I said to everybody, listen, guys, there's a little, like a riverbank down here. I'm going to stroll down there. I'm going to take a quick peek to see if I can, you know, take a piss somewhere there, and I did. I went down to this riverbank, a nice little beautiful riverbank, and I strolled down to this hill, to this riverbank, and I apologize that I shouldn't be saying this, but I took a piss on that fucking riverbank. I don't know why I did that, so I apologize to everybody out. Fuck, man. But that's the truth. I did. I took a piss on there. As I'm taking the piss, right behind me, I hear something. And I thought maybe he's one of my friends, you know, coming down to fuck with me or whatever. Dude, as I turned around behind me, and you know, I remember there's a lot of snow where I'm taking a piss next to this riverbank, you know, this little tiny river. It's half frozen, half, you know, it's still running water. And I turned around and I was like, what is this? Something moving? I said, you know, it's one of my friends. And I turned around. As I turned around, at first I thought, okay, a fucking bear. I was like, Jesus Christ.
You're fucked.
But I know that we don't have any reddish, brownish bears. I know it's black bears. Upstate New York, it's just black bears. You're not going to find a grizzly bear out there. It's just the black bears. That I know for a fact. And I was like, oh, it's not a black bear. I said, fuck, we don't have any reddish brown bears. This thing, when it jumped out, it was like a bison, you know, bison, what you call that?
Yeah, bison, a bison.
Same kind of color like bison, reddish, brownish. It jumped out with its almost like a Brock Lesnar a back, a lot of hair, and this fucking thing ran at least 40 miles an hour. Dude, that thing just went up the fucking hill. Dude, I was still holding my dick in my hands. I think I pissed myself even more. I was just, dude, I was frozen. Let me tell you. And that's why I hate telling this story, because I was fucking frozen in fear. Dude, I couldn't even scream. I couldn't say anything. I couldn't even talk. My heart rate was like 120 miles an hour, barely any oxygen going inside my lungs. I was frozen in fucking fear. Like, into my narrow bones, frozen in fucking fear. And this thing, I know exactly what the fuck I saw. It was hairy, reddish, brownish, looked like a humanoid on two bipedal, 2 legs, 2 arms. And I only saw the backside of it. I didn't see the front, but it just, with a lot of snow all over the fucking place, breaking branches, just went up that fucking riverbank, up the hill, so fast. Guess what I did? I didn't even go to meet up with my guys that I left at that expedition. Guess what I did? I ran to the highway to go back to the original place where the school bus supposed to pick us up. And this was my sophomore year, not my junior, my sophomore year, not my freshman, my sophomore high school year. And I was there waiting for the school bus. And they were looking for me, dude. They were looking for me and shit. They even called the state police. They came in and said, "You all right?" State police came in, you know, the New York State Police. They came in and said, "What happened?" And I told them I wasn't feeling good. You know, back then we didn't have the cell phones. We didn't have none of that shit. We didn't have cell phones or any of that crap. So I said, I wasn't feeling good. I had a diarrhea. I was some kind of food poisoning or something. I made up some bullshit lie, and the principal really didn't like me that I did that, and the teacher, which was my English teacher, didn't like it that I did that shit. They were all fucking mad at me, and dude, oh. But I couldn't tell them the truth. I couldn't tell them the truth. Like, what the fuck am I going to tell them? Hey, this is what I saw. You know what they're going to say? Oh, come on. We'll take you to Bellevue. It's not that far. It might take about 7 to 8 hours. Well, Bellevue, New York. Come on, it's not that far. Let's go. Here's a nice little white jacket for you. Come on.
I'll give you a fucking lobotomy.
Yeah. So this is why, I'm still not like, I don't like talking about it because not many people know about this. Just maybe you and maybe a couple of my ex-girlfriends, like Victoria, she knows about it. I don't know if she remembers. So I haven't spoken to her. I don't even know where she's at. Man. It was a long time ago. Not that I care about my exes. Honestly, I really don't give a shit. But, yeah, man, it was just, I know what I saw, man. Even to this fucking day, I know what I saw. So kill me. Like, so fucking kill me. I'll take it to the grave. I know what I saw. Clear as a fucking day. And it was the most scary fucking thing ever. I mean, I was frozen, dude. So there's two things that happened to me in my life. In upstate New York, first, that scream when I went to my friend's house, Jason and Steve in Utica. It was around 7:30 at night, July. Well, the sun was already setting, It was already getting dark. And that scream scared the shit out of me, and I had to stay at his house because I was fucking scared, And then this thing that happened when my sophomore year, this is way before that voice that I heard, And I never spoke about that, Now, was that the same thing? Was that a Sasquatch? I don't know. Could be, maybe, but I don't know. What do you call it? I don't know what it is. Something. There's definitely something out there in the woods, guys. And it's big, it's hairy, and it's intelligent. It's intelligent, and it's definitely aware of us. It has to be aware of us. It definitely knows we're here, obviously. How could they not know we're not here? And it's very intelligent. And sometime shit happens, The wrong place, the wrong time, right? Boom.
Yep.
But I'll tell you. Let me tell you something. I don't give a fuck if you've been through all these different wars, if you've been to Iraq and Afghanistan and all these other places. You will be scared. If you see this shit, what I saw, I guarantee you will be fucking scared, man. And that's what I felt, But it's just me. I don't even know why I'm telling this story, but I guess maybe I should,
Try to bunt his way
Has
on
anybody
base here,
seen
but
that
this will roll
new
foul.
show? What is it? The Falcon and the Winter Soldier? Anybody know if it's any good?
I was wanting to see it. Honestly, I wanted to see it.
He's behind in the count now, 0-2.
Yeah,
The offensive game plan today is certainly to see the ball up. This guy
how's
is
that?
known on the mound for
Yeah, I
sinker
downloaded the
changeup
first season. I got the first season.
He's
I didn't
gonna
watch
try
it.
and
Did you watch that one yet?
in the zone to get swing and a miss or ground balls consistently. You have to find something above the
same goes
belt
for the
to get
Falcon
loose
and
on.
Winter Soldier one.
What is it? 8 episodes for the one division, something like that.
I think so. Or it was 9.
That's based on the girl and the guy that's in the Avengers, right?
At the
Yes.
plate,
Yeah.
Justin Turner.
It takes place
Yeah.
after
Swinging
Endgame.
a ball
After,
hit on the
Okay.
ground.
there's 9 episodes, and each are like 40
Bases are
minutes.
empty, one man out.
It got good reviews, so it's got to be pretty good. He's got to be decent,
I did
right?
really like it. I did really like it.
Yeah.
It didn't spread any bullshit.
Tries to
It was
bunt
no
his
bullshit
way on
either.
here,
It was
but this
just
is a foul
straight
ball.
to the point, and it was a good story. There, I
Yeah.
said it. It didn't. No feminism agenda.
I like that. They'll just keep it, straight up. No, none of that nonsense. It just give us what we want, right?
Looking for back-to-back Ks
yeah,
to
and it
start
was
the game.
good,
Down the
very
third
good.
baseline.
I like
So is that a show like I already know the first season is done. I have the first season, but is it a type of show where they're releasing all of the episodes in one day, or is it like
0-2
weekly,
once
like
more.
Mandalorian, or is it like a Netflix
it's-
where it's
Hit back up the
It's
middle.
weekly. It's weekly.
okay?
It ran.
And there's out number 2.
It's done now. They ended it. They ended the miniseries, and the Falcon and the
Also,
Winter Soldier.
there's no second season coming?
With a moment
No,
now,
it's a
let's have a look at the
miniseries.
home
Oh, okay,
team
okay,
starting
okay,
lineup.
okay, I get it.
D-Roll,
Hey,
what's
did
the
you
word on
watch
this lineup as
the
they go
Mila
for the
Jovovich
series
Monster
sweep?
Hunter
Well, Matty, you
movie
take a
yet?
Yeah, I
look at
did.
this lineup.
It's pretty
I
good,
did.
huh?
I didn't
I
watch
liked it,
that.
man.
How
I
is
liked
it?
it, though.
How is
Is the fact
It
that
was
I like
fun.
it for what it is. Yeah.
It was fun.
It
It was
is. It was
entertaining.
fun.
Yeah, I loved
I'm
it, man.
heavily interested in the Mortal Kombat movie.
Ooh, that's gonna be good.
Their offensive approach.
On
That's coming on
Max.
HBO, right?
I
Oh,
have
he may have
HBO
been a
Max.
little
Yeah.
disoriented there or something.
I have
That's
internet, so I'm
allow
gonna
his man
download
to
it.
reach first safely.
But
So definite
I
problems
really
on
like.
that last
I'm telling you,
play.
like for
Hit the
me,
first
it's
baseman for the error.
It's probably for you guys as well.
From the
It's
stretch,
benefiting
here's the
this
pitch.
COVID-19 with the
Paul
cinemas. The
Goldschmidt
fact
is
that
in
now
as he watches a
movies
pitch for ball one.
you can
Yeah.
stream them
These Brewers, as they begin
right
play
away.
here
You don't have
this
to wait,
afternoon,
4,
they've
5,
been
6
very
months.
punchless of late,
Because I'll be
losing
honest with you guys,
last
even
time
if the
out,
cinemas
and
were
in
open,
fact,
I would
dropping
never
six
go
in
to the
their
cinema
last
anymore. It's just
Yeah,
not my
Matty,
thing.
dropping their
How
last
about
game.
I don't wanna
Godzilla
pay the
versus
money.
King Kong, man? That thing still kicked
They
I
ass.
haven't
watched.
I haven't watched that yet. I have it, and I just haven't watched it yet.
Peaks
I
and
haven't
And
valleys
it's
watched
throughout
it
the
still,
course of this
it made
season.
more
Ride that
money than
500 line
Than
Tenet.
Tenet. I tell you that.
At some
Yeah.
point,
And
you're gonna
Tenet,
have
it's
to
definitely
take
a better
7 out of
movie. I
10,
mean,
8
obviously.
out of 10
I
to get this
saw
going in the right direction.
Tenet. It was good. I liked it.
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
the theater, yeah.
But
They like just opened and I saw it.
Yeah. But it's like I was predicting, like
Sinker
most
misses
people
that time,
nowadays,
it's
like you know the
2-1.
term quality over quantity,
Yeah.
that term?
Yeah.
Most people nowadays are choosing quantity. So what I mean is you're going to notice that, staying at home and turning on your TV and having the movie on HBO is way more accessible. It's way more convenient.
Arenado
But,
is off for first
George
with 2
Lucas,
away.
James Cameron, the big directors, they have a vision of the way they want you to
another foul
enjoy their
ball.
movie,
Yeah.
and they know that most of the people are not going to build a high-end home theater system to enjoy it. So, to them it sucks because they're like, fuck, man, I'm going to release my fucking movie
Still
to
hanging
HBO,
with him, another good
and
swing
most
to
people
keep
are
it
going to
going.
watch my movie
Some shitty
listen to
TV
it.
insignia.
through the shitty TVs, through the TV,
47
through the
inch
shitty TV
insignia.
experience.
For sure, movie theaters aren't
Yeah,
dying
full count
because
to Paul Goldschmidt,
Warner
3
Brothers
balls
is
and 2
releasing all of
strikes.
their films in 2022.
2 out,
They're
runner
still
on
going to be
first.
released
Lots
exclusively
of
in the theater.
possible outcomes on this
That was
pitch.
probably just a temporary thing to release them on HBO Max.
Oh.
Front
That
here
was
is
for
this
Disney.
one scorched.
But see, the
foul
problem
to the
right now
left.
is that nobody knows when this COVID-19 thing is coming to an end or what's happening because
Yeah.
originally people were thinking, okay, it's only 2020. Now we're far into, we're getting pretty close to the summertime into 2021, and if anything, it's getting worse than last year. Right?
And here's another
I feel
crazy
like-
thing, bro. Even people who are vaccinated are still getting COVID.
Yeah.
It's
I keep
fucking
in
crazy,
mind, like
man.
Cineplex Odeon, Cineplex, they can't rely on only one area of the
Try it
world
again, 3.
Yeah.
to say, you know what, we're going to release the movie only in the
Too
cinema
close
when
for
the rest of
comfort, and
the
he did a
world
good
is
job just to
closed.
make contact.
And they have to look at, well, you know what, we have to release it. It's just like Godzilla is the perfect example. They've realized now, and not only Godzilla, that
Neither
movie,
guy giving in. Here's the next
Raya,
one.
The Last Dragon,
And
the
this
Disney
pitch
movie. I
misses
seen that
for
movie, it
ball
was amazing.
4. So that's gonna
But
move
Disney
a runner
realized,
into
fuck,
scoring
man, we're
position
we're
now with 2
we're,
away.
we- we're gonna
As
make
a
more
pitcher,
money if
I
we
can
release
tell
it
you
on
that
Disney
is
Plus.
so frustrating.
Charge them
He's
$30
got 2
because
outs
right
and he
now
wants
it's
to
better
get
than
that third
losing
out
Well,
or
they
waiting.
released it in
and
both.
painlessly
They
as
released it in the
possible,
theater
but
too.
that hitter makes
I-
him
Okay, I didn't know
his
that.
tail off
But we don't
and
have
he
any theaters
still
in
loses.
Canada. Like in Canada, every single theater is
Young
closed
digs
right
in
now.
next.
So that's
Yeah,
a
here in the
huge,
United
The
States, they
splits
released
here,
it
he's
in both.
actually
Yeah.
better
yeah,
against
that's a
right-handed
huge
pitching
like
this
loss
season.
for like Cineplex. If you have a half of North America that's closed, that's a major loss. But
Do you think
but like
that
Godzilla,
that Top Gun Maverick would?
they're gonna cave in. They're gonna cave in. That's gonna come on HBO too. Watch.
I think
right,
they're gonna
because
do
it's-
it probably on
But-
Paramount Plus,
Now
right?
it's
Paramount
Paramount
Plus.
Plus.
Maybe, yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can see that.
They
Some
said-
kind of
no,
streaming platform.
They
Runners
said
on the backs, he
45
couldn't
days
afford
after
to fall
it
behind
releases in
here.
theaters,
Nice
Paramount
job
Plus.
of
That's what
jumping
they
ahead
said. That
with
they
strike
confirmed
one.
that.
Perfect.
Paramount did.
Oh, dude, so
Even
that
though
means
it
I
got
need
delayed
to
to
see
November.
some more money to spend on subscriptions.
I already have Paramount Plus. It's okay, but
Yeah.
just wait until the movies start coming out. 45 days after their release. And then
Guys,
it'll
this
be
is
good.
it, man. Well, listen, we'll have to accept this. You know, it is what it is. I'm not saying that I like it.
At first and second.
That's HBO Max, United fan. HBO Max. You got, what, couple more weeks before it goes out? So you better subscribe. Because you're gonna miss it.
1 and 2.
HBO
Right.
Max,
Fouled
United
off.
fan.
Yeah.
A United fan wants to know where he can watch, where he can
Yeah.
stream King Kong, Godzilla.
Here, I want to say something about HBO Max, so people understand.
HBO Max.
Yeah, here's the deal.
the movies that are HBO Max originals
like Zack Snyder cut, that will stay there forever. Forever. It's always going to be there in the library. Movies that are put in the movie theater, they will be shown the same amount of time that they are in the movie theater, but after a month or two, they will be out. And then you'll have to wait finally when they re-release it again on the Blu-ray or digital, and then again they bring it back to HBO Max later on. So just keep in mind that King Kong, Godzilla, and that Mortal Kombat is not going to stay there forever. Till it's going to go out, and they'll bring some other movies. So I just kind of want to point that out. Now, if it's a HBO Max original, which Zack Snyder cut is HBO Max original, that shit stays there forever. Like, it's not going to go anywhere. So I want to clarify that. So make sure you watch those movies like Mortal Kombat right away multiple times before it goes out, because it will go out after a month. I just
let
want
me
to
ask you a
point.
question.
Yeah.
If you have HBO, because we don't have it in Canada, there's no HBO Max here, but if you have HBO Max subscription and you're paying for your monthly subscription, and they release the Mortal Kombat, do you have to pay extra for the Mortal Kombat, or it's free?
No,
because
it's
you already
included.
Paid your...
It's included. It's included.
Okay. That's a good deal. That's a great deal.
Yeah. Everything's included. As long as you have a subscription active, whatever movie comes out, any movie that comes out from Warner Brothers, including that new movie from Angelina Jolie, you will have it. Dune in October, same thing with Dune, you will see it. All of these movies coming out on HBO, you will see it. HBO Max. Basically, any movie from Warner Brothers that comes out, DC, Warner Brothers, Legendary, you will see it on HBO Max. It will be available for you to see it. So anything from the studio will be there, which I think is pretty cool, actually. It's not bad. Because you're not paying for it. Yeah.
But,
He'll try again, 1-2.
What is it? Monster Hunter?
Yeah.
That movie, when I watched it on my system with the surround sound, at the beginning of the movie, when you see the boat traveling on the sand, that was incredible. Like the base, like my house, the basement, the walls wanted to fall apart.
Oh,
that
yeah.
experience, I love it. I loved it. Like for that. Like I mean, yeah,
Well, Matt,
you expect Mila Jovovich movies are not going to be, Jodie Foster quality, but I mean, they're fun, they're action packed, and that's what you watch them for. But that sounds.
But here's a great thing about HBO Max. All of their movies are in Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos. So when they are released, like you watching Godzilla, in Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos. So every new movie that's coming out to theaters and going straight to HBO Max, you will have the best possible experience. Dolby Vision, Dolby Atmos across the board. 4K, Dolby Vision, Dolby Atmos. So if you have a good system, home theater system and a television or a laser projector that has that HDR, you're still gonna have the best possible experience. So kudos to HBO Max for doing that, because they want you to have the best possible experience, and that's pretty darn cool, man. You don't have to go to movie theater. Like, you can just boom, right there, watching it, right?
Yep.
And I did double check on it. They do have Dolby Vision. They do have Dolby Atmos on every single one of those movies. Even on the Wonder Woman when it came out '84, but I couldn't watch that whole shit. They had Dolby Vision, Dolby Atmos.
I think it is, though, Matt. You got to stay focused as a player. There could be a couple stops.
You have also the.
I
know it's from what I heard, it's not as good as the Shield TV Pro. But have you ever used the what do they call it? The Apple. What's Apple's streaming box called again?
Apple Plus. Oh, Apple TV 4K.
Yeah, they're little like how you have the Android boxes and you have the Nvidia Shield.
Apple
has
Apple
their
TV.
own little box.
Apple TV.
This team going for the
I know
sweep
that
is
thing has a lot of restrictions compared to the Android TV, but have you ever used it yourself?
Oh yeah, listen. You probably see it like when I do the comparison on my videos. You probably see that little Apple TV down there all the time. I do have it, and I do watch it, man.
When I've been looking at the numbers on this starting
because
pitcher, what really jumps out
of the content that they have. They have a lot of Dolby Vision. Let me tell you something. If you want to collect and buy digital movies, and have all these Dolby Vision, Dolby Atmos movies. Apple TV, it's like a good for that. If you are invested into that ecosystem, I'm talking about the Apple ecosystem, iTunes, Apple ecosystem. If you're not heavily invested into the Apple ecosystem, then, then I understand. But my God, you're going to find all kinds of movies, Dolby Vision, Dolby Atmos, everything. It's in Dolby Vision, Dolby Atmos, man. Even the Ten Commandments, Dolby Vision, Dolby Atmos. Even the the Monster Hunter, all these other ones, Dolby Vision, Dolby Atmos. Tenet, Dolby Vision, Dolby Atmos. King Kong, all of these movies. So it's a perfect place if you want to collect and invest. But remember, well, you know what? Don't worry. If the Apple goes out of business, we're in a fucking problem. We're in a big doo-doo problem, okay? So I wouldn't worry about you losing those movies, because, Apple is a big corporation. They have money, so you don't have to worry about you losing. But you never know. See, that's the trick. That's the risk you take. Having your
like
movie.
BlackBerry. At one time, everybody thought BlackBerry was king.
Yeah.
But now, not so much.
Because you got to remember, this is how it works. Apple, it's paying a contract leasing fee for those movies. And once that studio says, hey, our contract licensing has expired with you, guess what? You haven't renewed it. We'll take that movie off your server. So that movie that you paid for, or those movies you paid for, they can remove it from Apple until Apple pays and renew the licensing. And licensing costs a lot of money for Apple to bring those movies. They have to pay Columbia Pictures, Sony. They have to pay Warner Brothers, Universal, 20th Century, Disney. They got to pay all of these guys. And that's a lot of money of licensing. That shit costs money. And I don't know how many of you guys know this. So that's the risk you take versus you having movies downloaded on your hard drive, right?
Yeah.
So I just want to point that out. But just to kind of summarize it quickly, Apple TV is pretty cool. I have no problem with the Apple TV 4K device. I said it's a very cool 4K device. If you love 4K content, you're going to enjoy it. But NVIDIA Shield really does hell of a lot more with what they have. That's all I want to say. So yeah, go ahead.
I really hope Apple makes a second season for that show. SEE with
Me too. I love it. Jason Momoa. Oh, so good, man.
I wanted to watch it. I have it.
It's a great show.
Good. It's great.
I downloaded the 4K HDR version, and every episode was like 10 gigs. And the quality was
It was
amazing.
so good, man. That movie was so good.
And like that movie, it happens like it takes place in like the nature, like fucking like Apocalypto. So when you watch that with the 4K HDR, it looks incredible.
Hey,
and
Cameron, wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you agree? That's his best fucking performance. I've seen Jason.
I thought that.
Dude, that's
he's in
his
Toronto
best.
right now. He's in Toronto. He's right now. He's in Toronto doing these food challenges. He's making videos with the food challenges, but.
Yeah.
But I agree that is better. The show C.
They finished filming for it right in March.
I didn't know that.
Season 2 of the C.
No kidding.
Okay, that's good. Then we know it's coming.
It got delayed because COVID.
Yeah. It makes sense. It makes sense. You see, I totally forgot about COVID. Yeah, all of that shit slows it down. Yeah. Yeah, that's a great show, man.
I agree. It's in my opinion, it's some of his best work. Because I'm not I watched Aquaman. I thought it was okay, but it's just a typical superhero movie. Where it's like okay, it's great. It's it's okay. It's not like a masterpiece, but C, you can actually tell that show is all around quality. Like everything, acting top notch, story top notch.
Something I don't mean to cut you off camera, but something interesting. United fans said about Tim Cook and Apple, and they have a base in Europe where they do a lot of different manufacturing and whatnot.
Yeah.
in Ireland, he said, right? Isn't in Ireland or somewhere in Europe?
Yeah,
he said,
Ireland. He said.
And
Ireland.
they owe a bunch of money. Like they avoided a bunch of taxes.
He said
paid.
13 million. 13 million is what he's saying.
And they haven't paid it yet.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
But let's be realistic. 13 million for Apple is like 50 cents for you. 50 cents.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah.
They'll probably wrote a check already. Probably did.
And it's quickly 0-2.
They transferred the money right away. Here we go. They probably made it 15. Just like here, just so you can have a little.
They're like, fuck, we're wound it off, so you should shut the fuck up. Here, we'll give you, we'll give you 15 million. No, don't come back for another 5 years.
It's crazy the kind of money power they have, dude. Think about that. We're struggling with the 40,000 a year, and they're like tossing 13, 14, 15 million. It's nothing.
They're like, hold on, take it out of the fucking piggy bank that you have in your desk there. Take it out of your desk there. Petty change. Here's the petty change.
Just misses the zone for ball one.
That's crazy, man.
Love the early lead, but this game is far from over. Gotta stay on top of what you're
just to go back to the console wars now. I was when I went to get my food just now, and I was watching. I put it onto your favorite channel, Review Tech USA.
Oh my God!
While I was eating my food, and he has a new video out, and he's actually wearing a toupee in the video, a wig. and the video is titled "This is really bad for Xbox Series X." So I wanted to watch it, and basically I think it's like a 10-minute, 12-minute video. And the video, he's actually saying everything that we've been saying since we started doing these live microphone podcasts with the PlayStation 5.
You sneaky bastard! He's watching us.
Yeah,
I knew it.
He said that while he has a PlayStation 5 and he has the Xbox, and both of them have their flaws. He's like,
he takes ball 4.
He really hates the fact that when you go to the Series X, the main thing that he hates and what in his opinion is really worse with the Series X is the lack of exclusives. He's like, you know what? He's like, I had enough. PlayStation came out, Miles Morales, Demon Souls.
Yes.
Now we got Returnal. Now we have what is it? Horizon. What is it? What's it called? The new Horizon coming out?
Forbidden West.
Yeah, exactly.
Ragnarok.
We got that game. Yeah.
God of War, Ragnarok. Yeah.
We got the new Ratchet and Clank.
Yes, sir.
But we don't have nothing. We don't have nothing for Series X.
Don't forget Gran Turismo. Don't forget Gran Turismo. Yeah.
And he's like, but he's talking about the games that we know are coming out very soon and that are already out. He's like, all of this time, Xbox has nothing. He's like, yes, it's good. I can go back. He's like, yes, it's good. I can go back and I can play those old Master Chief games, but I want to play exclusives. It's time. I want to play new game, new gen, new exclusives. Sony has them. Xbox doesn't have them. Then he basically goes on to talk about. And what happened to all of these games that people said were coming? I think he said something like a game called Falcon or something like that.
Yeah,
all of these
supposed to be.
Yeah, high-end games coming for the Xbox, right? But he said, but guess what? I was able to confirm from people who have high resources on Xbox that these games are actually not coming out for another few years, right?
Wow.
They're not coming out for 6 months like people think. These are games that are not even these are games that people are talking about now for the Series X that are supposed to be great games, and they probably are, but they're not coming out for at least another couple years.
That's
right?
crazy, man.
So. And he's like, right now, if you go into the, he's like, think about it. He's like, when we get to the point where you can go into any store and buy a PlayStation 5, buy a Series X, and all the games are available to you, there still won't be a Series X exclusive that you're going to want to play because they don't exist.
Wow.
And he's like, and he said exactly the same thing that you were saying before. He's like. And this is the worst. He goes, this is the part that is killing the Series X.
Yes.
It's the fact that every single major game that comes out for the Xbox goes on the PC first. So why should I get it on the Series X? Is what he's saying. He's saying, think about it. All the major games that are coming out right now come on the PC first. And they run better on the PC, and they're always going to run better on the PC, right? So he's like, what is the incentive for somebody to really go into the store now and say, I'm going to pick an Xbox over a PlayStation 5 when I know if I want to play Demon Souls, it's only on a PlayStation 5, no other console. He goes, yes, you might see Sony now, you know, making deals with the PC and releasing some games, but those are not the big exclusives. Those are not the main games.
Not to mention, on top of all of that, not to mention all these features that we talk about. Play share, YouTube, streaming, you know, etc., 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 right? Not to mention all these other features, haptic feedback, DualSense, PlayStation VR 2. I mean, we can go down the road, down the list. Rich. You know.
Yeah, like if you go, that's a video he put out about 3-4 hours ago. You can check it out and see more in detail. But that's basically to summarize what he's saying. And he's a guy that has both. He's the guy that has a PlayStation 5, PlayStation Digital, 1X, and a 1S. He has all four.
Yeah.
You know, and he's saying this. He's like,
guess what this proves? This proves that he doesn't misinform people like a lot of these big influencers do.
But the problem is, you know, Xbox fanboys, Xbox influencers, they don't want to hear it. It is the best Xbox, the best Xbox, the best trash bin ever, and the best heater.
Swing and a liner. But this lands foul for the first strike.
Here's what really just I don't understand about what's his roadmap. I would like to ask Phil Spencer, what is the roadmap, man? Like, where are we going? Can you tell me on the compass, on the map, where exactly are we fucking going here? Are we gonna just be a service? You know, like Netflix or HBO Max or some shit like that? Or are we gonna... Yeah.
It's good that you mentioned that because... Like, okay, Xbox has Game Pass, which is great, but I can get that anywhere now. I can get it anywhere. I don't need a Series X to get Game Pass. You know, if I want to. And all the major games that are gonna come to the Xbox, I can play them on the PC. Like, you know, like you have to give the user a reason why they're gonna picking the Xbox. And he's like, listen, I like the Xbox, but you know, at the moment I'm only replaying these 360 games. You know,
and
so
let's be honest.
PlayStation.
And let's be honest. I'm tired of Halo. I'm tired of Gears. I'm tired of Forza.
Yeah.
All right, man. I want something else. It's like eating the same bread for 21 years. Or, I don't know, the same can of food for 21 years. I'm tired. I'm getting sick of it. Right? Eating the same meat for 21 years. And you're like, man, I'm tired of the same old fucking meat I'm eating. I want something else with my nutrition. Some healthy nutrition here. But no. You know, I mean, yeah, come on. Just make one. Listen, that $7 billion that you wasted on Bethesda, you could have invested that $7 billion on a one avatar state-of-the-art fucking game with Unreal Engine 5.
When you think about it on Bethesda,
well, fucking waste $7 billion, like Jesus.
Here's the 1 and 2.
And it's not like it's not like they bought. Yeah, go ahead, Mambo.
There's a couple games coming out in the next couple of years. That's it. Like maybe like 2.
One from Capcom, but that's it. Yeah.
And think about that. You buy an Xbox now. Do you want to hear you got to wait fucking 2-3 years to get your first fucking major game that they bought from? By then, Xbox might be making Xbox X. You know, Xbox XL or some shit. You know, you'd be like, oh shit, man, it's time to move to the next console now. You know, PlayStation.
Listen,
you know, PlayStation Pro is going to come out, like PlayStation 5 Pro is going to come out, but by then you probably have 20-30 exclusives that you've already played, you know,
Bro,
on PlayStation 5.
They couldn't even bring Halo Infinite part of launch of the Series X. They couldn't even bring Flight Simulator as a launch title. They couldn't even bring Forza Motorsport as a Forza Motorsport 8 as a launch title. Dude, it's pretty bad. The only thing that's saving them is the Game Pass and scalpers. That's it. All these scalper assholes and Game Pass. That's what's saving them. I'm being honest.
But I thought that video that he put up about 4 hours ago was interesting because it's like people probably think we're bashing Xbox or we're being, but like I said, YouTuber is coming to the conclusion the same thing like what we're saying. It's like, yes, Xbox is nice. It has all this power. You can play all the old games. But at the end of the day, now you start seeing Sony releasing their exclusives.
You know what?
And you're thinking, if you're an Xbox, I want to play new games too.
Cameron, there was something, and I wish that I didn't delete this comment because I just hated this asshole that came in the other day bashing my video about the Rise Son of Rome, because I wanted Rise Son of Rome to take the advantage of, the Xbox Series X power. And I wish that I didn't delete his comment, but the reason I deleted it because I just got tired of this Xbox fanboy. But Martin left a really good comment that said something to him. And basically what this guy was saying to me is, this is the dumbest complaint ever. Nobody cares about the Rise Son of Rome. Nobody cares about this game. And I'm like, okay, if nobody gives a shit about Rise Son of Rome, then why the fuck does Microsoft have it in there? Why the fuck is it there if nobody gives a shit? And why are they not taking the advantage of the power, backward compatible power, the GPU and the CPU and the memory RAM that the Series X has? Why not take the advantage of that? Obviously, you still have a licensing partnership with Crytek, otherwise you would not be able to have that fucking game on the Game Pass, right? So how difficult it is for Microsoft Game Studios to contact Crytek and say to Crytek, hey, listen, guys, we're releasing this new console. We want you to patch this game up. We'll pay some money, whatever. How difficult it is to do that shit? But this asshole says to me, it's an old game. Nobody gives a shit about the game. I said, first of all, this was their launch title game on Xbox One Day Edition next to Forza 6. So don't tell me it's a bullshit game. It's not. It was their launch title. They were advertising the fuck out of it in 2013. So I don't want to hear it. And another thing I want to say, what Martin said to him was so true. Martin says he came in and he commented something to this Xbox fanboy. Martin says, all right, so what's the point of the Xbox Series X if you're not going to take the advantage of these backward compatible games? If you're not going to take the advantage of this technically advanced CryEngine 4, or is it CryEngine 3 or CryEngine 4 or whatever, this powerful engine, don't you think the Rise Son of Rome, it's a perfect candidate to test the CryEngine and to see what the Xbox can do with the CryEngine, to see how much they can make it look better and how much they can advance it better? Don't you think? Don't you think that would be a perfect candidate? Also to bring the multiplayer on the Azure servers and activate them so people can play gladiators and all that shit and have a multiplayer? Don't you think that would benefit in some way? Guess what? Yeah. Well, the guy didn't get a chance to reply because I blocked his ass because the guy was pissing me off. I wasn't able to take my shit properly while I was sitting on the toilet, so I just blocked his ass. But anyway, I should have kept it. Anyway, I shouldn't have blocked this motherfucker. But anyway, you see what I'm saying, dude? This is a stupid. He goes like, this is a dumbest complaint. How is the dumbest complaint? I want you guys, I want me, all of us, to have the best possible experience on the Series X. And you were saying, it's not a big deal. How about the Call of Duty? Let it run in fucking 900p. Not a big deal. Why don't we just do that? Why don't we take Destiny 2 and run in 800p? Not a big deal. So what was the point of calling this console the most powerful console? What's the point of putting all this fucking power? All this juice? What's the point? It's useless to me. If you're not going to use it to create some first-party exclusives, if you're not going to use it to take the advantage of HoloLens and virtual reality, if you're not going to use it to take the advantage of your backward-compatible Xbox One, Xbox 360 games, then what the fuck is the point of all the juice?
I don't know. Maybe they can.
Well, you tell me. What was the point of all this juice? I mean, can you, Mamba, Cameron, anybody, please? I'm listening.
Well,
I
I don't know. Maybe the point of it was to be like a cyber flower vase, a square cyber flower vase or something. I don't know.
And first of all, people who are watching, I'm sorry about that, Cameron. Mamba,
it's okay.
Mamba had this Series X for a long time, right, Mamba? So when Mamba is talking about
launch day,
so he knows what he's talking about. Mamba knows exactly what he's talking about. Even Cameron had it for a little while in the beginning. But I just want to point that out. Yeah. Go ahead, Cameron. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
What's his name? Our Gary Nichols just came in the chat. He wants to know if are you playing this on Game Pass? No, he's the Sony PS5 version.
I was going to say something else, but I'll let it go. I was going to tell him listen, I'll tell him, listen, I'm playing in your mama's basement, actually. Is that good? And she let me have a pass. Is that better? Okay, good. The guy's a troll. The guy's a fucking troll, so... Fuck him.
Yeah, I instantly knew that he was asking stupid questions when the clear fucking title it says PS5.
Yeah. But anyway, I gave him the answer. It was in his mama's basement, and she let me have a pass.
One run,
okay.
One hit, no errors.
Nah. I'm playing in your mama's basement. Nah. Okay, go ahead.
What I was gonna say is, I think the Xbox. Obviously it has the power, it has the potential to be a great console. But I think the problem is Microsoft is really underestimating how much people want exclusive, how much people want games right now. People, going back and playing your old 360 games, and that's gonna wear off very quickly. And you went and you bought all these companies and you did so forth, but the reality is, anybody knows to create a great game is not something you do in 6 months. It takes years and years and years. Look at how long fucking Cyberpunk took how long they took to develop Cyberpunk, right? Think about The Last of Us 2. They didn't make that game up in a year or two. That's probably took like 4 or 5 years of development and creative. Let's create a story. Let's create. So if you think about it, they went and bought Bethesda now, and they went and bought Bethesda just 6-7 months ago, and now you're telling them, okay, we want you to make games for us. Well, Bethesda's like, sure, we'll do that. No problem. We still have some games that we have to make for Sony because we have.
We'll take $7 billion, no problem.
Yeah, we'll take it. We'll take the $7 billion, but for the next year or so, we have contracts with Sony. We got to release games for Sony as well, and then after that, we'll release it on the Series X. But
we'll milk you some more. Don't worry. We'll ask for some more $7 billion.
Yeah, I don't want to have to wait. Mambo probably agree. I don't want to have the console and have you to tell me, okay, the next big game that I'm going to get is 2 or 3 years away.
Thanks, Matt.
That's horrible. What the fuck do I do till then?
Discuss his thoughts on his
got it
lineup so
because,
far, and flat out, he was very pleased with the quality of their at-bats. They've already worked out 3
But don't forget, in the beginning when we all got the Series X, when we all got the PlayStation, we didn't know what was going to happen 6 months later.
We didn't know that the Game Pass was going to be a juggernaut.
Okay, thank you, Heidi.
Yeah,
and we didn't know, okay, we didn't realize that, okay, well, there's not going to be any major games coming out, for all of 2021, essentially. When is the Halo really scheduled to come out? Is it really coming out this year? And what if you're not a Halo fan and you have an Xbox? Well, what else am I going to play then? PS5, if you don't like Returnal, then you got Ratchet and Clank. You got the Gran Turismo, you got God of War, you got so many games, you got Miles Morales, you have so many games. If you're not a specific type of game person, you have so many options of exclusives. That's something you're going to find with the Xbox. What's coming out?
Here's what I don't understand. Here's what really just boggles my mind. I'm having difficult time processing this. Since 2016, what the hell is the problem? What's putting on the brakes to Microsoft Studios to create something as good as The Last of Us? Or something as good as God of War? What's putting the fucking brakes? I would like to know.
They came back and they hit The Last of Us 2 with the Medium. Don't forget that. The Medium was their response to The Last of Us 2.
Well, why? Here's what I understand. No, really, all you Xbox influencers out there who are watching this and hitting the dislikes, I know, but I don't care. But let me ask you this, and I know you were watching this. Hey, Martin, I know you're watching this, you Xbox influencers. And I mean it,
Hey, what's up, Martin?
and I mean this in a nice way. Really. I want you to tell me, why is it that Microsoft Game Studios, Phil Spencer, are having a difficult time to work on a new IP since 2016, since 2017, since 2018? Maybe by now they would finish it. What's the freaking problem? They're tossing the $7 billion here, $10 billion there for the Azure. That's close to $17 billion tossed aside. Do you know the kind of fucking games you could make with that money? Fucking avatars with avatars to take a full advantage of the consoles, the Series X and all that. What?
Make like an Avatar video game. That would be
Even
fucking
you could
insane.
make James Cameron look jealous. I mean, talking about the film director, you could make him look jealous. You could create something state of the art. But what's up? So hold on. Here's what I figured. And I know I'm not born 5 minutes ago. I didn't cut my umbilical cord. I'm pretty sure I wasn't born 5 minutes ago, okay? So here's what I think. Phil Spencer doesn't give a shit about first-party games. If he did give a shit, you would see it by now. He cares
100%.
he cares about only service, Game Pass and xCloud and PC, cross-platform. That's all he gives a shit about. That's it. That's all there is to it. You have to live with that. I have to live with it because I have Xbox, and you have to live with it. That's the bottom line. That's it. Don't expect Ryan McCaffrey and Larry Herb to fucking ask him this, because that's his boss. That's their boss. They don't want to lose their fucking job, and that's it. That's all there is to it. I just said it. What do you guys think? I don't know. What do you think, Cameron?
I agree because obviously they have the money to make exclusive
and resources
yeah,
too.
If anything, they should be able to make better exclusives than Sony.
Oh yeah.
They're Microsoft. They should be able to make better exclusives. They have more resources. But they're not, because to them they more rather. Okay, I'll give you what you just said. It's kind of like using the term. Okay, we rather make Netflix movies. Then we rather make a George Cameron movie, right? Because George Cameron movie, it might be, it's not gonna be, it's gonna be once in a while. So Sony's like, you know what, we're gonna make a quality fucking game that people are gonna like. We're gonna put in all of our efforts here and make this game masterpiece, story, everything top notch. Xbox is like, no. We can make Netflix movies and we can release fucking 3-4 of them a month.
Unbelievable, man. That's what it is, a service. It's a service.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, it's like just, Amazon Prime. You know how Amazon Prime has Amazon Fire TV? So the Xbox Series, so the Xbox Series X, it's like a Amazon Fire Cube. And then they got another Amazon Fire Stick. So the Series S is like a Fire Stick. And the Series S is like a Fire Stick, and Series X is like a Amazon Fire Cube. So it's like a service, basically.
Exactly.
It's what the fuck it is.
That's a perfect fucking explanation.
Yeah, it's what it is, bro.
Now the 1-0.
How many dislikes right now? Oh, here goes the home run. Uh-oh. No, it's foul. How many dislikes we got right now from the Xbox influencers?
10.
Oh, God. Lord. We need more.
That's still fairly low. I thought it would be higher.
Compared to the likes, yeah.
Now the 1-1
Martin, I like it. Hey, Martin, do you want to try it?
I was just gonna say, maybe Martin, you can come and play it.
I tried it earlier.
I like it then.
Martin, Mamba played it on the PlayStation 4, so we shared it on the PlayStation 4. It works flawlessly.
You can do it,
yeah. So even if you don't, so for all you PS4 owners, if you still haven't got a chance, which I know you didn't get a chance for the PS5, I will let you try. If you're a member, man, I will let you try. If you're my friend and you're a member, I'll let you try Returnal along with Cameron and Mamba and Adam and everybody else. I'll let you try it.
Yeah,
Hell.
you can play it.
Yeah. Hell.
I'll probably have my PS5 before then. And
I'll even let you try Resident Evil demo.
I'll be able to feel the DualSense. with the Returnal. Hopefully I can get
And
the
that'll bring
console
up
by
the
the time
former top
Returnal comes
prospect
out. I'd be
Harrison
happy with
Bader.
that.
Are they gonna let
No
you?
strikes
Sorry,
to
Mama.
count.
You think they're gonna let you play that demo over and over, or is it once the clock hits 30 minutes, that's it? Your
Only 30
demo is
minutes.
disabled.
That's it. That's it.
Okay.
But it's okay. I'll do it again
Yeah,
at
it's
1
more than
a.m.
you could tell a lot in 30 minutes.
I'm gonna do it. Here's how it's gonna work tomorrow. I'll do it at 5, and then we'll talk about it afterwards, the experience, and then we'll do it again at 1 a.m. And we'll talk about that. Yeah.
I'm gonna make the whole house dark.
So maybe I missed something on the second. I probably did miss something on the first playthrough. And then on second playthrough, I think second playthrough at one in the morning.
Is it gonna show Lady Dimitrescu in there? Because
I'm pretty
There's
sure.
two demos. There's two demos. The first one tomorrow is like I said. One of them is going to be like you're outside fighting and you're in the action, and then the one on May 24th, I think is going to be like the inside the castle or something like that. PlayStation 5 only.
I want the Lady Dimitrescu.
That's Monday, I think. Monday. That's Monday.
I'm gonna make it a spooky.
She's going to go sucky on Monday.
Spooky suck, yeah.
People still look at that thumbnail. They're like, "What the fuck's going on?"
Yeah, one guy, he was hilarious. He was like, "What the fuck is that?"
I can't confirm if I'm right, but I think like when I was reading, I think they also announced the remake of an old Resident Evil coming too in the same Resident Evil video that in the same Resident Evil live stream yesterday. So it's not only the new game coming out. I think they officially announced a remake of I forget which one, the one that was supposedly really popular.
Resident Evil 4.
Yeah, I think so.
Is that the VR?
Hold on, Martin is asking something. Martin, there's really no use for haptic feedback here because you're constantly hitting the square, the circle, and the X. But the DualSense, oh yeah, you're gonna feel that DualSense. You definitely feel it. But listen, if you want to take over, Martin, join us. Actually, you should be in voice chat.
I think he said he's not near his PlayStation right now. He's on his bed.
Oh, he's on his bed.
Time.
Okay, next time. But let me tell you, the DualSense, it's very active. It's also surprisingly really good. The battery life on this controller, dude. Now for 4.5 straight hours, I haven't even plugged it in. I have my other controller charging, so I can switch it back and forth. But dude, this is still working. Versus the Xbox Series X, which I'm sure it would have just drained the batteries like at ease. Again,
they're saying that the DualSense battery life is definitely comparable to the DualShock. So that's really good.
That's awesome.
On the way.
Yeah.
3-0.
And we see, and I hate to rub it in, but PlayStation VR was already successful, which something Microsoft had missed out on, and all the experiences they could have created. Now the PlayStation VR 2, that's going to be a definite VR experience with PlayStation 5. That's going to be a top-notch experience, man. And that experience will only be available, guess what? Guess where? PS5. While on the Game Pass, well, it's a service, so enjoy the service. Not that I have anything against the service. Listen, I love the fact that you can play this on the Xbox Series X. I love the fact that I don't have to pay for the Outriders. But, man, listen. If you want a console to sell, if you want the console to be successful, you gotta have some kind of a reason. And the only reason that I can think of, like the only excuse that I can think of, it's the flight simulator. So that way I don't have to drag my PC to my, TV because my PC's upstairs and I'm downstairs and blah, 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 blah. So it's convenient for me to play it in my bed, kick back, relax, click start, and that's it. Don't have to wait for these long updates and long, loading times. So flight simulator, it's like the only thing. And hopefully that's successful. Hopefully it's successful. Keep my fingers crossed because I don't know. Maybe it's not going to be successful. Maybe there's going to be a lot of problems. There's going to be a lot of issues. I hope not. But I don't have a crystal ball, but we'll see what happens. Because that's a very complex game to bring to Series X. It's not an easy game to bring. It's a very demanding freaking game. Right, Cameron? So I don't know. How's that going to work out? Right?
Yep.
Think about that. I mean, that's not set in stone. And developers from Asobo, they're like dodging the questions like, oh, yeah, we can't talk about it, but we're working on it. So, yeah, sometime later on this summer, August, whatever. We'll keep you posted.
Fuck, you never know. They might delay it till the fucking Christmas. It might be delayed till Christmas.
Martin plays a lot of Flight Simulator. Listen, Martin, I know I haven't flown. I know there's a bunch of updates I missed out. There's a bunch of updates for Europe and other places, and that's because I've been busy with, as you can see,
And he misses again.
You know what?
All four, and that's back-to-back guys.
Yeah, there's a rumor going around.
Yeah,
and I mean it's just a rumor, but it's coming from the rumor of the Metal Gear Twitter account. So from them, and they have hinted that they are making a Metal Gear Solid 2 remake or remastered version for the PlayStation 5.
No, it can't
now,
be.
They haven't. It's not confirmed.
Yeah, really? Oh.
But it's a rumor that they've hint comments section on their Twitter, and I've seen some other YouTubers, like when I was eating my food and I was watching videos, I've seen some of them make videos about it in the same video that they were talking about, like Resident Evil. They were like also Metal Gear 2 now. They're hinting that they want to make a remastered version for the PlayStation 5.
No, it can't be.
I heard the second one. I heard the second one. But
no, is this true?
Yeah.
Is this really true?
But this is a rumor
that
is. Yeah, you see, Martin said he's seen it too. So this is the rumor that is been said by Metal Gear themselves. This is not like some hickey-majiggy guy. This is like from their own Twitter account, like official Twitter account.
Dude, that's great. That's a great news, man.
You know, and it's gonna come on the PlayStation 5. You know, which I know you're a fan. You said it's your favorite series.
Oh my God, bro, my life's gonna be over though. I'm like a huge fan, dude. I'm a huge fan. That's probably the best news I ever heard, man. Playing that, man. Do you know how much that game means to me? That first one. You know.
Yeah.
On the battle. Yeah, it was such a great game. Rookie. You are a rookie. You don't know nothing about the war. The way you hold that gun. You're like a rookie.
And you know, some people, and I see some people are like pissed off that Sony is remaking these classic games with like the PlayStation 5. I'm thinking, why? Who the fuck wouldn't want that? You know, like when I heard The Last of Us is being remade for the PlayStation 5 graphics, and they want to make it look like The Last of Us 2, I'm thinking, why wouldn't you want that? Like, Solid Rev was right. It's like, you gotta be a fucking idiot to say you don't want that. Like, what the fuck? You want them to keep making these fucking shitty little fucking puzzle bubble games?
Hold on a second, Cameron. That's because these haters who hate Neil Druckmann or Neil Cuckman, they can't allow him to have the pleasure of remaking that thing. Even though that's his baby, he gave birth, him and Bruce, the other guy, but they both worked on it. How dare someone who created that game in partnership with Bruce, and then Bruce let him finish it, and then make the sequel, and then the Uncharted 2. How dare Neil Cuckman? How dare he remake that shit? Right? How dare he?
Misinformation, asshole.
They hate him. Here's the thing, guys. They can't stand Neil Cuckman. As I like to call him, Neil Cuckman. They hate him so much.
Reason for development.
They're not going to accept it.
Yeah, they're very mad. Okay, so they said that
guys,
the Last
everyone
of Us
knows he's
remake
been
is just
slumping.
being made.
Dan, you can certainly attest to this. Only amassing
they did it
a
to, like,
solid
kill
one
time,
hit
when it clearly
in your
isn't,
entire
you know?
career.
Yeah.
The pressure's off now.
Listen, what it is, this is the problem. And the same people who are shitting all over Neil Druckmann and they don't want The Last of Us are the same fucking people who are going to be playing that The Last of Us remake. 100%.
Yeah, everybody's going to buy it. I guarantee you someone's going to say, shit, we just sold record numbers.
100%.
It's going to sold record numbers.
Yeah.
And you know what? It would be even better if Sony said, guess what, guys?
It's part of a PlayStation. It's part of a PlayStation Plus.
Yeah, or PlayStation Pass, whatever they name it, or like in the same time, they do like what they did with the Miles Morales and the Spider-Man remastered, where they actually do a remastered version of the game of The Last of Us 2 for the PlayStation 5, or a remake for the PlayStation 5. And then they release The Last of Us so you can buy them together, or like you said, even if it's free in a fucking PlayStation Pass, that would be amazing. But I guarantee you, when that game comes out, all these people hating on it are going to be the first people to jump on it too, just like I am.
Yeah, you know what's funny? Somebody sent me a message on Instagram on my. I guess he wants me to accept him as a friend, and he said, "You know what? You need to stop bashing the Xbox because you can play Sea of Thieves." He said, hold on, let me see. It says, you can play Sea of Thieves in 120 hertz. It supports 120 hertz. Dude, do I really give a shit if Sea of Thieves can do 120 hertz? Like, that game is mediocre anyway. I mean, who gives a shit about Sea of Thieves? How many people are playing Sea of Thieves? And they're mainly kids playing it, like kids go in there and play that shit. And they always put you in jail. Every time you fucking want to go and play, they put you in jail and they play some harmonica and shit. That's fucking ridiculous, bro. I mean, I had some fun with the game, but does it really need 120 hertz? It's kind of nice. Okay, it has 120 hertz, but
that game is
who gives
overrated
a
as shit.
Rare, you got to do a better job, man. Create something better. I mean, how many people are like talking about Sea of Thieves? Is there like a sequel coming? How many people are talking about Sea of Thieves?
Even GameSpot gave it a 6 out of 10. I mean, come on.
You know. And that
even
was their.
Even they were right.
And then what was the other one? State of Decay 2, Series XS version.
Holy
you gotta
shit.
play this. State of Decay 2. The best
Don't even
ever.
Get me started on that shit. Ugh, God. State of Decay 2. State of my ass 2.
Halo 4, Halo 3.
State of my ass. State of my ass 2. After taking this big green.
Okay. Let me see what can I play? Fight Night Champion. That's about it. Fight Night Champion. That's nothing. I just came out of my head.
How old is that game even? It's friggin'
it's old.
What you just said about that guy on Instagram is exactly something that's been like I see it too. Like I've seen people say same thing. Like why are you guys don't like Xbox and it's even in the comments. Like when I read what people write, and it's like I'll tell people, regardless of what console you like, that's up to you. There's, you spend the money how you want. If you like the games on Xbox, you buy it. But I'll tell people, when I look at this Game Pass subscription that I have, 3 years. I keep saying it, 3 years.
Yeah.
And then I say, okay, I even watch when you're scrolling, when you got your Series X and Game Pass, and you're showing the games, and I'm thinking in my head. Okay, let me see if there's even 2 games I want to play. No. And right now in the chat, I'm talking to Martin, and he's asking me about the Uncharted games, and I'm telling him all the games I want to play right now. With the PlayStation, right now in my library, I have like 10 games that I want to play badly. I just haven't got around to them because I'm a type of person. I have to play one game and I have to beat it, master it,
one
love
at
it
a time.
before that's the type of gamer I am before I move on. So, but I'm not. Missing anything because I have games there. But when I look at the Xbox, I don't have anything I want to play, and that's just my taste. But then you're always going to have these cookie cutters who are going to come up there and say, well, you can play Skyrim 60 FPS. And I'm thinking, buddy, did you just fucking miss the games that I listed that I like to play? God of War, Uncharted. Where the fuck do you see a game like Skyrim that fits there, that matches, but like that genre? If honestly, if I liked games like Skyrim, wouldn't I have listed it? So it's going back to the same guy that told you about this Sea of Thieves games. When I seen the trailer, I thought this game looked like shit. Like what the fuck is this?
Speaking of Skyrim,
that's
listen,
what I'm thinking.
I can play
like, hold on.
Bro.
It's like I find all of these guys when they list these PC, Xbox, Microsoft games. These are games that to me are so uninteresting, and all they keep telling you is, well, I can play it at 4K, 60 FPS or 120 FPS. Who cares if you can play it at that? If the game is fucking shit, you can make it 10K. I still don't want to fucking play it.
Exactly. And speaking of Skyrim, bro, I could, use my Nintendo Switch and play it in my fucking bed, bro. As far as I want to. I can play it in my toilet if I want to. So why the fuck would I bother with going? I can take it with me, bro, and play Skyrim every day with my Nintendo Switch. So why? Who gives a shit if it's? I can play Skyrim on PlayStation 5. I can play Skyrim on PC, and I'm pretty sure Skyrim will be available on xCloud and will be available on freaking mobile phone or some shit like that.
Isn't that game Skyrim? Like, isn't that? Yeah. Isn't that the game that they showed in one of the recent Xbox demos for the Series X?
It's a special edition. Yeah, special edition.
Yeah, like when I see these games, I'm thinking, like when I see these games, even if the game's on PlayStation, like when I see these type of games that people are hyped for, I'm thinking, what the fuck? This looks fucking boring. This is like I'm not a Zelda guy. Like I don't like Zelda. Yeah, I know there's a lot of people who are like, fuck you. Then I love Zelda. I've always told my friend, Zelda to me is fucking boring. It's not my type of game. I like games when you don't have to press a button to read what the guy's saying. You don't have to press the button to go. Like I like fast-paced games like fucking Uncharted. I love fast-paced games like God of War. The first 3 God of War, you know, constant action, no reading, just constant killing, like fucking The Last of Us. You know, I love games like that. When I see a game like these fairy tale games, when you got to get up there, you got to press the X button, and you have to fucking read what the guy is telling you, and go meet Mr. Mushroom and here and there, and then you got to walk around fucking Humpty Dumpty like fuck. I don't want to play those fucking games. Those games are not for me, right? And so when I see people respond, oh, I can play this game at 60 FPS, and who the fuck cares? The game is fucking shit to begin with. And like I said, that's just my opinion. You know, and I think people don't understand that. It's like they're trying to. It's like they think they're telling me something that I don't already know.
Honestly, I was browsing. You know what's funny? When I was playing FIFA, I was thinking in my head, like, man, is there anything I can pick from this Game Pass to play? Alan Wake, it's just a port from the Xbox 360. Alien Isolation port doesn't take any advantage, but I played it, you know, and I'm thinking, what else can I play? Rise Son of Rome, it's a port, looks like shit. I don't know, I just couldn't find anything. Tired of Halo, I mean,
I don't know, maybe,
it's just, I don't know, I'm thinking, played Forza into smithereens. Yes. Bro, wait, I remember. I should have fucking known. I should have thought about this. The fucking, what's the name of the game?
What's that game? No, actually, the one game that I like that I want to play, but it's also you can get on the PC. But what's that game again that runs in
Minecraft?
6K? That's a cool game.
Minecraft. Dude, Minecraft.
Mamba, what's that game? You know the game with the little that has the amazing graphics. What is it, Yuri or some shit? It runs in 6K on the Series X.
I think it's like something like. Hold on, I think it's Ori.
Yeah, Ori. That game. Yeah. Like those. Like that game I like. Yeah, Ed, you should try that on your TV. 6K, 60.
Oh, Ori.
Yeah, it runs 6K, 60 on the Series X.
I'm gonna try it. Definitely, I'm gonna download it tonight, man. I'm gonna download it tonight.
This game is too close to get greedy.
In 4K, it runs at 120. Easy.
Yeah, and that game looks insane. I can imagine like that game on the CX is probably one of the best looking Series X games ever. And that's the type of game that I would want to play. Like when I see that game, why the fuck isn't Xbox making more games like that? That's what I'm thinking in my head. You know, that's the type of games I like.
I'm definitely gonna download it, man. I'm definitely gonna download it tonight.
6K, 60 FPS.
That's gonna look super sharp with HDR, man. That's gonna be crazy.
I have heard that it is a masterpiece.
It is. I wanted to buy it years ago.
I'm gonna download
it would
that
never
shit,
run
man.
on the computer. But
this is a new sequel.
It's free. It's free. Yeah, it's Game Pass.
It's a new sequel.
I'm gonna record it with my 4K camera, man. I'm gonna show you how that looks, man.
The original one was The Blind Forest, and not as The Will-O-the-Wisp.
I'm definitely gonna. I didn't know about that, man. Honestly, until you guys told
Ori,
me.
That's it. Yeah, Ori. Yeah, that's a game. That's probably the one game right now that if I had the Series X, that's the game I would fucking play because if you remember the original well, I don't know if you guys ever heard of Wonder Boy. It reminds me of games like that, like just action adventure game. You know, you control the character, the way it moves around, the fact that you got to jump and grab stuff. Yeah, it's amazing, and the graphics, because the game has a great color palette of blues, blacks, all the different colors. I'm telling you, your LG TV, I guarantee you, it's gonna pop in ways you've never seen.
Like 3D, like a 3D-dimensional. Yeah, I'm gonna try it, man. And that 6K, being downscaled to 4K is gonna look super sharp.
Martin says he plays Ori 2 on his PC and he loves it. Martin, I'm reading it.
A punch out here, can he get it?
What about Far Cry? What about Far Cry 5? Are they taking advantage on Series X? Does anybody know? Far Cry 5?
I don't know about that.
That's interesting, though.
Yes, he can. A swing and
what about the Assassin's Creed Valhalla?
Valhalla looks pretty good. 4K 60 on Series X, but no ray tracing, but it still looks good.
Oh, okay.
When Valhalla, I don't know if things have changed now, but I remember when what are they called again?
What's the thing?
What's the company that does all of the comparisons?
Ubisoft, Digital Foundry.
Yeah, Digital Foundry. I remember when Valhalla came out, they did a comparison between the PS5 and the Series X version, and they were basically saying that even though the Series X had so much horsepower, there were many scenes where the game was sharper on the PlayStation 5, and it actually the frame rates kept higher on the PlayStation 5. Now I don't know if it's changed, but they both looked amazing. Both they just did that comparison, and they were surprised that the Series X wasn't doing much better than the PlayStation 5. But maybe things have changed because of updates. But I know the game looks incredible on both consoles, and you have it. I think you already have it on the PlayStation, right?
Yeah. No, I don't have it on PlayStation. I only have it on PC because of the Ubisoft.
I remember you were live streaming it one. Live streaming it one time.
That was from Ubisoft PC. Yeah. Because I had a Ubisoft, and I was like, hey man, I have this PC. I don't need to play it on the PlayStation 4 Pro and Xbox One X because
I wouldn't either if you already had it there. I wouldn't buy it either.
Yeah, and that's why. But now I want to definitely test it.
Martin says it runs great on both consoles right now. Valhalla.
And I also heard the Watch Dogs looks good too as well. You know.
Watch Dogs Legion. Here's the thing. It has ray tracing. It looks terrific, but it's limited 4K 30.
Down to third.
What?
Throw home with it.
Why?
First at the plate. Relay to first is too late, so no double play, but no run scored. So as we take another look, this was going to be a tough ball to get two on going home to first, so they'll be content with the force out at the plate.
I'm looking at the Series X one. I played it on Series X. And it's identical, both PS5.
Oh, I see. Same resolution, huh?
So now to the plate, O'Neal.
What was I was going to say?
Swing, but he went around for the first
4K 60.
His prior history
4K
in this
30,
matchup, he's 0 for 5. He's also gone down on strikes.
Now I'm really curious about that Ori. Honestly,
it is.
To test it.
Everybody, when that game came on the Series X, it was already out before the Series X, but I remember everybody was saying that game fucking 6K, 60 FPS, 4K, 120 FPS, and the game already. If you look at the game, it's gorgeous. So people who think we don't like Xbox, that's probably one of the best games that I would play on the Xbox Series X.
Well, definitely, I'm gonna put my C10 to the test. I'm gonna feed Ori.
It's gonna max out everything. It's gonna feed it Ori, yeah.
That thing's gonna pop like 3D, bro. I can already imagine.
The 1-1.
That's kind of impressive. That
it often becomes
like
harder to
game
hit the
that
zone
looks that good.
when the pressure starts to heat up.
He says Legion looks good on both consoles, Martin.
It does look very good.
Just one hit
that it's
and
not
no
30
errors so
FPS.
far for the Redbirds.
I mean, it is 30 FPS. It is 30 FPS.
And everybody was coming up to me telling me, hey, on our next gen console, we'll be doing 60 FPS.
Not good.
You know, on the Xbox Series X.
I just wish that
they did. And they did. They couldn't do it. But that's because of developers. It's not to do with the console. It's just developers.
It is the developers.
They have to utilize it. You know, that engine.
It is Ubisoft's fault, that one. I have to say, they should have given two options. But it still looks good, but, you know.
Here's the 2-2.
I also heard that the Rainbow Six looks good.
Really good.
I've played it. Yeah, it looks really good. Yep.
Yeah, and this, I mean, don't get me wrong, but why isn't Ubisoft part of Game Pass? That shit should be on there, man.
There was a rumor spreading around that it will eventually,
and he strikes him
I don't
out.
even know.
So a missed opportunity at the plate as he strands 3 runners in the
what about the Star Wars Squadron?
3-1 ball game.
Squadrons is on Game Pass.
And takes the advantage of Series X.
All ready to go in the top
I'm pretty
of the
sure
fifth, and set to go as the third baseman.
Have you played it?
No. But
I played it on the PC. I think I know what to expect, you know. Yeah, pretty much.
Ready with the first pitch.
See.
Here it comes.
Squadron's performance.
Well, that's just a nice executed
pitch
right
it's
there.
Pretty.
To have the confidence to go in, pound it inside.
Have a critical
if he's got that, this team's in trouble.
And this is lined hard to deep left. O'Neal is there, and he makes the catch for the out.
Yeah, Star Wars Squadron.
Digging in now for the Brewers, Kevin Kiermaier. 0 for 2 for him so far. He's flied out and popped out.
And if you can play it on the Series X, then why not, right? If you have that advantage, you know, like I always tell people, if you have the advantage of that, if you have the luxury of that, why not take the perks of that? You know, everything has its perks, and why not? I think that's the beauty of having these two consoles. Some third-party games, you don't have to buy it and play it on the PS5. You can only play the exclusive games, right? And you can use the third-party games to play it on the Game Pass, depending on what game it is, obviously, you know. But in general, when you look at Xbox Series X, it's not a console that's going to sell based on first-party games. It means you're not buying this console to play first-party games, because there aren't any new first-party games coming out except Halo.
I personally think that people buy it to Game Pass now. I think that both consoles have their pros and cons, but I think so.
And what's, I mean, and now the Hellblade, they never showed us the gameplay of the Hellblade too.
Xbox has done, I think that PlayStation has overall done a lot better than Xbox, although both have their pros and cons.
And Hellblade, I was really, confident they're going to be able to pull Hellblade ready for the launch of Series X, but they still not.
Not even fucking Halo Infinite.
Yeah, and who knows if Halo Infinite is going to be coming out this fall? Who the hell knows, man?
Yeah, there was a rumor going around 2022 delay, and Brandon was about that. But I'm pretty sure it's not. Now they're trying to assure us, well, it's going to come later part of they're saying holiday season 2021. Jesus Christ. An entire year delay, I mean, come on.
And what about Forza Motorsport? They couldn't even bring that out either.
Forza Motorsport, that's probably not going to come out for another, I don't know, 5. It's probably going to come out 2022. Gran Turismo 7 2022, which I understand because of pandemic. I do slightly understand why.
Hammered the other way to deep right field.
These are uncertain.
He leaps, but he can't get it. It's down for extra bases.
Here's what
and he will make it there as the Cardinals get a man into scoring position
Yeah.
on the leadoff
They were
double.
assuring us that the game was going to come out
there,
in
D-Roll, he extends his hitting streak to 7
games.
games.
Yeah, and you can tell he's made
You know
some
what? I just thought about something.
That went down the pisser real quick. Yeah.
I just thought about something. It really plays in both of these systems' favor to have this shortage and keep milking it till 2022.
Exactly.
At least, because they really don't want people to have these consoles in their hands. And they're like, dude, where's the exclusives? Like, what the fuck? You know, blah, blah, blah. And I think it really plays in their favor not to bring these consoles into people's hands. And they're using the excuse that the AMD is having a problem with the shortage of semiconductors.
I just thought of
all this
too.
other crap.
What if they're trying to do this fake shortage
on purpose. I'm telling you, they're doing this purposely.
Well, of course they're doing that on purpose.
They don't want this to. They don't want people to have this in their hands.
That's not even.
I'm telling you.
I think that what they're trying to do is that they're trying to come up with something surprising. You know, in 2022.
Hard on the ground a second. Throw to the plate.
We'll see. You know, they've already.
And after that head scratcher, everybody's going to be safe. Not
yeah.
particularly graceful there, and as a result, he'll be slapped with an E4 on the play.
We'll see what happens. And
Lane
because
Thomas
I do think that they might be doing this
with
in order
runners at the corners now, and
make
still
it so
nobody
that
out.
they sell more once they want to end the shortage. Okay. They want to end the shortage, but they're not going to do it now because it doesn't play into their favor.
And they're runners at the corners now.
Because consoles like the Xbox have no exclusives.
That's right.
Pretty much. PlayStation, they've already, I don't know, they've already
can't sit
the
back
flag
long enough, and the count evens up at 1-1.
You know.
Yeah. It's true because honestly, think about it. You're right.
Even Forbidden West, you won't need a PS5 to play it. You know?
And Gran Turismo doesn't come out till 2022, so they really want to milk this as much as possible.
Because it plays into their favor because, therefore, it takes away from the cons of the console.
And
it does.
The pitch misses
it takes
low
away
and away
from the cons so that they have more
career
time to
numbers
prepare.
Against this pitcher, he's 0 for 4.
I think that they rushed up. They rushed up, and they're trying to do something. They're trying to make this shortage in order for they're trying to make the shortage so that come 2022, 2023, around in that period of time,
the 2-1 home,
they're gonna end the shortage.
This is on the ground over the first. One there.
They're gonna start going apeshit with the quality. You know, they're gonna start. This right here, it's gonna look like a joke.
And now back to the leadoff spot in the St. Louis lineup.
You know what? Honestly, it is a joke at this point. But it's the biggest joke for Microsoft because Microsoft, it's really just they really don't want people to have this thing in their hands. They really want to milk it. Yeah. Hold on. Martin says he loves baseball. You do? No, he says he doesn't like. He's not good at baseball. Hold on. He likes NHL. If you like NHL, I would say NHL 21. Definitely worth it, man. NHL 21 is probably
I think he has it. I don't know. I can't remember.
I was just reading on Games Radar. I sent you the link on Instagram that they said that, you know, because we talk about the main updates that the PlayStation got on April 14, but they said one of the updates that Sony actually confirmed is that they said you're going to notice that your PlayStation 5 is a lot quieter now. And they said one thing you might have noticed before, I've never noticed it because I don't put CDs or discs inside my PlayStation, is they said you know, when you put a disc or something inside the PlayStation Drive, it gets louder than if you didn't, obviously. And they're like, one thing you're going to notice now with the update is that your PlayStation is going to be a lot quieter when you put your disc in, and you're also going to notice, even though the PlayStation was quiet before, when it was just idling, you know, sometimes if you were completely silent, you could hear, you know, some little bit of sound from the fan, you know, maybe. They're like now, even though the sound is still there, it's going to be substantially quieter now. But they said you will notice a difference when you put discs in, that your system is actually getting is a lot quieter. So I thought that was pretty interesting, that they're doing things like that now.
Oh, this is just one of many things that's going to happen as these updates progress, and we'll see so many cool things happening in the future. This is just the beginning.
When the Xbox first came out, I'm pretty sure that I think maybe now they've released an update and now it's 4K, but I'm pretty sure when it first came out, the home screen was only 1080p, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and now it's 4K, right? I think so. All of those things can be fixed with updates.
And it should utilize HDR at all time, like PlayStation does. HDR should always be turned on, right?
Yeah.
That's another thing that PlayStation does.
that the home screen of Xbox Series X does not have HDR.
It goes back to 8-bit. Did you realize that? It goes back to 8-bit.
There's no HDR. It needs the 10-bit is HDR.
Yeah. But why not do what the PlayStation is doing? Keep it at HDR at all time. Apple TV even lets you do that, bro. The 10-bit HDR metadata, they let you have it.
PlayStation had to do it because PlayStation has that very detailed home screen.
Now. Is that
yeah.
It's very.
But man, I gotta be honest. It looks butt ugly, man. I'll just be honest, dude. I'm just gonna say it. Even it's fucking butt ugly, bro. And Cameron warned me about it. When you turn on that Xbox Series X,
I thought it's gonna look exactly like your One X.
Well, what the fuck am I doing?
It's not, but.
And even the background, it's like so shitty. Some kind of snakes, rainbow snakes or some shit floating around.
But you like honestly, but you never actually gave your honest impression of what it was like. I know you made the video when you unboxed the Xbox, you turned it on and so forth, but you never said in your mind when you first pressed the power button on the Xbox, and then it you see that big fucking Xbox logo on your TV, but when it got to the main menu, not the main menu, when it got to the home screen, the very first thing you saw on the home screen, what did you think? Like when you saw it there, like I'm wondering, like what did you think when you saw it there? You're like, okay, I know what this is because I know you're gonna say, okay, it's very familiar, but what did you think in your head when you seen it? You're like, oh fuck, I thought this was gonna be different. What was your expectations? And what did you?
My expectations, I was disappointed. It felt like Scorpio was hiding behind my Series X. I really felt like I had a Scorpio behind my Series X. It just felt like the same. I did notice that it's faster. Everything's moving more fluid, right? But everything's the same. Here's what I want to say. Everything feels the same. How could you call... Listen, here's what I want to say. With Project Scorpio, it was an upgrade. It was not a next generation. It was an upgrade console. So I expected the same shit. Just like I expected with PlayStation 4 Pro, because PlayStation 4 Pro was an upgrade. It was not next generation in 2016. But for the love of God, this is supposed to be next generation console, and the user interface is still the same. Same technology, same controller, a little bit smaller, but same shit with an extra third button, just whatever. You just press it.
Third leg button, yeah.
Yeah, third leg button just sitting there. It's like, what the fuck? When I look at PlayStation 5, when I turn on my PS4 Pro, I know it's a PS4 Pro. When I turn on my PS5, I know it's a PS5. It looks different. User interface is different. Even the sound is different. Everything is different. When I turn on the Series X and Scorpio, it's about the same shit. The only difference is the speed. So this is faster than that. It's really an upgrade. I'm going to say something publicly that you Xbox fanboys not going to fucking like. It's an upgrade. It's not a next generation. I mean, what the fuck, Microsoft? Didn't this occur to you? Like, I wonder, how did you create this console? Some hippie guy with a long fucking beard says, oh, dude, it took a long time. Took 4 years to think about a trash bin. I was camping somewhere in Seattle, and I saw this trash bin. I said, you know what, Mr. Phil Spencer, I think we can make a trash bin console. And Phil Spencer goes like, yeah, let's do that. I don't know, maybe some hippie shit in Seattle that I'm not supposed to fucking understand. But what the fuck? What the fuck? No, I mean, really, seriously, what the fuck?
Gone insane.
I mean, seriously, what the fuck? This is not a next generation experience that I want. I want everything new. I want it to look different. I want it to look like a UFO or something out of this fucking world. I want controller to look like I don't know, Cortana massaging Master Chief or some shit like that. I want it to be a fucking different design.
You see,
I
what I
want user
realize though,
interface to be a different
realize.
design.
You think?
Yeah, go ahead.
I know you realize is that you expect it too much because if you look at Windows.
Yeah.
Look at how long they fucking take to change from Windows, like a different Windows, like Windows
God.
10. It's gonna be here for another decade. Windows 7, fucking another. Look how long they had Windows X, and look how long it took to go to Windows 7. For some reason, they like to stay on one platform for like a decade or more before they decide, okay, let's change it.
Pitches to this point
it's called Microsoft for a reason.
Microsoft.
It
is really sad, man, because
when you think about Microsoft, like they're not
away from this guy. He's got so much power.
They like to stick to something like they're like, okay, we got something that works. Let's just stick with it forever.
Something that's been on my mind lately.
Oh yeah, Martin, we talked about that. It's a service. They're just selling a service.
Here's what happened. Bill Gates measured his size, measured his third leg size, and then he made up the name Microsoft.
And what's the point? Hold on. What's the please? Someone help me understand. I'm getting anxiety over here now. What the fuck is the point of Series S? Or that little shortwave AM radio? And the design
1080p.
of the
1080p, 60 FPS. That's
fucking god awful.
Isn't like 1X like better? 1X is better.
Did you see how god awful?
Is better than a goddamn Series S.
Did you see the design of that console? How God. Why?
It looks like a video card.
No, it looks like a short FM AM radio. There's a little speaker, the black speaker on it, and there's a little knob you turn on, get the antenna out, and you roll the antenna out. It's a little hidden antenna, and you got an AM FM radio, shortwave radio shit. It's a fucking FM AM shortwave radio. It's what it is, bro. It's a radio. And I'm like, what the fuck is this, man? What's going on? Like, did Microsoft really... Dude, hire me. Pay me the money. I'll gladly take that money. Pay me. I guarantee you. I'll have a much better fucking design. And I'll
what
have a
Xbox
much,
should have done.
You know,
what Xbox should have done. No, what Xbox should have done. Like what Xbox should have done is they should have gone the same idea. Sony is okay. We're gonna make a cheaper version to the Series X, but it's still gonna have Series X specs, right? Like the PlayStation Digital, yeah, it's cheaper, but it still has the horsepower, everything identical to the PlayStation 5.
Hold on, this was funny. Davidson Simmons just said he has Series S, and his grandma looked and says, "Is that a speaker?" His grandma walked in, I guess, right, Simmons? Was that a speaker thing?
I like Brad.
Yeah.
People are coming in now that we're talking about the Series X. Now people are coming in.
Oh yeah, and the other guy, Jack is back. Yeah, Jack. See, Jack agrees with me. He actually came on the comment on that video on the Son of Rome, and he loves Son of Rome too. And he says this is a shame that a game like this is not taking the advantage of CryEngine. What better game to showcase the power than the CryEngine, which is like the crisis of the crisis. CryEngine, very sophisticated CryEngine from the Crytek. I think CryEngine 3 or CryEngine 4 or whatever, to utilize the full power of the Series X to showcase what this console can do. And what better game to showcase that than the Rise of Son of Rome. But no, let's just give you 900p. Dude, I don't even think it's 1080p. Let me tell you something, Kevin.
No, some of the games they go 900 below 1080p. I've seen it. Yeah, 900. Yeah.
Bro, it looks so bad. That HDR, even that HDR couldn't help it. It looks like a VHS. Like, you know, when you play a VHS. Think about this: putting the VHS cassette and then turning on the HDR. It's kind of like that.
Do you know what's probably worse is that okay? Let's say you're an Xbox guy,
yeah,
or you're an Xbox girl, and you decide, okay, fuck, I got to get the Series X, but these scalpers they're fucking me up the ass. I can't get it, so you decide to pull the trigger. Like, okay, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna pay extra, And then you go online and you're like, fuck, man. And then you only ended up getting the Series S. You're like, okay, I'm going to settle for the Series S. Because I know some people, they settled for the Series S because they couldn't get the X. They're like, okay, fuck it, I'm going to get the S. And then when they got it, they're like, oh man, this is I can't even do 1440p with this fucking thing. What the fuck?
And how about the Insomniac? Bro, that Insomniac game that's on Xbox, fuck man, what the hell was the name of it? Dude, I made this, I played that game on Xbox One S long time ago, and I created this chick, and everybody commented on that chick, which I still have it. People find her very sexy, and said, man, she's the real thing? No, it's just I created this one chick character in the game. And what's the name of that game? Created by Insomniac for Xbox. Fuck. Guys, help me out here. You know what I'm talking about. Somebody's going to say it right now from the chat, I'm pretty sure. Sunrise something. Sunrise, whatever.
Overdrive.
Sunset Overdrive.
Sunset Overdrive, yeah.
Can somebody explain to me why the fuck isn't Sunset Overdrive enhanced? And don't tell me, we cannot contact Insomniac. Bullshit. You're Microsoft, you're Xbox. How difficult is it for you to contact fucking Insomniac? You can give $7 billion to Bethesda, but you have a hard time contacting the Crytek and Insomniac. I don't want to hear it.
Well,
I'm not interested in fucking
Insomniac
excuses.
was acquired by Sony, so maybe Sony could do something. I don't know.
Yeah, but they still have a license. They can still do something for them. True. They can pay them money. They're not obligated to be Sony's lapdog. They can still work on that. Or at least give it. How about Insomniac can give the all these codes of the engine that they worked on this game, so that way the Xbox team can work on enhancing what already exists. Why can't they do that? Help give the software, the engine to the Xbox team. Let them enhance it. Let them fix it up. Let the programmers at the Xbox Microsoft Studio, Insomniac can give all of that programs and coding of that engine to let the Xbox game studios work on both of these games, Sunset Overdrive and Rise Son of Rome.
Guys, I'll be back in a bit. I got to go do something.
Go ahead, Cameron.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just simply saying, I don't believe it. I just don't like excuses, you know. I'm just not really into excuses. Sorry, we cannot do it, you know, whatever. I mean, it's then why do you have that game? The why is still there. You know, maybe you shouldn't have it there. I mean, if you're not going to take the advantage of it, you know.
They're wiping their ass with it.
The 1-1.
Yeah. I don't know. I just think if you can give somebody $7 billion, I'm sure you can make some kind of. There's always a compromise. You can always make a deal, man.
Making this a 5-run inning in a hurry.
And this could be trouble now. It's 3.
I don't know. There's just so many missed opportunities with the Xbox that it's just.
And that misses. Ball 4.
It really sucks.
Run will come in to score.
It sucks, you know.
And it's times like these that a pitcher
here's another thing, man. Like I don't care if, let's say I have hypothetically speaking, dual 3090 SLI, like a dual 3090 SLI, super overclocked RTX 3090 SLI, super overclocked, right? Those are the dual GPUs, 3090, right? 2 of them, I should be able to run whatever the hell I want to run, right? With that kind of horsepower. And I got something, let's say, like 64 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM and the i9 processor with I don't know how many freaking cores and some ridiculous super fast motherboard. What is the point of that PC and all that horsepower if I'm not going to utilize it, right? And if I don't have any kind of like specific exclusive PC game that I can play, that I could say, hey man, you know, there's this one game on the PC that's like out of this world, and it's only on PC, and it's the most demanding PC game ever created in history of mankind. And you're like, oh shit, now I got a reason to save some money, invest, and start building a PC, right? That's what it used to be back in the days. Like Half-Life 2, Unreal Tournament, Quake. There used to be exclusivity on a PC. But now you don't see the exclusivity on the PC anymore. You know what I mean? PC has become like a service. You know, you got the Valve, Steam, you got Epic Games, you got EA, you got Xbox, you know, Beta. That's it, right? It's just a service. Oh yeah, you got the, of course, GOG, good old games. It's just become like a service. League of Legends, yes, the best PC exclusive. It's League of Legends. World of Warcraft. By the way, you can play World of Warcraft other places, can you? Can you play it on a phone? Or a tablet?
I don't think so.
No, so it's big. All right, so big deal. But is World of Warcraft something I want to?
How fucking long is that? That game's been around for 60 years. I mean, Jesus, jumping Jesus. Holy
that's
shit.
cool. Oh, you got the D brand. That's cool, man. That you fix it up. But I don't know, man. It's just, guys. Here's what I want to say. I have a PC. I have an Xbox. Multiple Xboxes. I had all the consoles you can think of in the past 40 plus years. I've been through all of them, from virtual reality, you name it. Okay? I wasn't born 5 minutes ago. I didn't just cut my umbilical cord. What I'm trying to say is this. Exclusives do matter. Do you know why I bought the Dreamcast? Why? Because it looked nice? No. Because it had a different controller? No. Do you know why I bought the Dreamcast? Is it because of the memory card? Because it has a little LCD screen? No. I bought the Dreamcast because of exclusivity. Exclusives do fucking matter. I hate to use the foul language, but exclusives do matter, man. I'll keep repeating. I'll keep repeating this forever. Yeah. Dude, look at the exclusives on Sega. I mean, look at these games. Crazy Taxi.
It's incredible.
NFL 2K. Killed Madden. Almost. No, killed. It killed Madden. No, it killed almost Madden. It mopped the floor with Madden. NFL 2K. NBA 2K. I wish that it did. NHL. MLB 2K. Mopped the floor with everything else. Sega was fucking killing it, bro. Dreamcast was killing it with the exclusivity, bro.
That was way back in the 1999 and 2000.
And I'll never forgive Sega. Listen, I'm so pissed, bro. That's the one fucking chip on my shoulder I have. It's fucking Sega. They murdered, and they got off scot-free. They murdered Dreamcast. Like, they killed it. They murdered Dreamcast. They killed it. Really, they killed that console. And for what? I really don't understand why.
Original Xbox.
That console could have easily fought alongside Xbox and PlayStation and Nintendo. I'm telling you, man, that was the one thing that I'll never understand. The Dreamcast.
Here's the thing.
But walking in a run is painful too, and here he is again, still with the bases loaded.
You know, but
so our situation has the bases loaded, 2 men out, and that'll bring in the Illinois State product, Paul DeYoung.
You know, in Japan, it was a success. It wasn't
ready to
necessarily
deliver. Here
a failure
comes the first pitch.
in, like, say, the United States.
He's already walked 2 in this inning already. This guy
just
can't seem to find the strike zone.
Sales did not meet Sega's expectations because guess what? PlayStation 2 was the real console.
Yeah. Well, that's why I hate Sega, because of that. The damn suits. Only care about the money, damn suits. That's why that whoever's the president of Sega back then, he killed Dreamcast. There's no question about that. And Dreamcast, and the reason I brought up Dreamcast is because, to me, Dreamcast, it's a great example of exclusives and why exclusives matter. Exclusives do matter.
It was a powerful console.
I mean, if there's one thing we learned from the past, seriously, if there's one thing you're going to learn from the past of video games, why people bought SNES, why people bought Genesis, why people bought even Commodore 64 and Atari, is because of certain exclusives that were only available on that console. Nintendo 64, certain exclusives like Zelda, GoldenEye, Turok, Metro Prime, etc., certain exclusives, they're only available on that system. And that's what sells the system. And this is what bothers me about the Microsoft. They don't seem to understand that. Somehow they forgot that. Like it's a thing of a past. Something that's like they don't want to talk about. It's like we don't talk about it. Like a Fight Club, we don't talk about it. Exclusives, we don't talk about that. Sorry, we don't talk about that. It's like they don't even want to talk about it. Now they have just become a service that creates these hardwares to let you use it with their service. That's it. It's just a service that lets you use their hardware, a little better hardware model, to play those games on that same service. But they don't care which hardware you buy, as long as you buy it, and as long as you sign up with their service. And they totally have got rid of the first party games. Halo, it's Halo. Gears is Gears. It's an old IP. All right? It's nothing new. Forza's a Forza, old IP. I want something new, man. Guess what? Returnal, it's a new IP. Days Gone was a new IP. Detroit Become Human was a new IP. All right? So let's not get things twisted. Let's not even compare, because it's shameful. It's embarrassing to even compare. I'll just say right now, it's fucking embarrassing to even compare Xbox to a PlayStation. It's embarrassing. At this point, it's fucking embarrassing. Really, I would be embarrassed if I was in a court of law and I have to go ahead and defend the Xbox. I'll say, Your Honor, can I take a 5-minute session, whatever, break, whatever? We'll take a fifth on this and let me get the fuck out of here. Court's adjourned. It would be embarrassing. These are the facts. I don't care if you love your Xbox. I'm just telling you. These are the facts. And I hope that Microsoft will understand. Exclusives and new IPs, they do fucking matter, dude. They do matter.
They will never understand.
Because let me tell you something. If I don't see any exclusives, even on PS5, if they don't show up, the new IPs, then I don't need these next-gen consoles. I'll just stick to cloud gaming. I'll stick to something else. I don't need it. Exclusives, it's what drives these consoles. It always has been, and it always will, 100%. That's the one thing I know. I'm an old geezer. I've been around, and that's the one thing I know about the consoles. Everyone will tell you this. So I don't know what kind of Kool-Aid Phil Spencer is drinking, what he's trying to sell me. A service? We don't care about the service. Really, at this point, hey man, I would rather pay $70 for a new IP that's a kick-ass, fucking amazing IP. Unbelievable. And that $70 will be sweet for me to pay. That's what we want. We want the experience, man. We want to have a great freaking time. We want to be wowed. We want to be entertained. We want to be transported to a different dimension. That's the whole idea. But you're not giving us that. And you have totally forgotten about that experience. Anyway, go ahead, Mamba. You take over. I mean, is there anything else I can say? I mean, shit.
You're exactly right, dude. And there's just no innovation.
So a new pitcher set to go here as the right-hander Adam Wainwright gets the call.
It's embarrassing.
Top half of the sixth about to get started, and that'll bring in the veteran catcher, Manny Pena.
Somebody asked about the MLB, the show. How does it feel? Well, first and foremost, DualSense really adds to the experience. That's number one. Whatever's happening on the screen, you're feeling it on the DualSense, and it's really amazing. Graphics are pretty darn good in 4K and HDR. Is it photorealistic? I wouldn't go that far to say it's photorealistic, but it's definitely a step up from what we had previously. Okay?
NBA 2K looks photorealistic.
Yes, NBA 2K is unbelievable. But this is definitely, yeah. But this is good. I think if you are MLB, if you are like a baseball fan, you're going to enjoy this, bro. There's a lot of accessibility, a lot of features available here on this console. Not on this console, on this game. Creating your team, your dream team. So many features, trades. You can trade a player, get a new player drafted. You can customize your team any which way you want. You can even build your own stadium. There's a lot of accessibility here. Graphics are very sharp. I'm not sure what resolution this is, but probably native 4K. Honestly, I don't see the reason why it can't be native 4K. With HDR, it looks very sharp to me. Okay, I will do a comparison between this and the Series X for sure. But the DualSense here really is the kicker.
The 0-1 delivery.
Oh, yeah.
Line towards center field.
The graphics are great. I mean, I have no complaints here. Okay.
The relay. And there are two away now.
And sometimes you forget, you know, like it looks so real. Like when there's a close-up of somebody or one of the players, sometimes it looks so real, then you almost forget. You know.
That just can't happen.
So I don't know what else I can say about the MLB The Show. If you play the previous ones, you know what to expect, but this is just more advanced due to the DualSense and the next generation graphics.
Colton Wong will stand in. High fly ball out to straightaway center.
HDR is very sharp.
He's under it, and that ends the inning. Milwaukee leaves one onto the bottom of
wow,
inning
3-3. How about that? Mid-sixth. Of course, it looks better on my television. Like right now, this looks really good. You guys cannot see it on the stream. It's compressed. But on my OLED, it looks very good. Looks very sharp. Which I will do a video on this probably tomorrow. Next to that game, Oreo.
First pitch on its way.
Is that the name of the game, Oreo? Or?
Ari.
Oreo. I said Oreo. The snack.
One pitch on its way. Back up the middle.
Uh-oh, trouble.
And a base hit, so the leadoff man is on to begin the inning.
Dan, I'll tell you, it doesn't matter what it looks like right there.
Oreo. You know, a PlayStation reminds me of Oreo. You know, a little bit, black and white.
Especially the controller.
Yeah, Oreo, definitely fucking Oreo.
What time you put it up, you thought it was an Oreo.
Yeah, I almost ate it, bro. Seriously, it was so delicious. PlayStation controller is so delicious, I almost ate it, bro. There goes $70, bro, into my belly. Outriders actually looks pretty good on the Series X. I tested it, Davidson. Was very impressed by it. But look, third-party games are going to look good on Series X, as they should. You know, that's going to be the one advantage, obviously. We're not complaining about, guys, the power of Series X. We're not complaining about the service. We're not complaining about the service. What we're complaining about is the lack of exclusives. You know, that's what we're complaining about. And of course, the lack of innovation on creating a new user interface, new technology on the controller, a better design on the console, you know, some other stuff too. The fact that you cannot live stream to YouTube directly from a console, you cannot record eternally 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 4K, HDR, you know, some other stuff out there that's missing. You cannot do a share play, you know. But overall, it's a.
Here's the first pitch to him.
Overall, it's a good third-party console with a service. I don't know. Does that make sense? A good third-party console.
I guess, yeah.
Runner goes for second. Pitch outside the throw. And no throw, in fact, as he'll just hang on to it.
Yeah. Hey, Hip Hop Man, welcome back. Where's Cameron? Is he taking a shit or something?
I don't know what he was doing.
Cameron's stuck in the toilet, bro. He's like, he probably ate something. He's like, damn, Serious X.
He's shitting out Xbox fanboy tears.
Over the top of that one, 2-1.
How you doing, Hip Hop? How are you, man? Oh, God. I've been streaming for about 5.5 hours. Holy shit. We talk about the aliens. We talk about my experience with upstate New York and Bigfoot and Sasquatch. And
yeah, that was crazy.
And this looks pretty real. Like, there's some instances where this game looks really good, man. When it gets close. Like this dude right here. Can I bring him closer? I think I can with a camera.
From the belt, kicks and deals, and he struck him out.
It's never a good look to strike out looking, but it's.
I mean, the baseball games have come a long way, dude. If I show you some old baseball games, you're gonna like say, "Oh, this is pretty darn good."
I played one of my Game Boy Color.
There you go.
Like he'll come on and hit the pitcher Wainwright.
No, sports games have advanced. I'm not gonna lie. You look at FIFA, Madden, you know. NBA 2K, definitely they have advanced. And they're only going to get more realistic, man, as the time passes. And Formula 1 2021, dude, I'm waiting for that, bro.
Pitch. Oh, had him chopping at that one. It's
That's in July 16th.
Yeah, that'll be good, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Martin, if you want, you can join us. But he's probably.
I think that he's going to bed.
He's going to bed. Oh, okay.
A bouncer up the middle.
Uh-oh.
Got it.
Hurry up!
And after that head scratcher, everybody's going to be safe.
The batter number
19. So the batting order turns over.
He's going to go to the 7th, 8th, probably to the 9th. We'll go to 11th inning all the way.
Power side swinging right-handed. Not that he doesn't have a lot of power from the left side, but if you look at the splits, a far superior hitter for power from the right side.
Now a fastball a bit too low here. It's ball one.
Cameron's probably out there dealing with the fanboys. They're like probably going to his channel right now, contacting him.
It's like a console wars.
And if people watch this live stream, we said good things about the Xbox. You know, we gave a credit where it's due. You know, we're not just here to bash Xbox. Yesterday I played a FIFA. I says, hey, FIFA looks great. And, you know, I played it yesterday and it looks great, like you told me. It doesn't look like shit, and I played it and it looks great. You know, Halo looks great. Forza looks amazing. I liked it. Uh-oh, fuck. Damn it.
Next up, Justin Turner. No hits in 3 tries so far.
But we have to acknowledge some of these things. You know, I don't want to sound like a broken record. We don't want to just bash, talk about negative stuff about the Xbox. Sure, there's positives, like quick resume. I talk about a quick resume and how awesome that feature is, that you can switch between the games, and which I have demonstrated that between Gears, Halo, Forza, and a bunch of other games.
His slider swung on and missed 1-1. Kisner at second, Edman on at first with 2 down.
But there's times, thank you, United fan. I know it's getting late over there. 6 o'clock.
Fastball runs in tight here, and it's 2-1.
Look at the hair over here. Look how realistic that looks, man. There's sometimes, some points. Yeah, look at you know. It looks good. Looks great.
Probably the best thing he can do.
But the only way you're gonna notice that is if you are watching it like on native 4K.
Here's the 2-1. Count even at 2-2.
HDR is great. Looks very bright. That's it.
Now that's popped up. Urias over to his left, and he makes the catch to retire the side.
Halo Infinite.
Forced to settle for
I have a feeling Halo Infinite will never show up.
St. Louis is out in front,
maybe in like
4-3.
27-7.
Or some shit like that. I'm gonna be 60 years old. Halo Infinite.
Alex Reyes
Here
is
I
on the
am.
pitch from the bullpen now to start inning number
my
7.
king. I got a 8. Nurse 8 over here. Wiping my ass. We play Halo.
Now in the box, Daniel Vogelback. He's 1 for 2 in the ball game.
Daniel Vogelback.
Here we go, Milwaukee.
Ready to deliver. Here comes the first pitch. A little tardy there. No balls and a strike.
This is why you pay the price of admission right here.
Yeah,
power
boy.
on power. My money's on the pitch.
Absolutely.
Barely able to make
They're like,
contact.
welcome
Down
to my
0-2
home.
now.
I'm going to play Halo Infinite. Come.
Resident Evil 69. Yeah.
Exactly.
Lifted
Oh,
the
home
other way
run?
down the left field line.
Home run?
Chasing
No.
after it is O'Neal,
Shit.
but he won't get to it, and this should put him
damn
in
it.
scoring position to start the inning.
The
All right.
leadoff hitter finds his way on base. Should be
me
interesting
too,
to see
man.
the cat and mouse with the
double
manager.
going.
Does he
Yeah.
use the bunt
Wait,
right
it's a
here? Do
single?
we put a
Oh,
little
yeah.
hit and
Yeah,
run
yeah,
on?
yeah.
Do we go old school, new school, and just
Well,
let
we're
him
getting
swing
closer.
away? Should be
We
interesting.
got the head start on the inning, so here we go.
Yeah, it's better to stay at first, you know.
Exactly.
Because then he throws it back because it bounces right to him.
Yeah, here we go. This guy will do it. Bring him in. This guy looks like the real deal, Christian Yelich.
He's really good. You bring him in, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, now.
Pinch.
Now here's the
Hitter.
first offering, and there he
Gotta be
goes
one of
towards
the-
second.
Ah!
Aimed hard, but
Too hard.
foul to the right.
Yeah. Hold on.
Oh,
Here we go.
shit.
Here we go.
On its way, the 0-1 pitch.
Yeah,
That's
you know,
it. There we go.
To center field.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Son of a bitch, he got it.
There, and he has it for the first out. The relay throw on to first, a double play.
Doesn't happen often throughout the course of the season, but right there, you talk about having awareness, taking advantage of a team.
Almost,
that's
I was
maybe
hoping.
sleepwalking a little bit on the base pass. Unbelievable job.
I'll
to
just
get
blame
2
it
outs
on
for the
Phil
price of
Harrison.
1 in that situation.
Phil Harrison, wind of God. To push the ball a little bit down.
At the plate, Willie Adames. As he swings,
Go,
and
go,
hits
go,
a
go,
laser
go.
to right.
Ah, shit. How you catch that
Unlucky
shit?
there as it's hit right to him in right field for the final out of the inning. Brewers go down quietly.
What's his
Score
name?
holds at 4-3.
I don't know how he fucking caught it, bro, Rays. He caught that shit like nothing.
He caught it like he was,
It was like a... Yeah.
Devin Williams
like he
gets
was,
the call from the
taking a
pen to
shit.
take the ball for the home
Yeah,
seven.
we'll take Devin Williams. Let's go.
And
Taking a
that'll bring
shit
in
like
Nolan
Golden
Arenado.
Boiler.
Struggling
Yeah.
so far in this one and looking to erase his
Phil
0
Harrison.
for
What's
4
the
ball
latest
game
with Phil
right here.
Harrison?
The third baseman,
First
Hold on.
offering.
I don't know, he's,
Arenado.
And that changeup
Brandon,
makes
you
him
see some of
jump,
the
a
jokes
swing
he
and a
makes
miss.
about Phil Harrison.
They've done a real nice job.
And I know he has
This
a
guy
he has a
grabs in
crush
this
on
one.
Jade
No
Raymond,
hits
man.
for him so far, and what stands out to
That's
me
his
is
biggest
they're
crush,
right
right?
after.
He makes the
They're not
jokes about
pitching
Phil
him like they're
Harrison
afraid
and
he's
his
going
wife.
to do any damage.
Phil Harrison,
Lays
man.
off for ball 1.
I'll never forget that meme. When Phil Harrison in 2019 summer, he holds the Stadia controller And he says, I'm proud to announce that this November 19th, you will be able to enjoy all the features and everything in it this holiday season. Please enjoy. And then nothing happens. Half the features are gone.
So 1-1.
It's like a
fouled away.
Well, the worst thing is when he was showing the showcasing the Assassin's Creed, right? And there was a delay. You can see a delay, lag, by the time the guy's moving a controller. Remember that? Do you remember that? It was at the Google Note or whatever the fuck it was. Showcase. They were showcasing the Stadia. And there was a delay. The guy was trying to move the controller, the thumbstick, on Assassin's Creed character. And there was a delay. There was a lag, obviously. By the time he moved right, it took about 5 seconds by the time the character moved. And Phil Harrison was saying, as you can see, blazingly fast how you can switch between the tablet and the monitor and the... And then he says that this will put PlayStation 5 and Xbox to shame. We have 10.4 teraflops. Phil Harrison, man, it was just a joke, bro. Oh, man. I'm gonna watch that again. I'm gonna seriously do yourself a favor, bro. You need to watch that shit again. You need to watch the Phil Harrison, Google Stadia presentation, 2019 summer. This is before, COVID-19 and all that. And I feel sorry for poor Jade Raymond. He dragged her in there to sell.
Nice job there, taking care of the lead via the strike. I'll tell you, in a one-run game, especially this late, getting that first guy in the inning, it's so important. It changes the whole complexion of the inning, so that was a big out.
We're happy to announce, we're so proud to announce that all the features will not be available.
Here's Paul
We're happy to announce that still features will be available.
Pitch to him is taken low and away for ball one. 0 for 2 for him to this point.
But we want you to pay $150. No, it was 180, bro. It wasn't 150. It was 180, bro. Plus tax or some other shit. It was like $180, bro. Did you see that guy from New York Times? There's the fucking guy from New York Times. He's trying to play Destiny. And there's like a 30 seconds delay.
Washington Post. Oh,
that was the Washington Post. It was the Washington Post. It's so bad.
Fucking.
Oh, God.
There's a gif of her.
Oh, man. And then they said, we invested so much money into our first party games. You guys will be blown up. It says 400 games are coming by the end of this year. And this is only the beginning. This is only the beginning. This is only the beginning of our embarrassment.
It's the beginning of how bad.
It's only the beginning of our shame. The shame is best. The best shame is yet to come.
How fast we can kill off our own
yeah.
platform.
This is just the beginning of our Titanic ship hitting the iceberg. The best is yet to come. I gotta watch that, bro. I gotta watch that. I gotta watch the Stadia that presentation. I gotta do a video on it, man, just for the goof. 2 years later.
but the people, the fanboys.
Clapping, dude, people are fucking clapping for 10.4 teraflops.
But you should go on Twitter. Why do people fanboy up that platform?
And then they said, and just to let you know, you can pay the same price that you normally would pay on a console. And if you want, And if you want the 4K and HDR, you have to pay $10 a month. Bro, you weren't even able to like message anybody. There was not even a messenger for a year. He's just a funny guy, bro. Phil Harrison, I was trying to feel sorry for him, man. He was just so fucking funny.
What about that time you showed the weird looking like the it was like this gremlin in the Demon's Souls.
I know.
You said it's Phil Harrison.
Oh my god. Oh my god, hold on a second. I gotta play this. Where was this? I gotta find. Wait a minute. Oh, I gotta play this, man. Let's see if I can find it. Oh God, dude, I'm crying right now, dude. Tears, salty. Welcome back, Brandon.
No, it's Cam.
Oh, Cameron.
Well, let me block this asshole real quick.
Hold on. Cameron, man, we're crying over here, man, of laughter. We're talking about Phil Harrison and a Stadia disaster.
We'll laugh our asses off. Oh.
Hold on. Remember that press conference or that showcase, whatever they did in summer of 2019, and all of the guys out there trying to move a controller on Assassin's Creed, and there's like a 5-second delay.
Oh.
And then Phil Harrison says, "Look how blazingly fast you can move." How blazingly fast you can move between one console, between one monitor to another monitor. Hold on, I gotta find this, man. Phil Harrison Stadium. Hold on, I gotta play this. Hold on, there it is. Oh, here we go. This is 2 years ago. Hold on, there it is. Hold on.
Microsoft, at Atari, at Sony, and Stadia is already earning the nickname the Netflix of gaming. Is that really the right analogy?
We see it as the new generation of game platforms that combine the world of watching games and playing games into one seamless experience. This has been purpose-built for the 21st century, powered by the amazing technology that only Google can bring to bear.
Dude, this is on a Bloomberg TV. It says this is. Last generation, 21st century.
It's so pathetic. Oh my god.
With a straight face, bro. Oh, dude, with a fucking straight face, he's looking at this poor girl. He's feeding her all this bullshit on the Bloomberg TV. Dude, I can't. I'm gonna fucking die. I can't. Dude, I'm dying of it.
Didn't something like that happen to iPhone? Like when they were doing some kind of demonstration last year?
Yes,
they were talking about something, and then it fucked up while they were doing the demonstration on live TV.
Yes, the camera.
Even him.
Even Steve Jobs happened there. But he was honest about it. He was cool about it, you know.
Yeah, he made jokes. He made jokes. It was funny.
He said he knew it was going to happen. But this guy's he's looking at these reporters and like Bloomberg and everybody with the NBC and CNN, straight face, and this is a cutting edge 21st century. You heard what he says, the cutting edge 21st century next big thing. Bro,
like the iPhone didn't do that already.
Bro, first of all, you have to pay for the same price for the games as you are normally.
and then you gotta pay $10 a month just to have a 4K HDR, and you have to pay $150 to have a Chromecast Ultra and a controller. And then on top of all of that, basically there is no messaging. There was no messenger. Like I couldn't even have a fucking party chat, bro, on the Stadia. There was not even a messenger.
We'll give you free Premier Edition.
You know what? And I'm guilty. Listen, man. Let me tell you, I'm guilty of it as well, bro. I gotta tell you something.
Yeah, me too. I bought into it.
I bought into it. He got me, bro. I'm laughing at him, but dude, he got me, dude. He's a Merlin. He cooked up some shit, man. He let me drink something.
You cooked up the story.
You cooked up the story. Dropped me in the fucking Stadia meat grinder.
Piece of shit, Dylan.
But the best is when he holds the controller and he says, "So as you can see, the future of video gaming at the fingerprints or whatever, at the press of your fingers," he says, "This is the cutting edge, the latest cutting edge, advanced technology that's only going to be available through the Google and Google Stadia. So I can't wait to see you this holiday season on November 19th. Can't wait for you to try this out."
So we can
and then, hey,
giant 20 bro,
the people who bought a Founders Edition, they didn't even get it.
They can stick the giant orange dildo up the ass.
The guys who pre-ordered the Founders Edition didn't even fucking get it, bro. Like they had to wait till December till they got the Premium Edition. The way people got fucked, bro. He fucked everyone so good, man. Even me, like he definitely put a dick. I mean, he fucked. He was like he's like one of those porn, what you call it, porn lords. Like he fucked us all, man. Like he's Lord Porn or something.
Founder, yeah. He's a fucking. The pandemic launched that guy.
Oh, dude, he went orgy big time, and everybody he fucked everyone.
Yeah.
Do you see yourself going back? Do you see yourself going back and dabbling in
Stadia?
Stadia, or
oh
you
my
to
god!
Come up with something new, like fucking a subscription service, or what is it going to take for it to get you back?
A subscription service, man. They gotta make it like a Netflix. It has to be like a Netflix. You know, I don't want to pay for video games. I want everything to be included
in there for strike one.
As it should be.
Think of it as like a. Okay, think of it as like a.
One out, nobody
I
on.
don't know. Like a. Okay, here's what it is. It's a. What the fuck?
Down low.
Phil Harrison's in your mind.
Yeah, Phil Harrison's possessing me. He's making me forget how criticize him.
The cutting edge technology of the next 21st century.
I'm getting like flashbacks to that horrible launch.
Listen, guys, I gotta send you this. You guys have to see this. Like, oh, fuck. Let me send you the link. You guys have to see this, man. It's just, oh, Lord. Hold on. Wait a minute. Oh, God. I gotta send you the link to this, man. You have to see this. Oh, Lord. So you guys can see it, like, with a straight face, bro. He's like looking at her with a straight face and he's saying, here.
Technology that only Google can bring to bear, powered by the amazing technology that for the 21st century, powered by the amazing technology into one seamless experience.
It's at 0:21 seconds here. I'll send it here. I want you guys to see this, man. This is Bloomberg TV. That deals with the stock market and all that. And I want you guys to see this. Here, I'll send the link over here, man. Oh my God. Oof. With a straight face. He should get an Oscar. He should get an Oscar for this, bro. With a straight fucking face, bro. Oh my God. Phil Harrison. Oof.
Alright, brace yourselves for this shit. Holy shit.
It's bad, bro.
Alright, I need to put the audio on here.
Put the audio on, man. Put it on. I want to listen to it. Yeah, I'll pause it. I gotta listen to this, bro. Cameron, you should prepare yourself for this.
Can you hear it? Hold on.
Uh-huh.
You can mute the.
Generation of game platforms that combine the world of watching games and playing games into one seamless experience. This is being purpose-built for the 21st century, powered by the amazing technology that Google can bring to bear.
But can only people bring certain kinds of content? Will this have exclusive content?
Yes, we announced today the formation of Stadia Games and Entertainment, which is Google's first-party games development studio, and we are working with
First-party games.
to create games exclusively for Stadia.
Losing party state.
Right now, hundreds of development tools to leading studios, and they're hard at work.
100 developers who already have fired.
Will you also be licensing content? Gaming content is a lot more expensive than traditional streaming video content.
We partner with game publishers and game developers, big and small. You saw it.
Big and small.
Some of the leading lights of the games industry, from Ubisoft and Take-Two, all bringing their amazing experiences to our.
Oh my God.
But also, it's about bringing YouTube creators into the mix, where a YouTube creator who has millions of subscribers can bring their fans into the game and allows game developers to connect with more and more people seamlessly across all the streams in their life.
Oh God. With a straight face, he's telling all this bullshit.
In the gaming market, but how will you make sure that the experience is consistent across devices?
Here's the good part.
And bandwidth, but when it comes to everyone's internet experience.
Well, that's the magic of Google technology.
I'm gonna die, bro.
Codecs and streaming technologies, both at the hardware, software, and service level.
That's the magic of Titanic ship.
Oh my God.
God, I can't believe what a fool I was 2 years ago. Oh, believing this guy. He got me. He got us good, bro.
Kind of looks like Jeff Bezos.
And he's saying all this shit, Cameron, with like a straight face, bro. I would have fucking, you should get an Oscar for this. He's saying all of that like with a straight face. Like, oh my God, man.
One person in the comments wrote, "I'm so impressed. This is going to be revolutionary."
Oh God. 2 years. How much 2 years difference makes, man. Oh God. But hey, I bought into it, man. He got me. He got me.
I believe Google Stadia is capable of making Stadia the preferred platform for gaming for the next coming futures. Stadia developers seem pretty confident with their platform quality. I'm so excited. I'm reading the comments.
Oh God. Oh man. Oh my God. Wow. Hold on, let me I gotta wash my face, dude. I'm crying. Seriously, I had tears coming out of my eyes.
Stadia kicks ass. Take my money.
And they did. They did, bro. After everybody got fucked in the ass. Proper fuck. Especially those poor bastards who pre-ordered the Founders Edition. They never got the Founders Edition. They got it in December, but they got the Premium Edition. Premier Edition in December.
Yeah, I remember that.
Wow, man. Oh. And all those features that he promised, they were never there. And then he disappeared, bro.
Yeah, like right now, no one's talking about State anymore. Fuck.
He only replied to me, dude. The reason Phil Harrison only replied to me on a direct message, because I was the only guy, he was like, I was like this only, he was helpless, and I was like his only, person who was willing to help him and say some good things, and I said...
Yeah, you were the only one who was giving him a hand when he was...
Yeah, I was giving him a hand, bro. It was like...
He's like, no, you come in here too. He didn't know it yet.
It was so bad. And I listen, man. Listen. People who are watching this, I know, I'm guilty of it, bro. I bought into it. It's all documented. The videos are there. It's on me too. I bought into it. But lesson learned.
How many games did you buy for it in total, you think?
70 something, 70 games. I mean, not total. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
20
these
games.
Are all full price? Like full price, or you got discounts?
I got discounts. On some of them. Yeah, dude, it's a lot of money. Not to mention the $10 a month. Not to mention the $150 for premium edition. Although I did get an extra premium edition for free. That came in with Cyberpunk. I did get that. But I tell you what, I did enjoy Cyberpunk. I mean, I'll give
it probably ran it the best.
That's the only thing that really that surprised the hell out of me, man, was the Cyberpunk. I mean, I don't want to be so negative here. I know some people will say, "Oh, come on, man." I said, "Well, no. I mean, I even to this day, I say, hey, you want to play Cyberpunk, bro? Go to Stadia."
GeForce Now is good though too.
Yeah, GeForce Now is good as well. But from day one, dude, if you are somebody who purchased a Cyberpunk from Stadia day one, December 9th, bro, you probably finished the game, I'm sure. And you enjoyed it. You didn't have to deal with any kind of hiccups. It was great. But you can't just look at Stadia at one game. You got to look at Stadia as a whole service. And what's the value there, right? And now there's really, I don't know what kind of value and what's going to happen. You still
what's
have
going on with Luna? I don't see it leaving beta. It's still in fucking beta forever.
Yeah. I need to check on it, man. I need to check on Luna. I'm sure there's some hefty update.
I think that they added Ride 4.
Oh, they did? Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
And I know that Resident Evil 7, it's also included with Stadia now. That's right. And I have to claim. Right? No. Oh, yeah, the Village is coming, but also Resident Evil 7, it's included. It's something that Luna had a long time ago. Resident Evil 7, the guy and Welcome to the Family, boy. In Ethan. It's the same guy, actually. So Resident Evil 8, it's not a prequel. It's a really sequel to Ethan and Rose. Okay, maybe I shouldn't spoil this shit. See, I'm saying stuff. Hold on, let me wash my face. You see what happens, Cameron, when I start talking? Some shit comes out and, you hold on, I'll be right back. Let me just wash my face. I'll be right back.
Yeah, Resident Evil Village is also coming on Stadia. Just looking at it now. But it's not scheduled for Luna. I guess because Luna technically is still in the beta.
Yeah.
Are you gonna grab Village, or are you grabbing something else? Okay.
Village,
Hip Hop. What about you, Hip Hop 90? Are you grabbing Resident Evil Village? Is it your type of game, or are you grabbing something else? Are you grabbing Returnal? What's going on? I've never played any of the other Resident Evils. Fuck, I haven't played a lot of games. I haven't had a PlayStation 4 or Xbox One, so. But did you watch the actual trailer that happened yesterday, or the gameplay? Did you watch it, Mamba?
No.
Okay, because I watched like maybe 30 seconds here and there, and it looked amazing when they showed the fight scenes outside, because you actually get to play the game now, like in combat, not just walk around looking. You get to actually play it, and it looked pretty good for graphics. What game are you playing right now on Series X?
I've been playing like Doom Eternal.
Okay, how's that?
It's a really good game. Bethesda,
Okay.
Came
Hip
out
Hop
2020.
says he's gonna be getting the Village, so he will be getting it.
Yes, I might get it. Yeah, I'm gonna get it for PS5 because I wanna, do intercourse. Hopefully, we can do intercourse with the Lady Dimitrescu and there.
Yeah. Hey, Hip Hop, you can get the demo tomorrow, right? There's a half-an-hour demo you can play tomorrow for PlayStation 5, and then the other demo is the 24th.
Here's the advantage, like if she like cuts your friggin' hand, and she sucks the blood, in the game, it's almost like you can feel it with the DualSense. I can imagine.
Yeah, probably. You probably get some kind of some vibrational effect or something like that.
Yeah,
I'm wondering if if in the game, like when your character is tired or he's almost dead, if the controller is gonna have some kind of pulsating sensation, like your heartbeat or some shit like that. Like they could do stuff like that in games.
And I would like to announce that this November 19th, the best yet is to come. Dude, I almost died, bro. Laughing. Where were we? Yeah, the Phil Harrison, bro. I almost feel sorry for him. Like, dude, because I guess he has to be an intelligent person. But what the hell? Why are you taking these? Why lie to people, bro? Like, you know you can deliver on that shit. Right? Why get all these people fired? Now they don't have a job because of you. Because of your bad decisions, they trusted you, they followed you, and you just screwed them all over. Now they have to look for another job. Yeah, man, he doesn't think about the consequences, about what he's doing. And that makes him a bad leader. That makes him a bad business person. That makes him a bad CEO, to be honest, But that's just me. What do you guys think?
I agree.
Now the payoff pitch home.
5 p.m. tomorrow is the live
Resident
stream.
Evil. The Resident Evil. It's going to be so great. We're going to start a little bit early. We'll start like at 4:30 to warm up. And then at 5 o'clock we'll do it. And hopefully, maybe Lady Dimitrescu is going to let me play a little bit longer. Maybe the Capcom's going to let me play a little bit longer. They're going to look at my live stream.
You're doing the capture card live stream, or you're doing the PlayStation live stream?
We'll do a PlayStation live stream directly. We're going to do it.
So we can chime in and watch you play it.
Yes. That's the only reason why.
Ready to deal. Here comes the first pitch.
And I want everybody to show up tomorrow, if possible. I throw Phil Harrison. Get out.
He's going to challenge him right here.
We did find him in the Demon Souls. He was selling the leftovers of premium edition because he couldn't sell all those premium edition Stadias. He was selling.
He was selling the ones for Resident Evil.
Yeah, he's still for Village. Yeah, he's still doing it.
I love that pitch right there. An aggressive fastball that catches the corner. The hitter knew it was coming and still
I also lost some friends from Stadia because the way I was. I mean, look, I had a good time with Stadia. I'm not gonna lie that I didn't. I enjoyed some games. It also showed me what's possible 11 years from now, once the internet infrastructure and servers become much better with a quantum speed, some kind of ridiculous speed, high-tech technology where even the consoles will be obsolete. And that's going to happen. Technology will evolve. That's just the way it is. And that's the one thing that it showed me what's going to be possible in the future.
I think it showed me that we're actually a lot closer, because to me it was damn near perfect. The only thing that was shit was you got to pay for every single game, and you don't even really physically it's not like a digital game where if you own that game, you have it. With the Stadia, if Stadia fucking calls it quits, you lose your games, and they tell you that. It's not like Sony. You can download the game, you have it on your hard drive. You can put it on your external hard drive. You have that game. It's your game. You know what I mean? But Stadia, you're always streaming the game. I mean, it worked flawlessly. Cyberpunk was probably the most demanding game to do, and it did it no problem. So to me, the ability to play online streaming games is already here now, and you don't even need a console. You just need a joystick. But it's just the way that they set up that making you pay for the game. And especially a lot of these games, people already own them on other platforms. Why don't you just give a fucking discount or something?
Yeah, I don't. How many times do you have to buy the Red Dead Redemption, right? Jesus.
And it's charging you fucking full price.
Yeah.
Most cases.
What's his name? They should give me the Rockstar should give me something in return. How many Red Dead Redemptions I bought? And yeah, man. Here's the thing with Stadia. When it comes to cloud gaming service, the fact that you have to pay for a video game, people don't feel good about that. And there's so many issues. There's so many issues to consider. When it comes to fighting games, when it comes to racing games, when it comes to first-person shooter games, that latency is going to be the key thing. And it's going to be very important. And if that latency is not where it needs to be, then you can
that's true.
You can bring millions of people to join you and to jump onto your platform. I think Phil Harrison miscalculated the internet infrastructure. I was like, dude, we're not ready. Even right now, we're not ready. You see what happened to me? They're putting a fucking data caps on my upload speed. We're not ready, bro. We're not there yet. Now, he was getting a Google Fiber from, San Francisco or Napa or whatever, Napa Valley or whatever, out there in Central California. For you, who's out there in Silicon Valley, for you, having the best of the best, fiber optic, Google, 3 gigabits up, 3 gigabits down, unlimited data speed, for you, for fuck's sake, for you, it's going to be awesome, but how many people are going to have that? He's acting as if everybody has a fiber optic, 1 gigabit up, 1 gigabit down, no data caps, and all that shit. He's acting like we all have that. And that's his arrogance, it was his arrogance that now, after 2 years, he's learning that lesson. His own arrogance. It's what destroyed Stadia.
Got to err on the aggressive side right there.
Billy McKinney stands in as he swings and misses for strike one.
And that's it, pretty much. Right. Yeah.
I'm going to call it a night.
All right, brother. How long will we be streaming? 6 hours? I think we did.
Yeah, later, Mamba.
This is on the ground over to first.
All right, Mamba. Take care, brother. Dream about the PS5, bro. It's coming. You're welcome. It'll come. Don't worry, man. By the end of this, probably by the time Returnal comes out, you'll have it. I'm pretty sure, man. Maybe even earlier than that. All right, Mamba. Take care. See you tomorrow, 5 o'clock.
Swing and a miss on the slider, and he's quickly behind
All right.
2.
Returnal is what, April 30th?
April 29th, or April 30th, yeah. Is it? I think it's...
Still no balls and 2 strikes.
April 30th, right? I think it is.
4-3
I think it is.
As we play the 8th.
April 30th is a Friday, so not next Friday, the other Friday.
Yeah. And then the Friday after that is the what you call it?
Resident Evil?
Yeah. But it's still, you know what? I was thinking about it. It still gives me time to, all of us, to check out Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, to check out Returnal and, get deep into it, right? It gives us time.
at bat next will be Tyler
you know,
O'Neill.
You could probably, if you played it, you
constantly.
Can beat it.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it's probably going to be maybe like a 20-hour game, right? Like
yeah.
Story mode, 20 hours probably. So
yeah. So we should be able to. And then check out the multiplayer, see the multiplayer, see how that is, you know.
Pulled the fastball down.
I don't know if you guys knew about it or not. There's actually a multiplayer, and to see how.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. And the weapons upgrades and all that. I'm surprised that the Control didn't put a multiplayer. I thought Control would have a great multiplayer with all the moving projectiles and all that shit.
Pitcher's trying to work you away.
But I don't know, Control is kind of like confusing, man. I'm really having a difficult time trying to understand this game. You know, it's like it's all over the place. You know, it's very confusing.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? That's exactly when I played the game. I heard like so many great things about it, and when I played the game, I told you I played the game for like an hour and a half, and then I went after I was done the game. I was like, when I played the game for an hour and a half, it was free on the PlayStation Plus in February. I played it and I was thinking, man, this is not what I thought. You know, I was very underwhelmed. And keep in mind, I had just finished playing the Tomb Raider, Shadow of the Tomb Raider, and that game I thought to me was a masterpiece.
So great story, man. Great story.
Graphics,
and
gameplay,
and gameplay,
action, everything. Yeah. Fast paced. So I thought I thought Control was going to be similar. And then I played the game and I was like, man, this is. I told you.
And the emotions, right? Crystal Dynamics really did a great job, and I don't see many people giving the compliment the emotions of Laura and the emotions of her friend. You can feel the emotions on her in that game.
I loved everything
really?
About all of the Uncharted. Like I played Rise of the Tomb Raider, then I played Shadow of the Tomb Raider, like right away, because especially when I'm playing those type of games, you know, when you really get good at one of them, you want to play the next one right away because you still have that skill. You know what I mean? You still understand. Okay, this button does this. It's not like you're waiting 5 years for the part 2 to come out. You know, so I wanted to play the Shadow of the Tomb Raider right away because I knew my coordination, my timing, everything. I was right there. I knew I would have a good time in the game. So I played it and I loved it. And then when I played Control and I read the reviews and they got a pretty good score on Steam and these places. And then when I played it, I was like an hour and a half into it. I was like, this game. In my mind, I kept saying, this game's kind of boring. You're just running around and they're telling you a story, but the story is like so uninteresting that I'm not really paying attention, and then it's kind of confusing. It's back and forth. And then when I was done, I went online and I actually read the comments. And people were writing the exact same thing I was saying. They were like, this game, the story is all over the place. It's kind of boring, and people are like, I stopped playing the game after 3 hours.
It makes no sense. It's you don't even care, dude. Like, you don't even care. Like, why do you even move forward? Like, I don't care.
Yeah, and people kept saying the main thing is the game is very repetitive. It's the same thing over and over and over, the same repetitiveness, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I found. And then I was like, fuck it. I didn't pay for
this game. What it was?
A free game.
I have a theory. On the Remedy, and I have a theory on why Control was given such a prize. And I know I'm going to take a lot of well, when was the last time I didn't take a lot of heat? So what's the difference going to make now? I think it was really that feminist SJW movement because it's a female character and she's the hero and blah, 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 blah. And let's just shove this up to all these masculinity, whatever, gamers out there and misogynist men and all this other bullshit. It was really like a dream come true for SJWs and finally a game they can cherish. So when you go to a Twitter, you see all these chicks praising her, praising this game, and all these simps, all these SJW beta men simping for her, simping for the fucking game. And, you know, it was like a politically driven social justice warrior, feminist type of a game that was injected, just like Neil Druckmann was forced to inject a little bit of feminism in there as well, to be fair. And I think that's what happened to that game. You know, it was that's my take on it, to be honest, because the story makes no fucking sense.
It doesn't. It's fucking all over
let
the
me
place.
tell you, Alan Wake makes sense. When you play Alan Wake, you want to know what happens next to his wife. I mean, I don't want to spoil the game, but like you want to know. Even when I played the what you call it, which I finished it, the Blair Witch Project. I want to know what happens, you know, and I finished it. There's certain games you want to finish. You want to find out what happens because you care about the story.
Yeah.
Days Gone, you care about the story. You care about these characters. Guess what? Control, I could give a shit less. If my main character dies, I'm like, good, great, congratulations, woohoo! I would actually do the same thing I did with the Abbey. I would just applaud, you know. And I think that's what it was. It was driven by this narrative of feminine hero, like she's our savior. She's the one who's gonna have the power. She's the Neo. She's the one, you know, whatever, you know. And I think that's what it was, man. That's my take on it. Again, this is my opinion. You guys don't have to agree with it. You guys can call me whatever, misogynist, an asshole, and whatever the fuck label you want to put on me these days. I don't care. I don't have any space left. A lot of labels on me. Worse than an NASCAR racer. There's so many labels. So I don't care. But that's my take on it. That's how I feel about Control. And I'm sure Kelly Plague was more than happy to give 2 thumbs up. And all these other SJW journalists were more than happy to give it 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10, Game of the Year, 10 plus out of 10 plus, or whatever the fuck, you know, all this advertisement, lullaby bullshit, brainwashing. And that's what it was. That's my take on it. Yet, Lara Croft, it's your one hero feminine that you should definitely cherish. Lara Croft, who you fucking should cherish. Tomb Raider, who you should cherish. All right? But no. She's too cute. She's too sexy. And, you know, we don't like that. She needs to cut her hair, you know, put on the jeans and I don't know, whatever the fuck these days. Just like in that movie, The Underwater, what's her name? That actress.
Kate Beckinsale?
No,
okay. Yeah, you're talking about
Underwater.
Yeah, the girl from Twilight, right?
Yeah. Christian something. Oh, Kristen something.
Yeah.
Kirsten something. I don't know.
Yeah, Kirsten Dunst. Is it Kirsten Dunst?
Kirsten Dunst. Yeah, something like that.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
So guess what? Of course, the Hollywood is like, listen, if we're gonna have a female character to be the lead, only
Kristen
survive.
Stewart.
Kristen Stewart. If we're gonna have the lead female hero character, because she's the hero, because she saves everybody and she dies, she's the fucking hero. She's a martyr, she's a hero, and it has to be, her look has to be a certain style. She got to lose a lot of weight. Her titties got to be very small. The butt has to be also very tight and small, and her hair has to be cut short, and she has to be dyed blonde, you know, and that's it, to fit the narrative of the SJWs.
I personally don't find her attractive. I never found that girl, Kristen Stewart. I don't know what the fuck people think.
In certain movies, she is, like, you know, when she...
I'm more of a Kate Beckinsale kind of guy. You know?
Me too,
I like Kate. She's
too.
fucking hot. Kate Beckinsale is more gorgeous.
So, but that's my whole take on that, honestly, Cameron. And this is why it hurts video games. This is why it hurts movies. It's this bullshit movement, you know.
2-2. Swung on and missed, strike 3.
And I know I'll take a lot of heat for saying this, but that's my opinion. That's the freedom of speech. It's unpopular speech, but you gotta hear it because it is unpopular. That's the whole idea of democracy. I gotta be willing to say what I gotta say. You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to like it, but I have a right to say it. That's how that works, basically.
I think everybody would agree that I think most people that I talk to agree that the world has become way too sensitive. The world is like, you can't even swear, you can't even say certain things that's politically correct at all. I just heard, I just saw in Toronto that the real estate agents, they are no longer allowed to use the word master bedroom when they're selling houses because it simplifies what's that word, like
you're like the owner of the bitch and you're gonna fuck her in the bed or something.
Yeah, it's like a master bedroom. It's like one of those sexual dominatrix kind of thing, right? So I'm thinking in my head, like now, they gave all of these fucking weak people a voice, and now everybody has to fucking kneel down to them and hear, okay, we can't say nothing, we can't be too aggressive because it's going to offend these people. The world has gotten fucked up. Completely
no wonder.
From the 80s.
And then I'm actually surprised why all these people are coming to my channel and talking all this bullshit and hitting the dislikes. I'm not surprised, honestly. Nothing shocks me anymore, Cameron. When you look at the world today, if something is normal, I will be shocked.
Here's the first pitch to him.
That's what's going to shock me. If everything is super dandy and super great, then I'm going to be shocked. Like, really? What happened? What happened here? Right? But nothing shocks me anymore, honestly. It could be, I mean, once upon a time I used to be shocked, but not anymore. I'm like, all right, this is just another day. Just another day.
The 0-1 on its way.
Pretty much.
Swing and a miss, and he's in the hole 0-2 now.
But at least the internet still gives us that voice. It's something they can control. It still gives us that voice where we can express us.
Until the internet starts censoring you and saying, okay,
oh, that's next. That's coming next.
Like you
that's
can't
coming
say
next.
Some things because it's too offensive. You're going to offend somebody who's on here. Even though you tell YouTube, my channel is not for kids, because on YouTube, you can set your default video uploads that it's not for kids, right? And then, but yet, like you said, if your video contains certain things, they'll fucking restrict you, and it's not only YouTube. It's pretty much anywhere you go nowadays. You have to really watch what you say online, because you can get reported, and even
you can lose your job
for somebody. It's so easy for somebody to report you. Like,
you can lose a job easily. Lose a job, say the wrong thing, and you're done. Like, that's it. Not even a second chance. Like, doesn't exist anymore. Like, the second chance doesn't exist. That was, like, good luck with that shit. That was the thing of the past. Now it's just, you only have one chance. Be careful out there. Don't fuck it up.
People say, I want to see the real you, but then they're fucking, then you get offended.
Yeah.
You get offended when you see, what they really mean is, we want you to be a nice guy. And I want you to say things that are going to be proper.
They want you to be an actor, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Actor reading a teleprompter.
Yeah, just not trying to do too
be an actor,
I tell people, the way I tell some people, the way I act in front of you is not the same way I act in front of my close friends.
Exactly.
If I talk to you the same way I talk to my friends, you're going to get fucking offended. Because when I talk to you, I have to think in my head 3 or 4 sentences ahead, because naturally I want to swear. My parents tell me when I was born, the first word I said, like the first sentence I said is like, I speak Guyanese, so it's like an English dialect. It's like Jamaican, right? Broken up. And basically what I said was your mother's pussy, like your mother's cunt. But instead of saying cunt, I said your mother's tunt. So my mom said that's probably the first. Yeah, like I said tunt instead of cunt. Your mother tunt, right? So my mom said, my mom said that's the first fucking sentence you said when you were a baby. That's when your grandfather was playing with you in fucking Guyana. That was the first thing that you said. The first sentence is your mother tunt and your mother poti. So instead of saying your mother's pussy, you said poti, right? So so I tell my family, like I have a lot of family who lives in New York, Queens, and I said, you guys don't know me. Like I have to be polite and talk to you because you guys are because even though we're family, some of you I haven't seen you guys in like 10, 15 years, so you just know Cam from the Facebook. So if you're getting offended from Cam from the Facebook, imagine if you met me in real life. Like imagine if you were one of my friends in the fucking gym. I tell you guys, like I tell them, like if you get to know me, I'm like fucking Eddie Murphy in that show Raw. You remember when he did the stand-up comedian Raw?
Unfiltered.
Yeah. I'm like Eddie Murphy with Richard Pryor, with Bernie Mac, and on top of it, you got Andrew Dice Clay. Like,
oh shit.
And yeah, so I'm like, if you meet my personality, that's the fucking way I am. I'm completely opposite from every other brown guy you probably ever met, and I'm guaranteed when I put a video on YouTube, I mean when I put one of my Facebook videos, I tell them I guarantee that at least one person is going to be offended by this video. You know?
Of course.
So and but that's just my personality. But my real friends, they're just like me. Even my black friends, the way we talk to each other. My best friend is a black guy, and even we've known each other for like over 30 years. And I said the way me and him talk to each other, people would be like, what the fuck, bro? You guys are fucked up. Like this is, society today wouldn't allow that shit,
Yeah.
But you can't be like that in front of your fucking in front of most people. You have to think 3-4 sentences ahead, because you'd be like, fuck, if I say something, I'm going to offend this person. This person, I can't say the word cocksucker to this
But
person,
you see,
even though I'm joking around,
That's what this generation is missing, the true freedom that we had. Back then, when we didn't give a shit, nothing can offend me because that was accepted, that's how we talk. That was the normal. But now you can't even look somebody wrong. Now you can't even open your legs. Like you have to squeeze your legs because you might offend some SJW feminist, chick. She might report you. He spread his leg, spreading. He's spreading his legs. So what am I supposed to do? Cut my legs off? Like what the fuck is? What else you want me to do? Hide my ding dong? It's just like it's becoming. It's beyond absurd. It's beyond mental. It's something that you couldn't even make a movie about it. Like even people wouldn't buy it, even if it was in the movie. Say, "Oh, this is bullshit, man. This could never happen." We have broken all the records. Honestly, we have broken all the records, man. And what's next, right? What's next? Who knows, man? It's getting so worse. You can't say this. You can't say that. You can't call this that word. This movie, you cannot have this person with this tattoo here. This person cannot have a beard. This person cannot be shaved head, or this person needs to look certain way. This person is too muscular. This person cannot drive a pickup truck because automatically he's considered a MAGA man. Or this person here cannot do this or do that. It's just get to the fucking point where we're all gonna need our own separate islands. Everyone's gonna have a need their own little separate fucking country. No, really, it's gonna be everyone will have to have a separate country. It's gonna get to that fucking point.
You'll notice on social media, the society wants everybody to get along. Everybody has to be a certain way, think a certain way, follow a certain code now, a conduct. And you're gonna find out one person who's gonna say, "Man, fuck your conduct. Fuck your code," right?
Yeah.
I don't agree with that shit. And then what happens is social media and all of these cookie cutters from today will jump on that person who has a voice, and they'll be like, let's all gang up on him and ruin his social media, ruin his life, and we're all gonna go after him because he says he doesn't like the color red, or he doesn't like the fact that he doesn't suck dick, or he doesn't do this. He's fucking normal, but everybody's gonna jump on him because that's what today's generation do. But the reality is that most people might say, you know what, I agree with that guy. Right? I agree with what he said, but I can't come out and say it because of the way the world is today. If I say something, oh shit, I'm gonna get blasted on social media, and then my fucking boss might see it, and then my boss is gonna say, you know what, man? Even though I agree with you, I gotta fire you because I don't want that negative persona to come towards my company, and that's how it is nowadays with everything, And I've seen. Keanu Reeves, great guy, but you're gonna notice Keanu Reeves, and I've seen a lot of videos when they pictures when they post. You'll notice Keanu Reeves when he takes pictures with women, he never puts his hand around them. He'll put his hand behind them, but he never touches them. He just keeps his hand straight out. And people always ask him why aren't you hugging them? Why don't you have your hand around them? And he's like, no, I don't want any trouble.
I think he puts his hands on his knees, he holds it on his knees, or he has
No, I've seen he's had other females, and even people who aren't famous. I've seen people put pictures on Instagram that they met Keanu Reeves in the fucking mall, or Keanu Reeves on the subway station. He likes to take the subway still, right? And they'll take a picture for him like a regular person, a regular girl, and they're gonna be in a picture with Keanu Reeves, and he's gonna put his hand around their back, but he never touches them, and he makes sure to keep his palm straight out. So when you take the picture, you can see his palm is not touching anything, right? And it's just like like even though he's a nice guy, he's a smart guy. He's like, I'm not taking chances. I don't want nobody coming back later on and saying I sexually touched them. At least the picture shows my hand is straight out there.
But it's pretty sad. That's where we at. And he's 50. He's like in his 50s. And imagine how he feels. Like, wow, the world has really changed. Unbelievable pace. But he accepts that, hey, this is the way things are. And shit, man, if I want to stay afloat, if I want to be, relevant, I gotta be careful here. And it's pretty sad, man. I know for some people this is normal because they're young people and they accept this as normal because that's all they know. But for me and you, man, we know how good it was back in the days.
Of course,
the first pitch.
And they don't know, and they will never know.
Right side, but it's going to be a foul ball.
And that's the sad part.
Yeah. I told you one time before, if you're a normal, straight guy, and you have your own opinions and beliefs, you're considered the problem nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way things are. So.
Well, you've seen that. I didn't even have an opinion. I was just showing
again another foul ball.
That I have a problem with my Series X, and that's it. How dare you have a problem? Why don't you fix it? Why don't you Google it? Well, that's why I'm showing you, because I don't know what this is. Well, fix it. Don't make a video about it. Like you can't
keep
even
that shit to yourself.
Yeah, you can't even fucking tell people that you have a fucking problem.
Into the windup, here comes the 0-2 pitch. And a good
it's terrible. And then you look at the statistics with how many single people there are right now. How they're supposed to even fucking manage to get married or to have some kind of relationship when you got these women so selfish about themselves and they want to control everything. They want to control their man. They want to be on top of everything. They want to be the boss. How in the fuck do you think you're going to be able to have any kind of relationship whatsoever?
That'll bring in Giovanni Urshela.
On top of gold digging, on top of being a gold digger money whore, that's a whole different subject. But, and I'm not saying everyone, but majority. Sure, there's a few instances here and there, but majority out there, pretty much that's what they're looking for. Money, bank account, interest, and do as I tell you to do. Don't say nothing, just do as I tell you. And that's it. And you're going to have some definitely, less and less marriages and definitely more single people for sure.
Well, one of the reasons why there's so much divorce
under this one is Grichuk, and there are
most marriages end up in divorce and failures because people have unrealistic expectations. Nobody compromises. Everybody expects everything to be perfect.
With that,
the Yankees starting lineup. And when my parents, probably your parents, when they got married, things were much different. They realized, hey, there's going to be a lot of fighting. Life is going to be fucking shit. But at the end of the day, we got to work through it. Whereas,
same thing with your parents, my parents. We had dead principles, values, and principles. The principles and values doesn't exist anymore. It's all about whoring. It's all about control and selfishness and interest. If I don't have any interest in you, you don't exist to me, right? That's their mindset.
Nowadays, it's like, what can you do for me? And if you can't do anything for me, there's no point in us being
useless.
married. I may as well move on.
Yeah.
Right? So, and
I worry about my nieces growing up in this world, man. Really, I do, man. And what kind of world hopefully it changes, but what kind of world they're going to be presented with, man. I really worry about that. I don't worry about me. I'm an old geezer. I'm like, it is what it is. But I worry for them. What kind of world are they going to live in, man? Constantly there's a mass shooting. There's this, there's that. Crazy fucking people. A lot of craziness, pandemic, this and that. What kind of world are they going to have? Corruption after corruption and more corruption and selfishness and greed and right? And I worry about that stuff.
One of the big things is that people today, social media is part of the big problem, and it's part of the big problem because, social media, especially like the Instagram and all of these websites that people are subscribed to certain people, is that you as an average person with an average life you look at these people and you feel, and you have so many different people that you're following on Instagram, and you feel like you have to measure yourself to them. So even when a girl or a guy looks at her Instagram and she sees, okay, this girl, this other girl has this car, that guy, this clothing, and she feels in her mind, okay, that's what I have to get, that's what I have to be. And then throughout your life, you become that, you start to live that fantasy, and now the basic realities are gone to you. Same thing with the guy. The guy was going to look at, okay, I'm following this YouTuber, that YouTuber, this YouTuber has this, they did this, this is the type of girls that they have, this is the type of money they have. And then everything to you now is like the things that should be relevant are no longer relevant. Everything that shouldn't be relevant is what these people become, is what these people see as relevant. So because of that, it's hard for you to have a normal relationship because these expectations are bullshit. Even these YouTubers, even the ones who are making a lot of money, when it comes to the basic things, they suck at it because they were never taught these things. There are some YouTubers who are still humble, but for the most cases, like what they portray in reality is it's not really facts. Like nowadays, how many fucking girls know how to cook?
Exactly.
In like the Caribbean people, every girl that is my age is like a fucking chef. Even the guys, they're like a chef. Everybody knows how to cook. It's just something that you were taught as a kid that, hey, if you ain't got no wife or no husband, you have to learn how to fucking cook or else you fucking starve.
Oh, don't worry. The girls today, they know, the women today, they know how to use the cell phone and order with the delivery dudes. Delivery dudes, just order.
But like when I look at the women who are my age and the guys who are my age, every one of them is like a fucking master chef. They cook Caribbean food, they're master chef. Same thing when I look at Jamaican people. Every Jamaican person who's my age is a chef. Man or women is my chef. Every Caribbean person is a chef.
Let me tell you something, Cameron. If tomorrow we lose the electricity and everything's off the grid, how many of these people do you think they're going to survive? How many of these women do you think they're going to survive? They'll be the first one to go. They're not going to survive not even 3 days, not even 4 days.
Yeah.
Because they don't have any necessary skills to survive. They don't know what it's like not to have. They don't know what it's like to struggle. They don't know what it's like to sleep sleep in some fucking shithole next to the cockroaches and rats. They've never been in any tough situations. Everything was fucking handed out to them. Everything was taken care of for them. They don't know what it's like to be in pain, to suffer. They don't know anything about anything. And they will be the first one to go when the shit hits the fan. I'm telling you, they will not survive. They will not survive. This generation will not survive if that happens. Guaranteed.
Yeah, Matty D. You know one thing you don't want to do here, D-Row. You've been on some good teams. Not to lose focus at this point.
I don't know. I think a lot of basic necessities that people should know have been lost to the influences of social media.
That's the for this team is that they want to develop.
Yeah.
Ruined it,
they're all fake people, man. Listen, man, they're all. I look at these individuals, and I know some of them, and I know what they're going through, and I know their situation. But they put on all that makeup, on that mascara, all that fake bullshit, and they're trying to pretend that there's something they're not, because they want to attract some younger people to get them to think, oh, look at me, look how hot I am, my life is great, right? They want simps. They're looking for somebody. Yeah. And I know some of these chicks, and I know what their life situation really is, and I know what they're going through. But I'm not an asshole. I'm not gonna, tell them, hey, to everybody, look, this is what they're going through. People are fake on social media. They invest so much money into all this cameras and Photoshop and angles and makeup and fake veneers and dentures and all this other shit. Fake cosmetics and going to a tanning salon to tan. And then they go in front of these cameras pretending that their life is great. Just like these married couple are pretending that their life is hunky-dory, everything's super great. But they're not going to tell you how many fights they have. And their children has to witness all that domestic fights that they have. They have to witness that shit every single day because they're fighting all the fucking time. They're not going to talk about that shit, right? They don't want to mention that. But they're going to go on a fucking Facebook and they're going to tell you, oh, everything's hunky-dory, everything's wonderful. So false premise on the social media, showcasing to you the fake them, not the real them. In other words,
Yeah.
Pretty much, and that's the truth, you know.
And the sad thing is that the people, I guess a lot of the people today who are born in the millennials, they're pretty dumb because they can't differentiate that this is not real. You know, they think this is fucking real.
Yeah. Hey, there you go, home run for Toronto. I did it. Blue Jays, yeah, to Toronto. But no, it is just really sad, you know. And here's the sad part: this generation will never know what it was like back in the days and how good it was back in the days. And I think hip hop can relate to this. We talked about that. They will never know how good it was, and that's the sad part. And this is already becoming normal. It's already normal for them. Us criticizing it, it's not normal. They think we're weird. Say, what's wrong with you? Why you guys don't like social media? Right? You should like social media. You should be on the social media. You should talk about your life experiences on social media. You know, right? You know,
probably get banned if you talk to Facebook and Instagram will probably flag your videos.
Hip hop's still here. Yeah, hip hop knows what we're talking about. He knows exactly just how terrible this is, man.
My man at the plate is not trying to push something to the opposite field.
It is what it is, Cameron. You know, this is something we'll have to accept it. You know, I know things will never be the same, and that's okay. I mean, I've been there, done that. I lived that life, and this is some new something, new normal, new evolution, or whatever it is I have to go through, and I'll just have to go through it till my time comes. But I worry about like my relatives and my nieces and nephews and what kind of future this is gonna be for them, you know, and they will never know what it was like before, you know, and that's the sad part. They might see it in the movies, they might see it like in documentaries, but they will never understand it. Probably will be weird for them. Why they're doing it like this? Why there's a guy delivering a milk? Why they're going to the phone booth? Why don't they just use a cell phone? You know, it's like, it's just going to be weird for them, you know, to understand that, you know. Why they're camping? Who camps these days, you know? But that's what it is, you know.
Misses for the second ball.
The beauty of camping is being in the nature, enjoying the sun, enjoying the nature, the fresh air, the lake, the beautiful lake, the fresh water running down that mountain, drinking it. That's what's missing, you know.
It's also, you know, a lot of it, kids today, it's also reliant on the parents. You know, if you have fucking shitty parents, then your kid's gonna be shitty. What I mean is like, you know, I always treated my niece like she was my daughter. So the first 5 years of her life, she was with me every day. My brother and his wife, they would always work, so I would always have my niece for 8 hours of the day from when she was born. And I remember I used to tell myself, like, you know, I never had a kid before, but you know, with my niece, I bonded with her like she was my own daughter, and then raising her up, you know, I would take her with me to do my stuff, to do my errands, and I was, you know, as she was learning to talk little words, and I used to tell myself, well, you know, when she gets older, her mom is an accountant, my brother knows computer stuff too, and you know, they'll teach her that stuff, but the stuff that they can't teach her is what I know. It's basically the mountain man ways. You know, I would take my niece with me into the woods. I would take her into the woods. I would let her get lost. And I'm always watching her, and I would tell her, Kara, I want you to learn how to find your way out of here. I want you to learn how to use the woods to track yourself out of here. I would tell her, like, I want you to learn to pick up a stick and use your stick as a guide. I want you to learn how to light a fire. I want you to learn how to you know, track the way the water is flowing. I want you to learn, you know, like, these things are what people today won't do. And I used to, because I was always a fitness guy. I would tell her, listen, you know, I always tell her, you ain't gonna grow up no fat kid, okay? When you're with me, you're gonna love fitness. And naturally, you know, I was a kid, and people, like, kids always tell me, you're just like us, you're still a kid. and I like to actually play with my niece. So I realize, you know, if I'm active with my niece, she's gonna want to be active. So I would create games that would make her be active, and naturally kids just want to play. So I would play with her. I would take her to the park. We would play games. You know, I would use her stroller as a exercise tool with her. And I know in my head that when I'm teaching her these things from the ages of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, these are things that she's never going to forget. You know, she might not remember everything, but the main things she's going to remember. I would tell her, I would take her, you know, like outside of the neighborhood, and I would tell her, Kara, I want you to find your way home. Show me how you know how to find your way home. You know, and I would teach her, learn certain landmarks. You live in this area, remember certain landmarks in case you ever get lost. How do you find your way home? You know, like I would do things, and she loved it. And I would take her out with me everywhere, and I would try to teach her stuff that most parents today don't want to do, because parents would always say, "Oh, I'm lazy, I'm out of shape, I'm tired, I gotta work, I gotta do this." And in my mind, I would say, "Man, you're making excuses. Why did you have a kid if you don't even want to play with the kid? If you don't want to do anything with the kid?" I made, you know, I gave up a lot of time with my friend because I realized my niece was more important.
I did the same thing with mine.
Yeah, like,
and they remember you, man. And here's the thing: sometimes they love you more than their own parents. And they're happy to see you.
Even that bond. My sister-in-law always tells me that bond you have with Kara, it's like you're the second dad, you know. And even like when she went to school, I was the first person who took her to school the first day. All of these things, you know. And I would pick her up, and the teachers. I made sure when I went to the school that I made sure that I like in my mind I'm thinking, no fucking pervert is gonna come near my niece. Like these are the things I'm thinking. So I went to the school and I made sure I grew a fucking beard, and I wore a fucking hoodie, and I went in there looking very, very menacing. And I made sure that every fucking parent in the school seen that this kid here, this little girl here, she was with me, like fucking Jason Statham in the fucking movie, you know. and I wanted them to fucking know that I don't give a fuck if your kid, if you have a kid, if your fucking kid bothers my kid, I'm gonna fuck up your kid. Like I want people to know, like it's not gonna be no, and I wanted people to know that, like if your kid, and I used to tell my niece, if any fucking kid bothers you in school, even if they fucking kick your leg, you fucking tell me. Don't worry about your mom or your dad. You tell me, and I'll take care of it. And my niece, like my sister-in-law, is like the perfect wife. Like if you meet her, you know, like some kids, you can tell when the kid is raised properly. You know, they're gonna be like, you can tell when some kid, even when they're small, this is going to be a troublemaker. They're going to end up in fucking prison, whatever. But there's kids you can tell, man, this is going to be a good kid. This kid's going to end up good. Is going to do good things for the world. So when I look at my niece, I would say, shit, man, she's going to be just like my sister-in-law. She's going to be a great human being. But at the same time, I would say, but my niece, man, she's just too nice. Right?
Yeah.
You know, if somebody does something, if another kid, like if another kid tries to bully her, my niece is going to be sensitive and she's not going to want to do anything. So I would tell my niece, you tell uncle, and uncle will fix it. Like I always had that mentality with my niece. And she would tell me, uncle, this boy kicked me in my leg. And I would tell my sister-in-law, listen, you guys go talk to the teacher. And if the teacher's not going to do something, I'm going to fucking go to the school and I'm going to wait for that cocksucking kid's father to come up there. And then I'm gonna deal with it like my way, you know, like that's how I would, because to me, my niece was everything. I don't give a shit about your kid. I care about my kid. That's how I look at it. Like when I was with my niece, and even when I would take her out to the outside, she was with me. I made sure that I was always within 2 or 3 steps from her. I never understood these parents who would let their fucking kid go and play around the block, and then next thing you know, the kid gets fucking kidnapped. I would say, no, that shit ain't happening to my kid. You know,
this is one of the things that I really liked about The Last of Us and the God of War. When you look at Kratos as a father figure, and you look at him teaching his son and telling his son, don't open your heart to people. They will use that and mistaking it for weakness, and they will use you, and they will make you look like, you know, a weak person. It's the same thing with Joel and Ellie, and Joel's teaching Ellie, yes, you don't have to be a mean person, but you also have to understand that the people are very cruel, that they have, you know, these abilities to lie, cheat, steal, and do horrific things. And you got to be ready for that in this world. It's a very dangerous and especially what's going on with The Last of Us, right? With everything that's been going on in The Last of Us in that scenario. And the way he's teaching her and the way he's explaining to her how to survive. This is how you survive in this world. And that's why I like these two games, man. Both The Last of Us and the God of War. Is they're both trying to teach these two kids, hey, you know, the world is not what you think in your head. It's much more gruesome. It's much more brutal. Now, it doesn't have to be brutal, but it can be brutal. And you got to be ready for that, to be able to deal with that, to survive. And it's true. I mean, kids shouldn't understand. It's good to be a nice person. There's nothing wrong being a nice person. You don't have to be an asshole. But you also got to understand that you got to be able to judge people. You got to have a good judge of character. You got to be able to sense, all right, something's wrong with this person. This person, I feel it's using me. Or this person, it's only calling me when he needs something. Or this person is being a manipulative asshole. Like, you got to be able to pinpoint these things to know who is who. And it's important for kids to know that, especially for girls when they grow up and they become an adult, to understand that these guys will be very manipulative. And some of them are really good at being manipulated, especially if they look really nice, if they look really attractive. They can be very manipulative, and they can take that to their advantage, and they can totally emotionally destroy you. So you got to be very careful not to fall into that trap. And this takes a good parent figure, good, like the word I'm trying to use, a role model. It takes a really good role model for the kids these days. And here's the thing, Cameron. Here's what I'm afraid of: that there aren't enough role models for the kids these days. And they're just soaking all this bullshit from social media, you know, and that's the scary part, man. I know you're a great role model. I'm a great role model, but the problem is there's these parents who just don't have time to raise their kids.
And see, the thing I realize is right now my niece, she's gonna be she's gonna turn 10 in 3 days. So April 20th is her birthday. She's gonna
happy
turn
birthday!
10, so
Happy birthday!
Yeah, so it's gonna be the first. You know, I tell her, Kara, now you're turning double digits, right? But you know, now she's a completely different person than when she was with me at 6. You know, I mean, we still have that bond, but you know, life is going to change. She's growing up now. She's going to become a teenager soon, so things are going to change. You know, she's not going to be the same kid that I remembered, but I know that certain aspects of what I taught her and what I did with her is going to be with her forever. Now, a lot of kids today, they never had that. You know, the parents didn't play with them, they didn't do anything with them, so they're learning a lot of shit from you know, from outside. And I remember when my niece was really small. Actually, I think before she was born, and something that always stuck with me. It's somebody would tell me that if you have a kid, and if you don't play with your kid and teach your kid, then guess what? A drug dealer will. A drug dealer is going to teach your kid everything.
Or some other influence.
Yeah, exactly, right? So if you don't teach your kid, then some fucking criminal is going to teach your kid, right?
Yeah.
And even though my niece is going to change now and her personality is changing, she's growing up. And even when I see her, it's not the same anymore. It's not like how she was with me. You know, now, you know, she wants to be like her older sister, and things are changing. You know, she still, I mean, we're on a lockdown, so we can't go anywhere, but she still wants to go to the park with me. She still wants to do certain things, but I could tell now, like, things she liked when she was smaller, it's different now, and that's just the way that you
That's part of it growing up,
Yeah. But the foundation, the core foundation, you know, is still there, you know, and which is good, because I can tell, you know, she's going to be a good human being. She's going to do everything that I never did. You know, she has the potential to become a fucking doctor, to go to college and do all of these great things, you know, because her mother's a great role model for her. She learned a lot of things from me, so she's seen. She had a great perspective on life, not just one perspective. You know, some kids, they only grow up with with the one perspective from that one parent. You know, that one parent might be like, okay, I want you to go to school, I want you to be the best, I want you to do this. So that kid just grows up with that personality. But I've always been like fucking like you know, I've always came from a poor background. So you know, my niece, when she was with me, she was always in a fucking shitty car with me. You know, I was driving her around when she was born in my '93 Honda Accord, and when I'm taking her out, it was never like I you know, even though she's a kid, she could probably see that, you know, like, okay, you know, uncle is not buying me these nice fancy things, but even now when I see her, when I would take her out, I'm like, she's like, uncle, it's okay, you don't have to buy me anything, I just want to go out, I just want to be with you. And just by that I could already tell, you know, her personality was great, and I wanted to keep that aspect, you know, like inside her. Whereas, you know, some kids, you know, like I imagine, like if you're like, even though I like Cardi B, you can imagine her kids are never going to be able to have, they're never going to have that lifestyle that even she had growing up being poor. But you know, as a parent, you don't want your kid to go through what you went through. But at the same time, I believe it's good for your kids to know about it, because that
to appreciate it, to understand that you can end up in that situation easily. I could end up on the street tomorrow. I don't know. I could be on the street tomorrow. I don't know what's going to happen. But it's important for people.
Like I do believe, like those basic lifestyles that you had, and your kids see it, and your kids understand it, it is going to make them a better human being, because they're going to appreciate life in a different way. Whereas if they've never seen anything, they don't know what the fuck to appreciate. Like they're going to turn up like the fucking Kardashians. You know what I mean?
That's the worst.
People who don't appreciate. Yeah, they're going to be completely materialistic. Everything about them is going to be all about, okay, how much more can I get? They're never going to appreciate the small stuff, you know. And when I look at my niece, everything about her is exactly what I wanted, you know, when she was a kid. What I wanted her to grow up and be. You know,
she'll remember
life
that,
is going to change.
Cameron. Trust me. Yeah. All of these experiences, she will remember it. Not right now, but there will come a time when she will remember it. You know. And that's very important that you did that, man. And here's the sad part. There's a lot of kids out there right now who don't have that role model.
Exactly.
And they ended up, you know, hooking up with all with the drug dealers, with the gangbangers, and all these different influences. And then you hear on the news another police shooting, this and that.
Yeah.
My baby. Well, where were you for your baby?
It's like that movie with.
Did you raise it? Did you take care of it? Were you there for that baby? No, you let it go. You let it go. You let it run on the streets, hook up with this person, hook up with that person, with the bad influence, and then, boom, that happens, or this happens. You know, not that I'm justifying anybody getting shot by police or anything like that, but I'm simply saying you have to raise your children so they understand what this world is, how to act in this world, how to survive. How to survive in this world, you know.
That's true.
Survival skills. Yeah. If you had survival skills, you will live longer, because you have survival instincts, you have survival skills. You know what's up, you know what time it is. And you don't need anybody to babysit you. You know when to keep your cool and when not to keep your cool. You know when not to yell and when to yell. But kids these days, they don't have that, you know.
I would see, like I would take my niece to the park, or I would take her you know, in the mall sometimes, and I would see young couples who had a kid, and the kid was like the similar age to my niece. And I would see the way that they treat each other in front of the kid. You know this kid's going to end up fucked up. Like the father would be smoking a fucking cigarette, you know, next to the kid. And he's swearing to his girlfriend or whatever, the kid's mother. And they would be swearing to each other like that's normal, you know. And just the way that they would treat each other right in front of the kid and in public. And you can tell when they go home, that's how they are. They're fucked up like that. So you could already tell this kid already, when they grow up, they're not gonna have. They're gonna be fucked up. The kid, because whatever a kid sees, they're gonna end up imitating as they get older. So I would see some of these parents, and I would think to myself, man, this is fucked up. I feel sorry for that kid, because kids are all innocent. They don't know what the fuck this is. That is.
They have no choice.
And then when they see, dad calling his fucking girlfriend a cunt, or it's like, fucking, come here, you fucking idiot. Or I would even see parents yelling at their fucking kid, and the kid is like my niece's age, and I'm thinking, what the fuck? I could never in my life yell at my niece.
Yeah.
Right?
And they would grab their arms, and they would yell at them, and they would say, keep quiet now. Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up, right? I want to grab those pants. I just want to smack them right in their face. I just want to grab them by their neck and smack them right in their goddamn face. You know,
and then they wonder why the kid is going to grow up disrespecting everyone in society. Then they wonder why the kid grows up disrespecting everyone in society. Why the kid has no fucking moral regard for anything. It's because you taught them that way. You know what I mean? And
exactly.
That's a major problem that I see. Everywhere with fucking
and then people
parents
wonder,
raising kids.
and then people wonder why everything's so fucked up in our society. Why the crime is high? Why is this happening? Why is that happening? Well, now you know why. Now you fucking know why. There's no role models. Kids are not having any role models. They're growing without a father. All they have is a mother, and mother's never around. It's working the long hours, and the kid is outside hooking up with other bad influences, and that's it. And that's how it starts. And by then, they become teenager, become juvenile. It's too late. They're already in the juvie hole. It's already too late. They already made a choice what they want to do. That's it. They already made their fucking choice. It's too fucking late. And who's responsible for that? Am I responsible? Is police department responsible? Who's responsible? You, the parent, who failed to raise your kids. Well, then why did you have a kid? I would never bring that. Let me tell you, I would never bring a kid into this world if I am not sure that I can take care of that kid and that I can raise that kid. I would never do that to my kid. Never would I bring a kid into this world. I don't give a shit how hot she is and if she's a number 10 or if she's the goddess of all the goddesses. I don't give a rat's ass. I'm simply saying, if I'm not financially able to take care of that kid, if I'm not in any form or shape able to raise that kid for another 20 years or another 18 years, I would never bring a kid into this world, whether it's a female or a male. I would never bring him into this world, knowing how fucked up this world is, knowing how dangerous it is, and knowing all kinds of danger out there that awaits. I would never do that. But these assholes, they don't know when to pull out, and then they impregnate somebody, and then poof, there we go, pumping out a unit, some more fucking units, pumping out a unit. And these kids, it's not their fault. They're innocent. They're brought into this world. They're like, what the fuck's going on here? What is this? And they're starting to learn whatever they can learn. Whatever they can learn to know to learn. It's not their fault. It's their parents, shitty-ass parents' fault. It's whose fault it is. Lack of role modeling. To be a role model, to teach them respect, to teach them kindness, manners, and all of the above principles that comes with that life has to offer. But there's no one around. How many divorces Right, yeah.
Yeah. I have a buddy, his name is, he's my buddy from the gym, Ricardo. And like, even though him and his, he tells me, like, even though him and his girl, they're separated, they still have 2 daughters together, I believe. And he tells me, even though, me and my ex were separated, I still make sure that I see my kids all the time. I'm still respectful to my ex, because it's good for the kids to see that. And he's like, I go with my daughters and I teach them MMA. They grapple with me. I take them to the dojo. Because I want my kids, especially since they're girls, I want them to be tough. So he would send me videos of him grappling with them. He would teach them like submission moves, and I tell him that's pretty cool, man. I'm like that's the shit that when your kids grow up, they're always going to appreciate. Parents today don't do that whatsoever. Parents today are going to tell you, I'm too tired from work. I don't want to do that. I'd rather just sit at home and watch Netflix, or I want to just give my kid, here, go play with the tablet in the corner. But he's like, no, he goes, I'm not a computer guy. I'm a fucking, I love MMA. I love fitness. So I take my 2 daughters. I have one of my daughters learning a fucking choke technique, and she's trying to choke me out. And they're like 6, 7 years old, right? And he's like, she's teaching me the choke technique. I'm teaching the other one how to like grab my leg and how to do like a fucking leg break and shit like that. I'm telling you, that's fucking pretty cool because kids like to play. People don't understand. Kids want to play, but if they don't want to, if you're not playing with them, then they're gonna find something else to do, and you cannot expect when they turn 13 that you're gonna say, okay, I'm ready to come in your life now. No, it's already gone. They've already seen the dark side, and they don't want to come back to your side anymore.
Exactly. And the only way they're gonna learn that is by having a parent or somebody, a tutor, that's gonna show them that, that's gonna explain that to them. And the lack of role modeling is the reason why we have this big mess. And it's really, honestly, it's pretty sad, because it's not these kids' fault, man. It's not their fault. No one asked them, hey, would you like to be born? No one gave them any choice in the matter, who your parents gonna be and what they're gonna be. They were never given that choice. That's the sad part about this whole thing. These kids were never given a choice. Well, their shitty parents had a choice, but they choose to be a selfish pricks. They choose to be careless. Let's just call them a lowlife. They choose to be a lowlife. If you don't care about your children, you're a lowlife. And fuck you. That's pretty much how I feel about you. It's just that's what drives me crazy about these parents these days, man.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. as he'll take
and it's sad. And you see it every day, man. You see it every day. I don't need to tell you.
Oh yeah. I just gotta be thankful that my niece, the time that I spent with her, all of the years I spent with her, the fact that she's I could say my niece is a decent human being, and I can tell she's gonna be a decent human being. And those are the things that I tell people, if I die today, at least I know that one aspect of my life that I did with my niece is probably the best thing that I've ever did in my life. So, some people, you could say you did all of this, financially you did that, but at the end of the day, like, I'm proud of what I did with my niece and the fact that I know that when she grows up, she's going to be a great person.
Same thing with mine. Like, I tell you, what made my day yesterday, with my birthday, even though I didn't do anything for my birthday, is the fact that they called me. My two nieces, they called me and they wished me a happy birthday. They were singing and they said how much they care for me. And so then you come to see us, and it really meant a lot to me, man. And that's the only thing I care in this world is my nieces, my two nieces. Everything else I can give two shits about. I don't give a shit what happens to me if I die right now, this moment, or tomorrow. I'm happy knowing that my nieces are set and taken care of. Believe me, I put some savings. I put some savings aside for them for the college and everything. So I don't really worry about anything other than just them two. Me, I can give a shit less about me. But if somebody lays their hands on them, I will kill that motherfucker. I will kill them. I'm saying it right now. I will kill that motherfucker. That motherfucker is gonna die in the most painful fucking death that this planet has ever seen. That's guaranteed. I'll die for them. Like, that's how much I care about them. And I know you're the same way, Cameron. You just, And that's the only thing I really care about is my two nieces. Everything else, I could give up less than two shits.
Kind of willingness to let the opposition work themselves into trouble.
And that's what I tell people, because I never used to be like that, because I never had a kid until I had my niece. And I tell people, like, your perspective will change. Like, when you have a kid, and like I said, my niece to me is like my daughter, So when I had her, everything in my life changed. Like, everything I thought was important was no longer of importance.
Short, hit hard.
You basically you want to live for them. You want to make sure that they're safe. Everything about them, you want to make sure that they're safe. You want to make sure that nothing whatsoever ever comes to them.
These days, you're not seeing a lot of defensive specialists.
That's what I realized. A lot of things that I took for granted. My niece basically changed my perspective on what is important versus what is just fucking. I don't give a fuck if this happens. I don't give a fuck if that. I don't give a fuck what happens.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, that's not important to me. She's more important to me than anything.
43 RBIs.
I think unless you have a parent, you don't really understand that, because a lot of times everything else in your life might be important, but then you realize, fuck, that's not important. This is important. Her being healthy is is important to me. Her,
Yes.
you know, knowing, you know, like knowing that she fucking, like I see kids who develop some kind of fucking brain cancer and they're like my niece's age. I would think, 4 years old, I would think, you know, how innocent my niece is, how vulnerable she is, and how much she relies on me. When I take her out, you know, she doesn't know anything. She holds my hand because she's scared. And I would think about when I see these fucking kids and sick kids in the Toronto, sick kids who have brain cancer, tumors, and these kids didn't ask for it. It's just a fluke of nature, and they got all of these fucking diseases. And I think, shit, man. I realize, you know, fuck, man. You know,
You know, there's something about that. You know John Travolta. You know the actor. He lives up here in Ocala in Central Florida. And he's been through a lot, you know. His wife passed away recently.
Yeah,
but
cancer.
But one of the worst things that he had to go through as a parent is to bury his own child at age 9 or 10. And you know what? To me, I mean, my hat's off to him. I guess he's
the worst to me if that ever happened. You know, like when I think
to
about
me, yeah, I don't know how he does it. He's got to be the strongest person on the planet. I don't know how he dealt with that and how he found the strength to move on. But I don't know if I would be able to move on, man. That would really, that would be the end of me, man. But I guess John Travolta is probably the most strongest of personalities out there, because for him to endure that and live through that, and now his wife too, it really says a lot about him, man. And I really underestimated him in a whole, as a person. I just underestimated John Travolta a lot.
Take a look at a
You know,
slider here that misses for ball one.
and all the
No
stuff he'd
hits
been
to this
through.
point.
You know, a lot of people don't even know this, the kind of shit he's been through. Same thing with Keanu Reeves. Same thing with
his
Keanu
sister
Reeves.
has cancer.
Sister, and they lost a child, miscarriage and all that. And listen, to me, these individuals with a very strong personality. But me personally, I don't know if I would ever be able to live with myself. Imagine you have to bury your own
No, it's
child.
something. Yeah, exactly. That's I would never. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. When I see, you know, and you see people who treat their kids like shit, and then you think about these parents who lost a child in a tragic accident or a fucking drive-by shooting, or cancer. I don't know. I probably, obviously,
You know what?
Actually, I know I wouldn't be able to handle it.
You know what? I think I can answer the question that this question that's been asked of Neil Druckmann about Joel and why Joel did what he did at the end of the game, the first game of the Last of Us in that hospital. Yes, we all understand these, you know, nurses and doctors. I'm sure they had families, but Joel could not grasp the idea of him moving forward, losing Ellie. And he didn't give a shit. He didn't give a damn what was in front of him. You are in my way. You gotta go.
That's why I think I told you when you told me what would you have done, and I told you if it was me and my niece, you could have 10 fucking planets that relied on her DNA. I would never let her. I would never sacrifice her for anything, even if it meant 10 worlds would have to perish. I would say fuck it, let them all perish, but you're not taking my niece. Like that's, you know, that's why that's how Joel sees Ellie, like his own daughter, and to him, no, I don't give a fuck. Let mankind die. I'm not letting this kid perish for that. I don't give a fuck what you say. I don't give a shit if that was the initial idea. I think he realized that when he towards the end, when he saw how fascinated she was by the giraffes.
Yeah.
She's seen the giraffes for the first time, and he realized, holy shit, at the end of the day, she's just a kid, and she's just a kid who never experienced all of these basic things that we take for granted, you know? And that's when he realized, no, man, I can't let her, I can't let her go.
And he told her in the sequel, remember, in The Last of Us Part 2, he told her, if I had to do this again and be resurrected and do this again, I would do it in a heartbeat all over again. And he meant that. He really meant that. Because him losing his first child in the beginning, that was it for him. He was ready to burn the world, man, to bring the world into its own hell. because that's how much she meant to him. His first, was it Emma or Sarah? I'm sorry, not Emma, Sarah. And then, and I really understand that character now more, and I'm pretty sure you understand him better than ever now.
Of course, yeah.
The Joel, and this is why I understand why Joel was so beloved to her. But here's the thing. This is what I want to say something really quick. The reason Joel was killed in that game early on, The Last of Us Part 2, because Neil Druckmann wanted you to understand that Joel doesn't care what happens to him. All he cares that Ellie has a future and that she's happy. Safe. He would have never wanted her. Never, ever, never would he wanted Ellie to go out there and go on that fucking crusade looking for Abby. Never. And that's why things went sideways. That was the whole point of The Last of Us Part 2, that Joel died for her. He died for his sins. Yes, he also killed innocent people in that surgery room, but he did it for her so she can live. He knew that his time is coming, and he was ready. You can see it. He knew what he was getting into. He knew that this is it, but he didn't care. He just didn't want Ellie to be hurt. He just wanted Ellie to have a life, meaning he was willing to die for her. He knew that day was going to come. He knew it. They're going to come. The Fireflies are going to come after him. He knew it. And Abby and all that, he had to knew at some point it's coming, you know. And he died for her so that way she can have a life. And what a genius. I think people don't give Neil Druckmann enough of a credit where it should be given. You know, when you examine both games, I think you understand. And I'm pretty sure you now know, Cameron, when you play both games, you understand the bigger concept of why these necessary decisions were being made. Of course, Neil Druckmann didn't enjoy having this main character killed, but it was a necessary thing to do for the story to move, for the message to be delivered. It's like Jesus. He sacrificed himself for us so we can be pure.
And you see, like,
you know,
when you play the first Last of Us, you realize that you know, I mean, you're playing as Joel, but Joel is really just the. Like, I played the game. I beat the game 5 times, so I have a great understanding of the game, and every single little story about the game and what they try to teach you, I grasp it really well, and you know, you learn that, you know, most people when they play this game, they play this game like it's an Uncharted or like a regular game where you're playing as a character and you level up your character and you play the game. But no, I think with The Last of Us, they're trying to tell you a great story. And when you watch, I'll give you an example. The Darth Vader, right? You know Darth Vader from Star Wars, right?
Yes.
When you watch
Skywalker, Anakin,
yeah, exactly. So when you watch
from the stretch, here's
not the original 3 that came in the cinema that came in the 70s. You know, the ones that came after.
The prequels, Episode 1, Episode 2, Episode 3. Yeah.
Okay, so when you watch those movies. Obi-Wan Kenobi is there. You know, it's played by Ian McGregor. But from the first one, you meet this Ian McGregor meets this little fucking kid, and this little kid, he's really good at the pod racing. Okay, and for some reason, Ian McGregor he takes to this kid. He likes this kid, and he says, you know what, I'm gonna train you. I like you, you know. And he tries to teach him the ways. Okay, but you, as a fan of Star Wars, you've seen the other 3 Star Wars before that, so you know this kid is gonna become Darth Vader.
Yeah.
Okay, but the movie, these prequels, even though Ian McGregor, he is like the main character you're following, you know that the stories. All 3 movies are really about the development of Anakin Skywalker, who will eventually turn into Darth Vader. Now, when you play The Last of Us, you're playing as Joel, yes, but the entire concept of the Last of Us story is about Ellie. It's about this girl who has the cure for mankind. And for some reason, she has this cure. She was bitten with her friends, because Ellie tells him at the end of when you beat the game, at the end, Ellie tells him, you know, Joel, I was bitten with my other friends, but they didn't have, like, they ended up dying. I was the only one who didn't die for some reason. So, and just like the Star Wars with Anakin, where Ian McGregor, he was teaching Anakin, you know, the skills, how to fight, how to be. And as Anakin aged, he learned those skills and he became better and better. And then eventually Hayden Christensen takes over the role, and he's older.
Yeah.
Right? So Ellie, in the first one, if you watch the game, she's just following Joel. She doesn't know much. She's just following him. She likes to swear a lot. But as you play The Last of Us, you're going to realize that Ellie now, she becomes better, right? She gets a little dagger, and she can actually stab people who's attacking Joel. Later on in the game, Joel gives her her first little handgun, and he tells her, I want you to use this handgun only when it's needed. So whenever you're in trouble, she'll take out the handgun, and she's going to shoot the enemies around you, and she helps you. So her skills are developing because Joel is teaching her these skills. But I take all of The Last of Us like the Star Wars, where Joel, he's just the teacher.
Yeah.
The main star who's being developed is Ellie.
He's like an Obi Kenobi, and he died.
Exactly,
Obi Kenobi died.
Yeah, exactly. And
I mean, it seemed like Obi Kenobi.
And in Star Wars, they like to use the word Padawan. You're my Padawan.
Yeah.
You know, I'm teaching you. You're my Padawan. You're my student. So Ellie is the student. Now, when you get to about 80% of the game, Joel, he gets catastrophically injured. He falls on the beam and it goes through his stomach, and now he's done. Ellie has to take over. So now it's wintertime, and Ellie, she is going to start hunting and killing everybody that's in David's clan, right?
Yeah.
Because she's trying to protect Joel, but she's using all of the skills that she learned from Joel, how to hunt, how to use the bow and arrow, right? How to craft your weapon. She learned all of that from Joel. So the game is trying to show you that now Ellie has evolved into a killer. She's become the hunter. She's no longer the prey. She's now the hunter, right? And she learned all of that. Yeah, she learned all of that shit from Joel. So now when you play The Last of Us 2, Ellie now, she's a full-grown killer. She's a full-grown assassin. And she learned everything from Joel.
She doesn't need Joel anymore.
Yeah, right? Even though she's always going to love Joel, she has now become her own person because of Joel. And I think The Last of Us, and even when they make The Last of Us 3, they're continuing with that story that Ellie now has become what Joel always wanted her to be. Safe, she can protect herself, and she doesn't have to fear anyone. And if you think about it, his mission has been accomplished because Ellie, in the second one, she's become the fucking hunter, even more of a hunter. But most people didn't grasp that, because most people just thinking, I'm just playing the game, and I've always been playing the game as Joel. I just want to keep playing the game like Joel, like it's Uncharted, and you know everything is hunky-dory. But that's not what The Last of Us was about. The Last of Us is telling you a great story about this man, Joel, right, who by nature was like a redneck, you know, because he's a country boy redneck who has hunting skills. He's good with the rifle, you know, he's good at survival. And he instilled all of these gifts that he had on this little girl. And this little girl is somebody that he learned to love. He didn't like her in the beginning of the game. He kept calling her girl. He didn't start using her name until about 50 to 60% into the game, when he really felt this attachment to her, right? And then and from that point on, I think Neil Druckmann was trying to show the world, especially when it's the winter scene, when you're playing as Ellie in part 1 now, that Joel is telling you, hey, Neil Druckmann is telling you guys, hey, listen, Ellie has evolved, just like Anakin Skywalker evolved from Obi-Wan Kenobi, and now Anakin Skywalker, the story is about Anakin, and you know Anakin is going to become this great...
And here's another Easter egg, and you know what? How could I not see this? How could people have not seen this? Even in the beginning of the game, what is the first thing that you see when you click play the game? The Naughty Dog, you see the Naughty Dog, presents, and then you see Sarah. The first thing you see is Sarah. So what is that? That's a premise. That's a premise of, hey, this game is going to be about loss and also about this other girl that's going to be the main reason, the main premise of this game. Meaning that Sarah is going to be as equal to Ellie, to Joel. Yep. But the main premise here is Ellie. And that's why the girl was shown first. Then later on you see, what's his name, coming out of the door talking to his brother about some deal or whatnot. Then you see Joel coming in, younger Joel, and then they sit at the couch and she said she got him something for birthday or whatever, right? But the main premise was always going to be that girl. And the Sarah was like that little symbol of what's to come. And what's to come was Ellie. And that's why they show her first in the beginning of the game. All of this makes sense now. You know what? The guy who did a voice, Baker, what's his name? Baker
Troy
something.
Baker, is that his name?
Troy Baker. Everything you just said, it's exactly what Troy Baker said on one of his podcasts, and he tries to explain this without spoiling too much. And he said exactly this, like, you guys don't understand the concept. Some of you who are playing this game who are complaining, you don't understand the concept of both games. I said, I understand that now. He said even for him, it took him a while to pick on Bruce and Neil Druckmann, and the other guy, Bruce, who was also working on this game. It took him a while to figure out what the bigger picture is, like to put the puzzle together, to connect the dots, right? You as a voice actor, you got some idea, but you really don't have the bigger picture as to what creative director, the storyteller, is trying to bring. But now that he has full picture, that's what Troy Baker was talking about. And now I'm understanding it. And even when I wrote... Yeah, go ahead. Even when I wrote my thesis, remember that little review? When I wrote it on the community forums, I said, sure, there's some things that was confusing to me at first, but I understood what the game was trying to do. I appreciated the shocking elements, the unexpected elements, and I appreciated the fact that kept me thinking day after day. I was almost like emotionally involved with this game, especially with that music by Gustavo playing guitar and all that. It's fucking too emotional. It gets you totally involved into it. But once you see a bigger picture, and this is what I'm glad you mentioned this, and I'm glad we're having this conversation, and I hope people who are watching this understand the bigger picture. When you look at the first Last of Us, the DLC, right? The DLC that was about Ellie and that other girl, you realize this entire game, it's about Ellie. It was always about Ellie. These are just supporting actors. I mean, supporting, characters. It's the Ellie was always that character. That's why you played this game from the beginning. But that was the geniuses of bringing this masterpiece story put together. And it's going to take a while, Cameron, for some people to realize this. It's going to take a while. Hopefully when the remake comes out and when they play it again and they play The Last of Us 2 remastered PS5 version as well, hopefully when they start playing it more and more, and maybe they will realize this,
Well, did you know that The Last of Us 2, they gave it greatest story of all time. It won that award too.
I agree.
It won
I agree.
yeah,
I
like
agree.
it won so many awards, including best game of the year. But it also won an award that a lot of people don't talk about, is that it got the best video game story award of all time.
And the music, oh my God, the best music too. I mean, Jesus Christ, the music was just and the mechanics of the gun and the atmosphere. I mean, dude, I get goosebumps, man. I get like hair sticking on my arms, just how fucking good that game is, man. I would probably say one of the greatest games of all time. I mean, I'm gonna go on a limb and fucking say it, you know.
I remembered when the game first came out, and I was telling, and you kept playing it. I was telling everybody, no, I think the story is a masterpiece, and people were like, no, it's not. It's
first offering on its way.
It's not. They're ruining it. But I was I was looking at it from a movie perspective, where like I'm watching this game evolve, and I'm thinking, shit, man, from a movie perspective, this is amazing. The fact that they're putting this in a game, this is like some shit that you see in like Braveheart and like fucking like I'm looking at it like that. Whereas people are just looking at it as a game. I want my favorite character to be there. I played the game with Joel. I want to level up with Joel, and all of the. And I'm thinking, no, man, this is not what I'm getting.
And Cameron, this has never happened to me before. Where I was stuck, where I was involved with a game emotionally for 12 days, 12 hours a day, 12 days, nonstop, and that tells you just how much it grabbed me, like it pulled me into that world, you know. And that shows you that the geniuses of the creative direction and the storytelling and the characters, it truly is a masterpiece.
Another thing that nobody ever noticed about you.
Yeah.
No, like that's something that I said to myself about you that nobody ever noticed, is that since I've met you, The Last of Us 2 is the only game that you played from the beginning to the end on the live stream and finished. No other game has done that. So that should show people how much that game impacted you, right? And even Ghost of Tsushima, great game. Everybody said great things, but even you yourself, you didn't play it and beat it online. It didn't have the same effect like Last of Us. Every other game that came after Last of Us was the only game that you played from the beginning and you finished it.
I cared. Let me tell you, man. Seriously, emotionally, I cared for Ellie. Like, I want to know what's going to happen with her. Like, I just couldn't I had to continue. I didn't care what kind of enemies I had to fight. Even if I had to kill Abby, you know, if Abby had to be killed, I didn't care. But it was just, I was so emotionally evolved. Joel is gone, and she's alone now. Dina left her. Joel's brother, he's an asshole, whatever. And he is, to be honest. And then I'm like, Ellie, I really care about this person, man. This poor soul, what she's been through. Like, dude, I almost fucking cried, dude. I almost like, dude, that was an emotional roller coaster. And I was like, I
think you were gonna cry because I remember.
Man.
When you were playing the game, I had. I won't lie. At the time, I was watching the game.
I almost did.
I was watching. I was watching the gameplay from the Rad Brad. So he had just started. So he was like a day or two ahead of you. So I had watched a couple of videos. So I knew certain things. So when you were playing the game, I remember the one scene now when Joel and had just saved Abby, and they were on the horse, and they rode back to the building that Abby's friends were at, and now it was Joel, Tommy, and Abby, and then Abby's group. And I knew in my head they were gonna go kill Joel now because I seen it from the Rad Brad, right? And I remember you had no clue that point, and you kept asking me, okay, and you kept saying, okay, Cameron, he's my guide. You know, we started to talk, and I was telling you, okay, you know, but I was thinking in my head, okay, I don't want to tell you this part. I want you to experience it because I want you to experience it. But you kept saying, so what's going to happen now? What's happening now? What's happening now? I said, well, and I remember when I told you, well, I go and I'm like, fuck, should I tell him? You said, yeah, that's okay. Tell me, and I'm like, well.
I mean, I tears, bro. I remember, I was paused, dude. I had like,
I remember when I told you, well, I go, Ed, Abby is going to have Joel held down on the ground. They're going to hold Abby on the ground, and they're going to force Abby to watch. Sorry, they're going to force Ellie to watch Abby kill Joel, and you're like, what the fuck? No. And I'm like, yeah, that's what's going to happen. And I remember when you watched it for the first time, you were like, you were in shock.
I was, man. My eyes, man. I was like in shock, and I was just like, it was like when you're frozen and you don't know what to think, like what just happened, and you just like all kinds of emotions. That's what happens when you're in shock.
And that is exactly what the creators of The Last of Us wanted. When they did that to everybody, because I was watching because I was just getting into gaming. I didn't have the PlayStation 5, and I'm watching these other YouTubers, like these hot chicks who play games. I'm watching them, and they're fucking crying. They're fucking, I'm thinking, fuck me, like.
Even PewDiePie was like, dude, he didn't know. He was in a shock moment too. He didn't know what to think.
Yeah.
He was like, he stopped. I think he stopped at the moment. He couldn't play.
And in my head, I'm thinking, this is fucking creative genius. But everybody was saying to me, oh, well, you didn't play the first one. You don't have that attachment to the first one. So in my head, I'm thinking to myself, well, maybe they're right. Maybe if you played the first one, it would be different. But when I played the first one, and like I said, I've beaten it 5 times. So I think I've played it more than most people. I said to myself, like, when I started the first one, I said, okay, am I going to agree with what everybody's saying? Am I going to have a difference of opinion? But after playing the game, that first one and beating it, no, it reaffirmed everything that I believed when I first watched that game on your live stream. What happened to Joel was masterpiece in that entire story of giving you that impact, that feeling, carrying on. It's like when Joel died, he passed the torch to Ellie, and now Ellie has become the fucking hunter, and her skills are all from Joel, right? And when I played the first one, I seen that. I seen Joel teaching his little Padawan, Ellie, his gift, his skills. Come here, little girl. Let me show you how to light the fire. Let me show you how to hunt. Let me show you how to play the guitar. All of these things. And that's what I'm thinking. Shit, man.
And here's another thing.
Like
and
Anakin.
Here's another thing that Neil Druckmann did. He dragged me into this emotional roller coaster, up and down, left and right, and then he made me angry. Now I got to play as Abby.
That's exactly what he wanted to do.
And guess what? I jumped her through the cliff many times. Remember, during the live stream, I went to that cliff and I made sure she fell down. I know it was a shitty thing to do, but I was so angry. And then she started to grow on me. What was the one thing that made me sympathize with her? Was the German Shepherd, because I had a German Shepherd and her father kind of reminded me of my father. So there's a little bit of similarities there, and she started to grow on me. And I started to get attached to her, and that's the geniuses of what Neil did, man.
You see the Last of Us. You see,
execute it like that. Be on the
in
lookout
The
for
Last
that
of Us
one.
1, you play as Joel, and then you play as Ellie, and then you go back as Joel. In The Last of Us 2, you play as Joel, you play as Ellie, and you play as Abby. And that is another creative genius that people don't talk about. You see, the game. And I told you when you played that game, I was relating it to a lot of the stuff I seen in the early Walking Dead storyline, and I tell people the reason they did that is because they wanted you to empathize with Ellie. With Abby. Because think about it, Joel murdered her father. So imagine if you were a little kid, right? Like if you were 10 years old. No, actually, if you were 12 years old, because Ellie was 12 or 13 in the first one. Imagine if you were that age, and you heard a guy come into your camp, right, and he killed your father, right? If you were that kid, so if you were Ellie, a little kid, innocent kid, and your dad happened to be the doctor, and you found out that some guy with a gun came in, and he shot and killed your father. As a kid, you would want revenge. You would want that man to suffer for what he did to your father, right?
Exactly. So you feel that anger.
Yeah. So the game wanted you to emphasize with Abby, because Abby is that kid that grew up, but you don't learn until later on that her father is the guy that Joel kills. Like the first guy, when at the ending of The Last of Us, when you go into that fucking operating room, the only person you have to kill is Abby's father. The other two nurses in there, you don't have to kill them. They're optional. You don't have to kill them. You can light them on fire, but the first guy you have to kill him.
The surgeon, the father,
Yeah, exactly. That's Abby's father. So now, when you're playing the second one, the game teaches you something. It teaches you that, hey, who decides who is good and who is evil? Because if you're Abby, she comes from the Fireflies, right? She's from the Fireflies in the first one. Her family, they're from the Fireflies. So to them, they are the good guys, right?
Yes.
Abby and Joel, they're the outsiders. They're the bad guys. In Walking Dead, I don't know if you watch Walking Dead, but Rick, the main character Rick, he always says there's one rule and there's one rule we never break. Is that we never allow anyone into our group. We only protect our group, and our group is all that matters, okay? Anybody else, doesn't matter if they're family, they have children, we do not trust anybody into our group because they will end up turning and killing on us. So the Fireflies, in a post-apocalyptic world, they're going to have a rule like that. And same with Joel and Abby. Joel and Abby, they don't trust anybody. They don't let anybody in, right? They that's their rule, right? They met that black guy Henry and his son Sam, and then fucking it all got fucked up. But in the story, Joel and Ellie, they're by themselves, and then the Fireflies, they're going to be by themselves too. So in the same time, who's to say one is right, one is wrong?
Exactly.
David is the guy that Ellie kills because he tries to rape her in the first one. David tells Ellie, who's to say I'm the bad guy and you're the good guy? Because there's a scene when they're sitting by the fire in the first one, David and Ellie, and this is when Joel is hurt, and then you and David, you just succeeded killing all of these zombies, and now you're in the fire, and then David is telling her there's a story. You and I were meant to meet, and he's like, I want to tell you a story. There's a story about a crazy man who killed all of my friends, and he was traveling with a little girl, and that's when Ellie realized it's her and Joe, and he told her, who's to say that we are the bad guys and you're the good guys?
Exactly.
You killed all of my friends and all of on everyone I know.
What gives you the right?
Right? Yeah.
To play God, to make right and wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, right? And it's the same thing. And that's what The Last of Us 2 really wanted people to understand with Ellie. It's like, okay, she did kill Joel, but remember, she's coming from a 12-year-old kid who found out that this man, Joel, killed her father for no reason, right? Because when you're a kid, you don't understand this shit. You just see this, you just hear this guy, he pulled out a gun and blew away my dad. And then you want revenge. Yeah, you want revenge, right? You don't give a fuck what happened.
That's a natural instinct.
I want this motherfucker dead, right? So her entire life, she grew up with that one thing. I am going to train, get stronger, because one day I'm going to find this man who killed my father, and I'm going to kill him. She didn't care about Ellie. Ellie never bothered her. She only cared about getting revenge on Joel, right? And the game really wanted people to understand that Ellie, although she did kill Joel, you don't understand the place she was coming from. And a lot of people missed that because they were
because he lied to her. He didn't tell her the truth. He didn't tell her the truth. In the beginning.
But a lot of people didn't see that entire story from the total effect. I'm looking at it from a movie perspective, but people were like, oh no, Joel is the main guy. He's the king. Whatever Joel says or whatever Ellie do, that's how it is. But if you think about like The Last of Us trying to teach you something real life, is that whenever you create chaos, it's going to come back and haunt you down the line. You're not innocent.
The one thing that's really groundbreaking in both The Last of Us 1 and Last of Us 2, especially in The Last of Us Part 2, it's this showcase of what Neil is trying to show to us and the world is, you got to put yourself in other people's shoes. Okay, we call them the enemy. Why? Why we call them the enemy? Let's put yourself in their shoes. We bombed the shit out of them. We made their country look like a shithole. So how are they the enemy? To us, they're the enemy, but to them, we are the enemy to them as well. And they're just trying to survive. They're trying to survive. Okay? All they know is this. They live in a shitty-ass country that's ravaged by the Civil War, and now we come in, we start bombing the shit out of them. Let's say Syria, Iraq, or whatever. And we start bombing the shit out of them. And they're like, okay, why they're bombing us? Why are we dying over here? What's going on here? And you have to put what Neil Druckmann is doing.
Retaliation.
Yeah,
retaliation.
What Neil Druckmann is doing is trying to put yourself in everyone's shoes. Here's another.
That's
exactly
what he wanted.
Even in the Black Hawk Down, I like what Ridley Scott did when they capture Mike Durant, which was the pilot, a real life pilot that survived, and he's still alive, and he's got his own business. God bless him. But one of the great things about the Black Hawk Down is going into that mission to kill this warlord. ID'd. Yes, he's a bad guy, but guess what? That's his civil war. That's their civil war. We're coming into their nest. And then, of course, when you jump into somebody else's country and you're not invited, there will be people get touchy about that stuff. They're very touchy feelings about that stuff. Why are you here? Why are you getting involved? This is not your war. This is our war. Even in that movie, there's a good dialogue between the General Garrison and this other guy whom they were trying to use to get to ID. And he said to him, General Garrison, why are you here? You think I grew up just because I grew up without running water and the electricity that I don't know about the war, that I don't know about casualties? I said, this is our war, not yours. And there's some interesting stuff. You know what I like about that? Is that, hey, everybody likes to point fingers. Oh, he's a bad guy. They're the bad guy. Or like, Putin's the killer. We're not the killer. He's the killer. There's a lot of killers out there. Two wrongs don't make a right. Well, basically, what the message being sent in The Last of Us Part 2 is we never put ourselves in somebody else's shoes. We only put ourselves in our own shoes and our own perspectives. And we look at the world through our own perspective. But we don't look at the world through everybody's perspective. And I think that's the message that Neil Druckmann was trying to present to us, that's the problem in today's world. We're looking at the world through our own perspectives of tribalism. This is how we look at them. They're the enemy. Russians are the enemy. They're not our friends. Or these guys over here in the Middle East, they're not our friends. They're the enemy, etc., 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 fill in the blank, right? But we never look at it from their perspective, And I think that's the issue. And I think that's one of the things that I think Neil Druckmann has really portrayed perfectly.
And he hit it on the head, but a lot of people didn't get that. They just seen the smaller picture, which was I want to play the game as Joel because Joel is the main character I use. Like I'm saying, I love the Uncharted games, but the Uncharted games is not story-driven the same.
Let me give you one example, Cameron, and this is honest to God truth. During the war in Bosnia, I was young. Okay, just remember this. I'm 11 years old. I'm fucking young. I don't know shit about anything. All I know is this, that the Serbians are attacking our, city, and they're killing our people, blah, 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 blah. That's what I was taught. That's what I was being indoctrinated into my head. And I grew up with this idea that all the Serbians are bad. They just want to kill the Muslim Bosnians. That's all they want to do. And then after the war, I realized that's a bunch of bullshit. It's not true. Not every single person in Serbia thinks that way. Not every person in Bosnia thinks that way about the Serbians and vice versa. But see, I was indoctrinated as a young person to think that way, that all the Serbians are bad, right? So, and it's really interesting when I look at The Last of Us and I compare my life and I look at through what I've been through during that war, just how blindly the hate can be indoctrinated. Us versus them. You see,
Yeah.
and we're so blinded by the hate. Like the hate can blind the people so quickly and so fast. And I think that's what even Troy Baker talked about on his podcast with Alana Pierce and others when they were having this conversation. It's really interesting. I really haven't thought about it now, but now when I'm thinking about it, really I'm starting to understand this bigger
like
picture.
when you were,
Yeah.
yeah, like when you're talking about like the Middle East too. It's like there's a show. One of my favorite shows is a show called Homeland. I don't know if you ever heard of it. With
I love it. Oh man, the guy from Band of Brothers. Yeah, I watched that.
Yeah. There's a season in there, I believe it's season 4, when they nickname Claire Danes. She gets the name the Drone Queen. And she got that name because in the beginning of the first episode, I believe, of season 4, they were going after a major terrorist that was on the American government's list to kill. And they got word that this terrorist happened to be at a wedding that was happening in some Pakistan place or Middle Eastern place. And they were asking her, they're telling her, there's a lot of innocent people there. If the drone drops a missile, there's going to be a lot of casualties. But to the high up government, it was worth it to get this one, terrorist that they were looking for. So she was in charge of giving the signal to drop the missile. So she gives the order to drop the missile from the drone. And in America, everybody was, like in the show, everybody in America was celebrating. All of the CIA was celebrating. They made a cake for her. They nicknamed her Drone Queen because they hit the target. But later on in the season, and like season 5, what she didn't realize is that when they dropped that missile, they killed the target, yes. But there was also a little boy who had his entire family, his sisters, his little brothers, they were all obliterated from that explosion. He got deformed and fucked up, and he found out that the Drone Queen, was Carrie Mathison, who's played by Claire Danes.
Yeah.
Gave that order, but he doesn't know anything about this terrorist. All he knows now is that these Americans dropped a missile that killed his family, his entire, bloodline, all of his brothers and sisters. In 1 second, they were all exploded. And everybody he knew was destroyed in that explosion. So that's all he knew.
Because of her.
So now he grows up a little bit more, and now he becomes a terrorist himself. With the one goal is to kill Claire Danes and the entire government that gave the order for that drone. Yeah, exactly. And that is the same kind of thing like what Abby has, what a lot of terrorist people have, because a lot of we live in North America. We're thinking go in there and kill them, but you don't realize that when you're killing that terrorist, there's a lot of innocent people that are bystanders.
You're creating the
exactly.
monsters.
They don't see this. They just see that, hey, shit, you came in here, you just raped my family, my sisters, my aunts, you just raped them, and you killed them, you slaughtered them. And now you expect me to be your friend. You expect me to say, of course I want to kill you because that's what you did to me. I think that's exactly what Neil Druckmann wanted to do.
Perspective. It's all about the perspective. It's really about, honestly, this whole thing, this whole premise, it's about a perspective. And how we let hate blind us so quickly without understanding the other party and what they're going through. But you see, it also sends the message that the hate doesn't work. Nobody benefits. The hate destroys everything in its path. And even the person who is carrying out that hate. So the hate, it's the most destructive that there is. The love, it builds. The love evolves. The love brings everybody together. Hate is true form of evil that destroys everything in its path. And people become blinded by hate because it's us versus them. This person's evil, without trying to understand this person's perspective, because you're being indoctrinated by certain, whatever indoctrination that you're being brainwashed with by whatever organization that you're being brainwashed with to tell you, see what they're doing. That's what they do. They don't like us. They hate us. And, you start believing that kind of shit. You start morphing into that shit, right? And then you grow up believing into that fucking crap. And then you do the unthinkable. And a lot of this shit happens because of the hate and indoctrinations of the hate, which is a very dangerous thing. And I really appreciate that Neil Druckmann has really explored this perfectly through these different perspectives that I haven't seen any other game do this, to be honest with you. And I congratulate him for having the balls, for having the courage to step into these very, very dangerous, tricky waters for a video game, right? And I got to give the guy a credit for that. It was a big risk. There's no question about that. Even he says it was a huge risk. That's why so much secrecy was behind that game, because we didn't know the bigger picture, other than what was leaked about Joel. And, it's shame that some people don't realize this, that they don't see this the way we see it. This is what Troy Baker was talking about on his podcast with Alana Pierce. It's kind of sad that others don't see this. Maybe one day they will understand it. Maybe they will see it. When I was younger, I didn't understand shit. I was just looking for pussy, going around, having a good time. I didn't give a shit about anything, right? I thought I was invincible. I thought I was a Superman. And I understand why some people act that way. The younger people act that way. But us who are older and a little bit wiser, we understand the premise of The Last of Us Part 2. I totally get it. I totally understand The Last of Us 2. And I know you too. Yeah.
SSJ in the chat, he says he can't wait for the Last of Us TV show to come on HBO.
Me too, honestly.
Yeah, me too. I hope they
do a good job. But let's be honest. No TV show is going to be able to replace.
No. To capture that.
To capture what the video game. Just like no Metal Gear movie will be able to replace what the Metal Gear was. But that's okay. That's why movies are movies, books are books, and video games are video games. I don't even know if we should call it a video games. It's like a digital entertainment, or I don't know, interactive entertainment. It's I guess the lack of a better term would be interactive entertainment. Well, it's 8 hours. Well, we hit the mark. 8 hours since 6 o'clock. 8-hour live stream. Again, this is not my longest, but nonetheless, it was a great stream. We had beautiful conversations about a lot of different things, about Phil Harrison, about aliens. Now, the baseball, MLB The Show, 8 hours of gameplay here. Is it great? Is it good? I like it. If it wasn't good, I wouldn't be playing it. Let's just put it that way. But you have to be, this is a special interest, okay? Are you a baseball fan? If you're a baseball fan, then yeah, this is no-brainer. You're going to be in heaven. But if you're not, if you're somebody who's just trying to get into baseball, you get into it. Baseball, it's a pretty simple rules, simple game. It's not that difficult to understand. The innings and the outs and who's on the base and the home runs and all that stuff is not that difficult to understand once you get into it. Graphics, love the graphics. It looks so much better on my OLED, obviously, than what you're seeing on the broadcast. MP4, compressed screen, and HDR is very bright in this game. At times, this game looks so real when they bring the close-up to the players and the coach and the stadium. The textures are top-notch, very sharp. No complaints about the graphics. No complaints about the sound. The DualSense really adds to this experience, guys. That's the one thing you're gonna miss on the Series X. I'm pretty sure the graphics will be the same. I don't think there's gonna be any difference. But the one thing you're gonna miss on this game is the DualSense and how good it is, man. And that's something you have to hold in your hands to understand what I'm talking about. Basically, everything that's happening on the field will be translated to this dual sense controller, and it does a very good job. It's not just a vibration, it's a 3D vibration, if you will, of whatever's happening on the field. It will be translated to the dual sense. And don't forget, tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. in the afternoon, we're going to do a warm-up for the demo of Resident Evil. We'll do it at 4:30, and then at 5 o'clock, we'll officially start playing it for half an hour, and then we'll have a discussion. We'll talk about it. Thank you, SSJ. We'll talk about it, and I love that photo. Is that a Kobe Bryant? Oh my God, and his daughter. I love that. I love that profile that you put on there, man. It's beautiful. And we'll talk about the Resident Evil and my thoughts on it, about the gameplay, and then you guys can give your feedback as we're going through it. So make sure you tune in for that. Also at 1 o'clock around this time, we'll be also playing my second playthrough live stream of Resident Evil. Maybe I can do something different second time around, because I'll be familiar with the first part of the demo, and then second time around I can maybe get a little bit better, speed run a little bit better, or explore some other areas. And then we'll do it again on Monday, and then I think Tuesday we'll go through some more of the Resident Evil till the official release of the game. Don't forget Returnal's coming pretty soon. And there's that game on the Xbox that I need to check out. Maybe I'll have a chance to check. Ori. Yeah, maybe I can do a video tomorrow before we do the live stream. I can do that. And after the Resident Evil, maybe we can do a little bit of Days Gone. And then at 1 o'clock, 12:30, we can jump into, what you call it, the Resident Evil again. And we can do that. So it'll be a lot of fun. I'll see you guys today. Well, today's Saturday.
Yeah, all right, guys.
All right, thank you, Cameron. It was a pleasure. I really had a great time. Thank you for the input. Great conversation. And hopefully you guys enjoyed as much as I did, Cameron, Mamba, and Brendan, and everyone else. Thank you.